Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget.
Chapter 41. Punching above one's weight. Many boys came over to see. Even Li Nian turned his head to look. Chen Hao also looked curiously with his eyebrows lifted. That girl got out of the car and sure enough, she was beautiful. Chen Hao recognized her. He had just met her. It was Su Tongxin. She's so pretty. If only she was my girlfriend. The boy standing next to Li Nian exclaimed. He looked greasy. Shut up. There's no way she's going to be your girlfriend. I tell you, Wang Yang from our department likes her. You guys can only look. You want her to be your girlfriend in your dreams. Li Nian scoffed. Ah, no wonder. Wang Yang is so handsome. The girl he likes is bound to be extraordinary. As soon as the boy heard Wang Yang's name, he became dispirited. Wang Yang was the vice president of the student council of the Department of Chinese Language. His family was rich and powerful and he drove an Audi A6. Everyone in the school knew who he was. He couldn't afford to be on the wrong side of Wang Yang. Who has the courage to ask for that beautiful girl's WeChat number? If anyone has it, I'm willing to give 100. It's no use. Even if someone wants it, she might not give it either. Besides, didn't you just hear what that guy said, that beauty is pursued by Wang Yang? Wang Yang is the one who drives an Audi A6. Don't you see his henchman supervising here? Keep your head down. Some girls said angrily. Indeed, the appearance of Su Tongxin made all the other pretty girls look less radiant. Everybody was looking at her. Chen Hao was no exception. He was eyeing Su Tongxin from head to toe. Smack! At this moment, a pebble hit him on his face. Ouch! Who did that? Chen Hao turned his head to look and saw Zhang Qianqian staring angrily at him. Chen Hao, you poor fool! Just because others are looking at beautiful girls, it doesn't mean you can look as well. You're not qualified. Firstly, Zhang Qianqian owed Li Nian dinner because of Chen Hao, that poor loser. She had lost a bet with Li Nian. Secondly, she was also envious of Su Tongxin. Wasn't she enough to attract the attention of even a poor loser? Zhang Qianqian, are you mad? How is it your business? Chen Hao cursed. He really wanted to slap Li Nian and Zhang Qianqian. Chen Hao. At this moment, Su Tongxin, who had just gotten out of the car, greeted Chen Hao in surprise. Su Tongxin was rushing earlier because she needed to come here for her driving lesson. But she didn't think that she would be stared at by a bunch of boys after she came. Although most girls like to be looked at, being stared from head to toe and being discussed, especially when she was learning to drive, made Su Tongxin very uncomfortable. It was very fortunate that Su Tongxin spotted Chen Hao when she was parking her car. On the training ground, it seemed that she only knew Chen Hao, who stood there quietly. Chen Hao smiled and nodded at Su Tongxin. Damn, what's happening? She knows this dumbass. Li Nian was a bit dumbstruck. Even the rest of the boys looked curiously at Chen Hao. He's dressed in rags. How did he meet this goddess? Look, he seems to be close with her. They're talking and laughing. Many stares mixed with envy and doubt thrown at Chen Hao's direction, carrying the question, why is the goddess looking at you but not us, even though you're a loser? But Chen Hao himself was surprised as well. I didn't think that you were learning how to drive here too. Chen Hao grinned. Ah, yes. I came here yesterday. But it's such a coincidence. And thanks again for helping me to pay for the milk tea that afternoon. Chen Hao had a simple exchange with her. Apart from his two female friends, Yang Xia and Ma Zionan, Chen Hao rarely spoke to girls and he didn't know what to talk about. He would say things as soon as it popped into his mind, or he would only reply if she asked something. He didn't mean anything else, but those who were hearing the conversation thought otherwise. The others heard that Chen Hao paid for the milk tea for Su Tongzin. Li Nian frowned. He could tell that they knew each other. Chen Hao had even bought milk tea for Su Tongzin. Was there something between them on this note? He texted Wang Yang immediately. He then said to Chen Hao, who was talking to Su Tongzin, "Chen Hao, are you here to learn how to drive or to chat? Are you going to waste your hard-earned money? Don't you need to practice more?" Some girls at the side looked at Chen Hao in disdain. They thought that he was well behaved, but it looked like he was the same as everyone else. Su Tongzin could hear the underlying meaning in Li Nian's words and she retaliated, "Li Nian, why are you poking your nose into other people's business? You failed twice in the driving test and you're saying others are wasting money. If you have the energy, go and practice." Li Nian's face darkened in a second. Vroom. At this moment, the sound of an engine could be heard near the court. Everyone looked over there. Some girls pointed and exclaimed, "That Audi looks so cool." "Damn, is that Wang Yang?" The boys were talking about him, right? The vice president of the student council of the Department of Chinese Language. "He's so hot." Several girls looked at him dreamily. The car finally pulled up in front of Su Tongzin. The tall Wang Yang got out from the car. Behind him was Zhang Weiwei. As he got out of the car, his eyes strayed onto Su Tongzin and Chen Hao. When he received the message, he didn't believe it, but now he saw Su Tongzin was indeed standing beside Chen Hao. "Tongzin, how do you know Chen Hao?" Wang Yang was a bit curious. He was afraid that Chen Hao had tricked Su Tongzin. "We just met today." Why? Su Tongzin was not pleased by Wang Yang's questioning attitude. "Nothing, Chen Hao didn't tell you anything, right? Did he tell you that he has friends who drive a Ferrari? I tell you, it's all fake. We had it all investigated." Wang Yang had concluded that it was highly likely that he used 50,000 to experience driving a Ferrari and to use it to get a girl. But he didn't think that he would reach out to Tongzin. Su Tongzin frowned. Standing beside her, Chen Hao looked at Zhang Weiwei with interest. Without a doubt, she had remembered the lie he told her last time, and went to investigate. What did this woman want? His business was no concern of hers. "Chen Hao, you better stay away from Tongzin. Tongzin is the kind of girl that you can never have. And you're such a hypocrite that you make me sick." Zhang Weiwei remembered the day when Chen Hao got out from the Ferrari and the anxiety she felt when he said that the Ferrari belonged to a friend of his. She was so mad. Who was this guy pretending to be? She heard from Wang Yang that Chen Hao bought milk tea for Tongzin. Wasn't this punching above one's weight? This little speech by Zhang Weiwei made Li Nian and the others sneer at Chen Hao. "Weiwei, why are you talking about Chen Hao like that?" Since the last incident in the hall, Su Tongzin had known that Weiwei was vicious to Chen Hao and she couldn't accept it. "Tongzin, I was just afraid that you would be tricked by Chen Hao. He is definitely not what he seems to be." Zhang Weiwei rolled her eyes at Chen Hao. "Oh yeah, Tongzin, are you free tonight? Wang Yang wants to bring you to Home Cook Kitchen restaurant for dinner. I'm on your coattails." Zhang Weiwei said enviously. "I have my driving lesson this afternoon, so I might not have time at night." Su Tongzin didn't want to go. "Oh, you can have your lesson anytime you want. It doesn't have to be today." "Tongzin, don't tell me you want to practice with this fool. Isn't it a waste of time being with him?" Zhang Weiwei had put Su Tongzin in an awkward situation. To go or not to go, because if she went, it would seem like she didn't want to be with Chen Hao and it would make Chen Hao very embarrassed. He was a nice person, or at least, that was what Su Tongzin thought. But if she didn't go, it would make her childhood friend Zhang Weiwei unhappy. Finally, Su Tongzin said, "I'll go, but can I bring a person along? He did me a favor and tonight I'll treat everyone. Let's all go out tonight, is it okay?" After she finished talking, Su Tongzin looked at Chen Hao, who stood quietly beside her. Chapter 42. I'm not leaving today. What, Tongzin, you're bringing Chen Hao? Zhang Weiwei exclaimed in surprise. Chen Hao was also shocked. After the brief meeting today, Chen Hao knew that Su Tongzin was a nice girl who didn't care whether you were rich or poor. She would be friends with you if you were a good person. She and Zhang Weiwei were worlds apart. Su Tongzin was also very considerate of others. Chen Hao was not the least bit interested in going to Wang Yang and Zhang Weiwei's gathering. They were not the same type of people. Su Tongzin nodded her head. Weiwei, Chen Hao helped me today, so I'll treat everyone to dinner. Of course Chen Hao is coming. You guys go ahead. Chen Hao smiled. He understood Su Tongzin's intention and was grateful to her. No, you have to go. Su Tongzin actually had another reason. She knew very well how Wang Yang felt about her. The only method was to put a wedge between herself and Wang Yang. Su Tongzin didn't like Wang Yang. She really didn't like him. Wang Yang was not happy. He couldn't say no to Chen Hao because Su Tongzin already said it was her treat. But if Chen Hao went, Wang Yang couldn't possibly let Su Tongzin treat him. Wouldn't it make him a lesser man? Therefore, he said with spite, "It's all right, Tongzin. How about this? It will be my treat tonight. Last time you didn't come, so you have to come this time, and as for Chen Hao, I'll let him tag along." Su Tongzin nodded her head. Zhang Weiwei looked at Chen Hao angrily. You should be grateful that Wang Yang is treating you to dinner. It's because you helped Tongzin, or else you wouldn't even have the chance. She turned her head to look at Su Tongzin. Tongzin, see you later. Then she left with Wang Yang. Alas! Chen Hao sighed inwardly. It was already decided. He had no choice but to go. At this moment, Chen Hao didn't think about other things. He concentrated on practicing his driving. He practiced until the evening fell. Zhang Weiwei then came looking for Su Tongzin. Wang Yang would drive them to the restaurant. This time, a lot of people attended. There were girls from the student council and a few boys, who were close to Wang Yang, including Zhang Qianqian and Li Nian. When they arrived, Wang Yang put on an even more generous attitude and directly reserved a fancy private room. Chen Hao followed them inside. Chen Hao didn't notice that in the hallway, a waiter who had brushed past him looked at him in shock. Then he ran downstairs quickly. Nobody knew what he was going to do. Hey! Someone must have never been to this kind of place before and will never be entitled to come in. As they were all getting excited, Zhang Qianqian rolled her eyes at Chen Hao and said, Qianqian, you're wrong. Chen Hao came here before and even hosted a student gathering. I heard that he spent a lot of money that night, Zhang Weiwei said in a weird voice. Zhang Qianqian and Li Nian were shocked. Zhang Weiwei immediately recounted that Chen Hao won a lottery and spent a lot of money on treating other students. Everyone looked at Chen Hao like he was an idiot. Chen Hao didn't speak. He just sat there quietly. You won the lottery? Su Tongzin asked delightedly. Yes, just a bit. Chen Hao smiled. Why did you spend all the money instead of saving it? Su Tongzin asked. Save it? Young Master Chen's vanity is so strong, S0 how could he have saved the money? Haha. Wang Yang just entered the room and heard everyone discussing Chen Hao winning the lottery. He just couldn't pass up the chance to make fun of him. Alright everyone, let's get seated. Oh right, when I was downstairs, I just met the president of the student council of another department. I invited them so they might be having dinner with us later. Wang Yang said, smiling smugly. That's great, but Wang Yang, even though our room is a deluxe room, it's a small and delicate one. Will so many people fit into this room? When Zhang Weiwei heard that there was another president of the student council there, she was interested as well. They were social butterflies and Zhang Weiwei was a girl who loved socializing. Yes, there are 3 people. If there were 2 we could squeeze them in, but now there's 1 extra person. Wang Yang scratched his head and pretended to be worried. Chen Hao could hear that this was meant for him. But to be honest, he came today on Su Tongzin's behalf. Sometimes gatherings were like this, where you invited 1 person, that person might bring another friend. Though it would make the host uncomfortable, the host couldn't do anything about it. Now, Chen Hao was the extra friend that Su Tongzin brought along. Haha, whatever, Chen Hao thought. He saw drinks on the turntable and he wanted to grab one. But somebody spun the turntable away from him. There was a jug of tea in front of him now, so Chen Hao could only drink tea. Before he even reached it, it was spun away again. FCK. Who's doing this? Chen Hao started and raised his head to see Zhang Weiwei holding the turntable with one hand and glaring angrily at him. Chen Hao, didn't you hear what Wang Yang said? He said there's 1 extra person. It's not my business. This woman, don't let me have the chance or I will punish you. I'll strip her naked and hit her on the bum. Chen Hao really had enough of Zhang Weiwei. Where is his dignity? He wants to eat for free and take up space. Zhang Jianqian said in disdain. She was clearly siding Wang Yang. She had always looked down on Chen Hao, so her words were merciless. Tongzin, how about this? Let Chen Hao go home and we can treat him next time. See now, he's the odd one out. Zhang Weiwei was starting to persuade Su Tongzin. Su Tongzin frowned. If she had known this would happen, she and Chen Hao would not have come in the first place. Su Tongzin W.S debating whether they should leave together. Zhen Qian pointed to a small table nearby. It's all right if he doesn't leave. He can eat over there. We can give him some food. Is that okay? I think that's a great idea. It saves Chen Hao from getting too comfortable with the expensive food he will be eating. I'm afraid he won't be able to get used to it. Li Nian laughed. These people were too vicious. To be honest, Chen Hao wanted to leave immediately. But when Chen Hao stood up, he changed his mind. Leave? If he left, then wouldn't he have wasted his whole day being ridiculed by them? Damn you, I'm not leaving today. Why would I let you take advantage of me on my turf? Chen Hao thought. He nodded his head and said, sure, I'll eat at that tiny table. Then, pulling up a chair, he sat at the small table. At this moment, the doors of the private room opened. Chapter 43. How did you meet this upstart? In came a boy, 2 girls, and the manager Chen Hao met the last time. The boy and 2 girls were from the other department. The boy was quite tall and handsome. The 2 girls wore short dresses and they looked cute. It seemed like they were a part of the drama where a senior was trying to hit on junior girls. Every time Chen Hao saw this, he had a bitter taste in his mouth. Why didn't pretty girls like him? He sighed. The tall boy greeted everyone. Then he saw Chen Hao sitting at the side. "Hey brother, my name is Du Lei. I'm from the Department of Management. Let's be friends." That boy smiled while greeting Chen Hao, and he gave the immediate impression of being worldly. The two cute girls peered at Chen Hao curiously. But when they saw Chen Hao in his outfit, they looked at him with contempt. "Ahem, Du Lei, you don't have to introduce yourself to him. His name is Chen Hao. He's a poor loser in our department and he's scrounging for a free meal today." Li Nian, as a department head, recognized Du Lei. He was laughing when he said that. "Oh, I thought. Oh well." He smiled mildly and quickly retracted his hand. Afterward, he chatted happily with Wang Yang and the others. Su Tongzhen was extremely angry. She really wanted to leave with Chen Hao. She regretted bringing him here. But Chen Hao was looking at everything smilingly and his pride was not in the least bit hurt, which made Su Tongzhen a bit curious. "See Chen." The female manager who had just come in saw Chen Hao and froze in shock. She heard from the waiter that the upstart was here again. Of course, if Chen Hao was an ordinary upstart, the manager would not have behaved in this manner. The waiter didn't know that she had met Chen Hao through the executive manager of Home Cook Kitchen Restaurant. This was the owner of Jinling Commercial Street, young Master Chen. She didn't dare to speak because she was completely flabbergasted by what Wang Yang and Li Nian said. Wasn't young Master Chen the host today? She didn't understand what was going on, so she just said the word Chen and did not dare to continue. "Why are you here?" she said softly. She couldn't keep herself calm. "Oh, didn't you hear I'm scrounging a free meal?" Chen Hao smiled. He didn't think he would be recognized, but it was better this way. It would save him a trip downstairs. "Yes, I heard." The manager nodded her head, speaking quietly. "Hi, Manager Jin. We were just about to order. You didn't have to grace us with your presence." Only then did Wang Yang see the manager and grin. It was a moment of glory for him. But Manager Jin did not dare to say anything. Wang Yang didn't notice and started ordering food. "Wang Yang, there are only 2 special dishes, so can we order some more?" Zhang Jianqian said hopefully. What was the point of coming to Home Cook Kitchen Restaurant if it weren't for the special dishes? Zhang Weiwei wanted Wang Yang to order a few more special dishes, but they were too expensive. She didn't want Wang Yang to spend too much money on them. So she said, "These 2 are fine. A special dish costs 1,000 each." "Wow!" Zhang Jianqian froze. Even the 2 girls that Du Lei brought were shocked. Home Cook Kitchen Restaurant was indeed extraordinary. "Chen. TPRM, sir, what would you like to have?" the manager asked carefully. "Humph, he can eat what's left from our dishes. Why are you letting him order?" Li Nian scoffed. "Yeah, who is he anyway? What else does he want?" Zhang Jianqian rolled her eyes. Wang Yang smiled without saying anything. To be honest, he didn't even feel like giving Chen Hao a plate of shredded potatoes. Thank God Li Nian was here tonight. Or else Wang Yang wouldn't have known how to make fun of him in front of Su Tongzhen. Of course, he was happy to watch. "It's all right. You can have all the food that you've ordered and I'll order something for myself." Chen Hao smiled bitterly. He wanted to teach Wang Yang a lesson today, but under these circumstances, these people would teach him a lesson first. Secondly, with Li Nian and Zhang Weiwei present, it was hard for him to even place an order. Thirdly, he couldn't stand their ridicule. So he decided to order for himself. This sounds more like it. "But what can you order?" Zhang Jianqian scoffed. I would like to have sour and spicy shredded potatoes and a bowl of noodles, please." Chen Hao smiled. Wow! Damn, is he a fool or what? Who is this person? How could he be so dumb? Where does he think he is ordering shredded potatoes and noodles? After Chen Hao ordered, everyone was in shock and then they were all looking at him condescendingly. I'll go right away. The manager did not dare to slight him. Chen Hao didn't want them to annoy him with their questions, so he ordered food that was cheap. If he wanted, he could have ordered whatever he liked, similar to the last time he was here. But now, he would eat below his means. Su Tongzin looked at Chen Hao with interest. Chen Hao laughed. If you guys aren't full, you can come over and try the noodles. Sure. Seeing that Chen Hao was all right, Su Tongzin grinned merrily. This boy is amazing. Du Lei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Haha, Du Lei, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about you. How did you end up with these two beauties? Wang Yang looked at Du Lei, smiling. The two girls beside Du Lei were indeed gorgeous. Especially their long, fair legs. Haha, it's nothing actually. I just promised to take them on a ride in my good friend's luxury car. Du Lei replied mischievously. Your good friend luxury car? What luxury car could appeal to these two beauties? Li Nian asked curiously. Du Lei lit a cigarette. Oh, didn't you know there was a Lamborghini Reventon parked near our school? Lamborghini? Everyone was shocked. No one in their school had ever driven a Lamborghini. Damn, Reventon, the one that's nearly 20 million. Li Nian exclaimed in surprise. Even Zhang Weiwei and the girls widened their eyes. Yes, that's the one. The one that's stationed at the park near our school. It belongs to my friend and we're really close. Du Lei inhaled a mouthful of smoke and smiled mildly. Next to them, Chen Hao was startled. Since when did he become friends with him? But after a while, Chen Hao got it. This boy is probably using his Lamborghini to hit on other girls. Seeing his face full of mischief, Chen Hao understood. I know. I saw the photos on the forum. I can't believe it's real. Zhang Jianqian shouted excitedly. Then, she pulled up the photos from the forum and showed it to others. Let me see. Let me see. Zhang Weiwei inhaled. A lot of girls went over to see the photos. Wow! That's a handsome Lamborghini! The girls screamed. Even Wang Yang was attracted to it. Who could resist a car with a cool hood? More importantly, this car was worth nearly 20 million. Du Lei, is it true? How are you friends with such an awesome guy? How did you get to know him? Wang Yang was downright jealous. Even Chen Hao looked over to Du Lei. Yeah, how did you get to know the owner? Chapter 44. Chen Hao was filthy rich. We would risk our lives for each other, but his identity has to remain a secret. My good friend told me not to spill. Haha. Du Lei put out his cigarette and smiled mildly. Everyone looked at him with reverence, especially Zhang Weiwei. She was very impressed. Zhang Jianqian got all misty-eyed. If it was true, would she have the chance to sit in that Lamborghini that made countless people go mad? The boys, on the other hand, were very jealous of Du Lei. Du Lei, are you telling the truth? Don't use the same trick that you used with those second-tier celebrities. You're pulling our legs, aren't you? Wang Yang couldn't believe it. He knew Du Lei. His family wasn't extraordinarily wealthy and he was just a minor upstart. How could he have possibly met someone like that? And Du Lei had a habit of telling lies. I'm not pulling your legs. Why would I joke around with a car that costs 20 million kmen, you guys? Du Lei laughed bitterly. Du Lei, I believe you. Zhang Weiwei smiled at Du Lei. She glanced occasionally at the luxury car in the photo. She was overwhelmed. She would do anything to sit in there, even if it was just once. She had a chance, and this chance was through Du Lei. There was a possibility that she could get to know this wealthy owner. Chen Hao was laughing bitterly at the side. The keys were still inside his pocket. Now he had unknowingly become someone's good friend. But he was most mad about the fact that Du Lei was hitting on the two beauties with his car. If he himself was in that car, would it be easier to get a girl? Even Zhang Weiwei Chen Hao thought, am I being too low profile? It's not really to my advantage. Smack! At this moment, Chen Hao felt something hit his face. He raised his head and saw that it was Zhang Weiwei who had thrown a paper ball at him. Humph! Why are you eavesdropping? Do you want to ride that Lamborghini? I'm sure you can, if you go and change your sex. Zhang Weiwei scoffed. What kind of transgender would want this poor loser? Li Nian laughed loudly. In a flash, he was everyone's target again. Fortunately, the waiters had started to serve the dishes. Even Chen Hao's noodles and shredded potato were served. Wow, the dishes look so delicious. It looks so high class. Of course. Good food has to be paired with good wine. Today let's try this red wine. It's 2,000 for a bottle. Wang Yang smiled as he spoke. The others were impressed. Chen Hao, who was in the corner, was ignored by them. Chen Hao was eating the noodles and shredded potatoes. He was feeling quite hungry. At this moment, the doors of the private room were pushed open again. Outside stood a row of waiters who were carrying expensive and high-class specialty dishes. These specialty dishes were presented on smaller plates because Chen Hao's table was not large enough. Our dishes have already been served. I think these aren't ours. Wang Yang was shocked. Hi sir, these aren't for you. It's for Mr. Chen. Chen Hao looked at the waiter and thought. Damn, I didn't order these. Wait a minute, I'm only paying for this table. These are ordered by Chen Hao and it's not our problem. Wang Yang was frightened. If he was paying for all of this, it would be extremely expensive. These were all specialty dishes and he had just ordered two. Haha, don't be mistaken. It's because Mr. Chen ordered, so these are complimentary dishes. With that, the waitress clapped her hands. One after another, the specialties were served. Some were dishes that they had never seen before. There were 12 dishes in total. The table of Chen Hao was overflowing with food. These dishes cost at least 20,000 to 30,000. He just ordered shredded potato and you gave him this many complimentary dishes. Zhang Weiwei stood up, gaping. She was stunned. She wanted to try all the specialty dishes of home-cooked kitchen restaurant at one go, but it was not possible. Even if she ordered 2 specialties each time, she would have to come a dozen times. Besides, who would be able to bring her here a dozen times? The specialty dishes were so expensive. But when Chen Hao ordered noodles and shredded potatoes, they served him 12 dishes. And these dishes were of top class. Other than Zhang Weiwei, Zhang Qian and the others were in shock as well. They looked at Chen Hao incredulously. Even Chen Hao did not see it coming from the manager. With this much of special dishes, he couldn't finish either. Then he looked at Su Tongzin and asked, Miss Su Tongzin, would you like to dine with me? Su Tongzin didn't think that it was anything embarrassing. And she felt that Chen Hao was full of mystery. Why did others respect him so much? Smiling, she went over to sit with him. She sat opposite Chen Hao. The look on Wang Yang's face was one of incredulous fury. Ha! I know, Is it because he ordered shredded potatoes so they gave him complimentary dishes? Are they doing a promotion? Zhang Qian could not believe her eyes. She wanted to eat but she was very embarrassed to do so. Yes. Maybe the restaurant is doing a promotion. Wang Yang said sulkily. At this moment, a waiter came across. Wang Yang asked him directly, "Say, is it real that we can get a specially recommended dish for free if we order the fried shredded potato?" The waiter was dumbfounded. He disdained, "What's wrong with you? Why not just ask for that recommended dish for free and all, dumbass?" Finished, he strode away relentlessly. Home cook is influential in Jinling Commercial Street, where plain customers should do anything but asking for a tiny trouble. Wang Yang was met with a chill. The chill almost kicked his brain out. How dumb he was to even ask that question. "Chen Hao, can you take them all yourself?" Zhang Weiwei got offended. What a man! Chen Hao didn't he even mean a slight bit of chivalry to share the food? "Oh! You just come if you like them." Goof! Zhang Weiwei was almost choked to death. She did want to try the dish, however the lunch was totally ruined. "I see." The blushed Wang Yang, then, suddenly realized something, as if he had just come to his sense. "Chen Hao, you have spent a lot last time, right? I heard that you have spent tens of thousands of dollars. Is that the reason why the manager serves you these free dishes?" Wang Yang couldn't figure out other reasons. Only this reason could please him. Maybe. Chen Hao smiled. He was tucking in his meal. "Enjoy your meal now, let wait and see if you could still at ease later." Wang Yang's face suddenly changed. He stood up. This time, Chen Hao smacked everyone present in the face. Especially Wang Yang, who didn't dare to order the specials. However, the 12 specials were served for free to Chen Hao. Knowing clearly Wang Yang had a crush on Su Tongzin, Chen Hao still invited Su Tongzin for dinner in front of everyone. How embarrassed he was! "Wang Yang, what do you mean?" Zhang Weiwei was confused. "What a question! Didn't Chen Ji win 200,000 last time he treated Liu Yang and was tricked to spend 150,000? The Ferrari test drive costed him another 50,000. Now he doesn't even have a penny with him at all. And this hotel serve him well because of his money. What if we tell the manager that he was a pauper now?" Wang Yang staring at Chen Hao with a cold sneer. What a fool! The hotel has given him such a big favor only for retaining him as a repeat customer. They won't let him go so easily if they know there is no hope in it. Li Nian sneered. Good for him. He won 200,000, but he spent it all for once. Amazing. Du Lei said nothing but smiled. While other girls looked towards Chen Hao and shook their heads slightly. "No, brother Yang, if we said in the said, Jiawen kitchen may think we are with him and cause us in troubles, after all, we are in the same room." Li Nianyi said. "You are right. Let us go downstairs and tell them, in case that they misunderstood us." "Okay." Wang Yang glanced at Chen Hao fiercely, and took him downstairs. Su Tongzin was nervous and said, "Chen Hao, are they telling the truth? Did you really spend 150,000 here, so the managers brought you so many dishes?" Chen Hao said with a smile, "It is okay. Are you full now? If you are, I will check the bill. Don't worry about that." Su Tongzin nodded. And then she followed him downstairs where Wang Yang and Zhang Weiwei had begun their feast. "Manager, look! He is a dingleberry who cannot even afford a pair of pants. In no case do you buy that he is rich," Wang Yang said, pointing at Chen Hao. "True. Your dishes are going to be wasted on him, who would never get the money enough to dine here if not for us." Li Nian also joined the line. Let him work here already. After all, he ate them all himself alone. I feel sorry for the food, my manager. You know what? He won 200,000 and spent 150,000 here right away. Plus, he bought things. I bet that he is broke now. Zhang Jianqian followed up. While manager Jin of the hall stood quietly, daring to reply nothing to no one. The incident had made the lobby inundated with onlookers. What happened? Looks like the poor loser bit off more than he could chew, and has been seen through his ruse. Wow! What a freak! And Chen Hao turned a deaf ear to the gossips. He walked down unhurriedly towards Ms. King. He smiled bitterly. Ms. King, how much money is left in my account? Actually, the money left in his account referred to the refund of Chen Hao's standing treat last time. Because, the money had to be returned back to Chen Hao's account anyway. Mr. Chen, there is nearly 40,000 left. SSS. Everyone present was surprised at the balance. Okay. Then make it a round figure. I'll recharge another 50,000. In an instant, Chen Hao took out his credit card to swipe it through the POS machine. The 50,000 arrived at his account at once. What? Jesus! That's 50,000. Wang Yang was shocked with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe what he saw now. And Zhang Weiwei was even short of breath. The rest were dumbfounded. It was impossible. They had thought that Chen Hao had been already broken as he had run out of the 40,000. But now, Chen Hao had 40,000 in his account in household kitchen, as well as the 50,000 that he had just recharged. Now, he had $90,000. Chen Hao! How much had you won? Zhang Weiwei exclaimed. She speculated that Chen Hao might have won millions. Chapter 45. Chen Hao, let me be your girlfriend. Mr. Chen, let us arrange a ride home for you. The manager said respectfully. Soon, a BMW 7 Series that costs a few million stopped at the entrance. Wang Yang and the others were astounded. They thought that Chen Hao had finished spending the 200,000. Who knew that he won so much more than 200,000? At the same time, everyone could tell that Chen Hao didn't care about the 500,000 that he was holding, which was to say the amount of money that Chen Hao had was unbelievable. Tongzin, do you want to go back together? Chen Hao sat in the car and rolled down the window, smiling at Su Tongzin. To be honest, Chen Hao had feelings for this gorgeous and kind Su Tongzin. Well, perhaps kind wasn't exactly the right word. But at least Su Tongzin wasn't like Yang Xia or Zhang Weiwei, who despised the poor and curried favors with the rich to a very severe extent. Sure. Su Tongzin laughed and climbed into the car. Zhang Weiwei's face went pale. The BMW 7 Series was definitely imported and worth a few million. She wanted to sit in it too, but Chen Hao, that is whole, didn't even look at her and had cruised off. Wang Yang's face turned green with envy and his heart filled with hatred. On the road. Chen Hao, how much money did you win? Can you tell me? Su Tongzin and Chen Hao were seated at the back and she couldn't help but ask curiously. There has been some misunderstanding. Didn't actually win any money. The lottery was just a lie. Chen Hao didn't want to tell her everything, but he didn't want to lie either. So what's going on? Su Tongzin thought that Chen Hao was getting more and more mysterious. I'll tell you in the future. Besides, we wouldn't be friends for just a few days, right? Of course not. Su Tongzin could also tell Chen Hao didn't want to share his secret. Perhaps it was better that way. If he had told her everything, he wouldn't be mysterious anymore and she would be less intrigued. Chen Hao told the driver to drop Su Tongzhen at the entrance of the female's dormitory. Then, he got out of the car as well and told the driver to leave. He would walk. Chen Hao. At this moment, someone jumped in front of him, taking him by fright. At a second glance, it was Zhang Qianqian. How did you arrive so quickly? Chen Hao said in disbelief. Compared to Zhang Weiwei, Zhang Qianqian was even worse in despising the poor and currying favors with the rich. Ignoring what had just happened, Chen Hao had also heard rumors about Zhang Qianqian. She was indeed beautiful, with big breasts, long legs and a delicate face. She was especially sexy. But she only associated herself with the rich and famous. She dated a lot of people and had very high standards. And it was rumored that she had once hit it off with Wang Yang. Therefore, Chen Hao had nothing to say to her. Humph, you didn't even invite me to ride in that car. How could you? Zhang Qianqian didn't answer Chen Hao but poked Chen Hao in his chest sadly. Her attitude had changed in a blink of an eye. Chen Hao could not take that level of hypocrisy. Zhang Qianqian, it's getting late. Go back to your dorm. Chen Hao replied quickly. Humph, I won't be able to sleep. Why do you hate me so much? I know, it has to be because of my attitude toward you before. But do you know why? Zhang Qianqian put her hands on her hips. Why? I know you're a nice guy but even though you look presentable, you don't have taste. Take a look at your clothes, they're turning white from being overwashed. I hate people who have bad taste. I don't know how Yang Xia was as a girlfriend but I think you need a girlfriend who knows how to dress you up. Zhang Qianqian's meaning was very clear. Chen Hao was rich, really rich. If she became Chen Hao's girlfriend, she knew that he would spend all his money on herself. Besides, even though Chen Hao was plainly dressed, he was actually quite handsome. Now that she knew he was rich, he could totally be her boyfriend. She didn't care if she had treated Chen Hao badly before this. Haha, I don't care about my own dignity, she thought. Girlfriend? I wasn't considering it. Chen Hao thought, even if I wanted a girlfriend, it wouldn't be you. How many times would you cheat on me? No, you should consider it. I'll suck it up and be your girlfriend. I really don't want to go back to the dorm tonight. She batted her eyelashes and leaned toward Chen Hao. To be frank, Zhang Qianqian didn't have much virtue but she was one hot-looking babe. Chen Hao was a bit tempted. He would definitely not let her be his girlfriend but he would take revenge by getting a one-night stand. But at this moment, Chen Hao's phone rang. It was Yang Hui. What's up, Yang Hui? Chen Hao calmed down and picked up his phone. Chen Hao, come back to the dorm right now. Something happened to Yang Hui. It wasn't Yang Hui who spoke but Li Rui, his good friend. He sounded very anxious. Chen Hao gathered himself and started running toward his dorm. Zhang Qianqian stomped her feet and exclaimed spitefully, Humph! You can't escape, Chen Hao. One day you'll be mine. But Chen Hao was worried about Yang Hui so he ran like the wind. He pushed open the doors of the dormitory. What he did not expect was a squirt of beer from a can. They poured it all over his face. Then came the guffawing of his roommates. FCK, what happened? Chen Hao wiped the alcohol off his face. He scanned the room and saw that everyone was there, including Yang Hui and Li Rui. The table in the dorm was filled with food and beer, all unmoved. Clearly, they were waiting for Chen Hao. It's a big day, Chen Hao. Our boss got himself a girl. Li Rui laughed. Chen Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. It was such a shock to him. He thought Yang Hui was in some kind of trouble. But he was happy to hear that Yang Hui was no longer single. Who's the girl? Chen Hao caught the beer that Li Rui tossed and gulped it down. It felt amazing. Su Xia. Tonight, when we were in the cafeteria having dinner, she agreed to be with me. Yang Hui scratched his head, grinning like a fool. Chen Hao already guessed that it was Su Xia. After spending some time with her, Chen Hao knew that Su Xia was close with Lin Jiao and Zhao Yifan, but they were not the same type of people. She was quite nice. And Yang Hui really liked Su Xia. Now they were finally together. Chen Hao envied them and was happy for them. Come, cheers for our boss. Cheers. The six friends were laughing merrily. At this moment, Yang Hui's phone had an incoming video call. It was from Su Xia. Yang Hui, what are you doing? Su Xia's gentle voice rang out. I'm drinking with my brothers. Haha, when do you plan to treat us to a drink, brother-in-law? On the other side of the video call, Lin Jiao and the others had already crowded in front of the phone. Sure, after all the people in our dorm are not single. You guys have to help out. Yang Hui laughed and pointed the camera to Chen Hao, Li Rui, and the others. Chen Hao saw that beside Su Xia, Zhao Yifan had just finished washing her hair and was about to remove her makeup. Apparently, Zhao Yifan saw Chen Hao too. Chapter 46. Chen Hao's decision. In the girls' dorm, Zhao Yifan was looking at Chen Hao, who was on the screen. Her heart pounded quickly. Even her gorgeous face was suddenly looking a bit nervous. A lot had happened between Chen Hao and her recently. She had always looked down on Chen Hao until the incident that happened at the opening ceremony of Ming Huang restaurant of Zhuangjiang's family. She suspected that Chen Hao was the powerful young master Chen. Even till now, Zhao Yifan could not believe that the person whom she had always disliked was a rich and powerful upstart. This was too embarrassing. But Chen Hao's actions made her feel like he had nothing to do with that rich young master Chen. In conclusion, Zhao Yifan had mixed feelings about Chen Hao. She was so bothered by him that even when she shut her eyes, she could still see Chen Hao's face. Chen Hao was the one who helped her. Initially, she had mistaken Zhuangjiang as her savior, so she became his girlfriend. Now that she knew the truth, was she going to be Chen Hao's girlfriend? Well, Chen Hao, why aren't you greeting us? Su Xia seemed to have noticed that Zhao Yifan wasn't her usual self, so she tried to make the situation less awkward. On the other hand, Yang Hui and Su Xia were really in tune with each other. The two pointed their phones at Zhao Yifan and Chen Hao like they were the protagonists. Hi guys, congratulations to you Su Xia. You're finally together with Yang Hui. Chen Hao waved generously, although he was no longer interested in being friends with Zhao Yifan. But for the sake of Yang Hui and Su Xia, Chen Hao didn't want to make it awkward. The way that Zhao Yifan behaved in general just made Chen Hao feel disappointed. Thank you Chen Hao. But Yang Hui and I were discussing tonight and we thought that maybe it was time for you to get a girlfriend. If you see someone you like, I could help you. Upon saying this, Su Xia winked, hinting at Chen Hao to go after Zhao Yifan. Yes, Chen Hao. Time for you to get a girlfriend to tame you. Lin Jiao said, speaking directly to the camera. Though Chen Hao's background remained a mystery, Lin Jiao knew that Chen Hao was not as simple as he seemed. The fact that Bai Xiaofei had invited Chen Hao to sit with him was enough proof. Lin Jiao was also preparing to make a move on Chen Hao soon. Sure. We can talk about it later. You can talk to Yang Hui now. Chen Hao smiled. Then he continued drinking with Li Rui and the rest. Everyone was in high spirits and Chen Hao drank a lot. It was late at night. Chen Hao was lying on his bed and thinking about the events that happened these few days. It was true that Chen Hao had met several girls that made his heart thud. There was Yang Xia and Zhao Yifan. Although Zhao Yifan didn't like him, to be frank, her beauty really made Chen Hao's heart do flip-flops. Then there was Su Tongzin, who made him feel like he was in the clouds. In comparison, Su Tongzin was prettier and had certain elegance to her. Chen Hao was somewhat of a douchebag because he liked every pretty girl that he saw. What was more, Su Tongzin was someone beautiful who didn't despise the poor and curry favor with the rich. Should I really get a girlfriend? Chen Hao thought. The next day, his only class in the morning just ended. Chen Hao, are you free? Yang Hui patted Chen Hao's shoulders. Yeah. Great. Can you come with me to the gift shop? I want to buy a gift for Su Xia, so can you help me out? Yang Hui smiled. To be honest, Chen Hao was the only one among them who had a girlfriend in university. He dated Yi Xia and she was not easy to satisfy. Chen Hao had bought many gifts for Yang Xia, so he was quite experienced. Yang Hui wanted Chen Hao to come along. Of course, Chen Hao agreed. Chen Hao was excited as well when Yang Hui mentioned the gift shop. Last night, Chen Hao had decided to go after Su Tongzin regardless of his probability of success. Therefore, buying presents was a must. Chen Hao and Yang Hui went to a mid-range gift shop near the school's entrance. Though it couldn't be compared with luxury goods, there were also high-end products that cost 20,000 to 30,000. There were clothes, shoes, and bags. It was definitely mid-range. Yang Hui wasn't from a rich family, but the fact that he was shopping here meant that he was sincere toward Su Xia. The two boys shopped around for quite some time. They finally came to a high-end women's wear store. Chen Hao was looking around to see if anything fitted Su Tongzin. Bam! Just as Chen Hao was passing a fitting room, the doors of the fitting room were pushed open violently and it hit Chen Hao. Then he heard a charming voice. No means no. Even if we wanted to do it, we can't do it here. Buy me this clothing first and we'll see. It was a girl's voice and she sounded very coquettish. You've already bought 2 pieces today, you're still buying? These are expensive. There was a guy and a girl in that tiny fitting room. Judging by their conversation, one could guess what the boy was trying to do. Many people gave them a sidelong glance. Yes, I want this one too. These 2 only add up to 30,000 and you can't even buy them for me. Didn't you say you were rich? The girl said with dissatisfaction. Then they walked out. When she saw a silly boy who was blocking her way, she shoved him angrily. You better. But before she could finish her sentence, she was startled by the person in front of her. That person was Chen Hao. Chen Hao was a bit overwhelmed. He heard a buzzing sound inside his head because the girl in front of him was Yang Xia. SHT, what bad luck! Chen Hao, I didn't think I would see you here. Yang Xia crossed her arms in front of her chest coldly and brushed her ruffled hair. Liu Chen walked out of the fitting room as well. He looked at Chen Hao mockingly. What's the matter, you poor douchebag? Why is your face red? Are you angry because I nearly did it with him? Are you especially jealous that my new boyfriend is so rich, you lottery-winning fool? You could never compare to him, could you? Yang Xia looked smugly at Chen Hao. She remembered the time she and Liu Chen were making out in the woods. She had just broken up with Chen Hao and he ran into them. Yang Xia had tricked Chen Hao into breaking up, saying that she wanted to have some quiet time for herself. So she was quite embarrassed back then. But today, Yang Xia felt a sense of pride and even a thrill. She liked to see Chen Hao uncomfortable and helpless. It was an amazing feeling. Although Chen Hao said that he was disappointed in Yang Xia, he really couldn't stand it when Yang Xia behaved like that. Based on their conversation just now, it was apparent that Liu Chen didn't get to have his way. But to imagine Yang Xia pressed against the fitting room and him touching her was enough to make Chen Hao's blood boil. Yang Xia, although we have already broken up, I hope you can still take good care of yourself and respect yourself. Chen Hao said mildly. Haha, it's none of your business. I can have sex with anyone I like. Chen Hao, I know you want to sleep with me. Don't you feel jealous, ha? Yang Xia laughed smugly. Let me tell you something. Girls are realistic. Anyone who gives her good things deserves to be with her. Young Master Liu did not just buy me a phone. The piece of clothing that I'm holding now costs 10,000 to 20,000. What about you, Chen Hao? Have you ever bought me anything? You finally have a shopping cart and you used it on Ma Zion, and you deserve all that you've got. Chapter 47. Could not afford it. Yang Xia was still very mad at him. Especially regarding the incident where Chen Hao bought the Hermes bag and humiliated them at the store. Now, she was pointing at Chen Hao and screaming just to get back at him. Hi students, this is a public place, so please don't make such a big commotion. A female staff member went over and smiled politely at Yang Xia. Yang Xia was talking too loudly and she was affecting other customers. What do you mean? Are you trying to turn me away? Do you know how much I spent in your store? The people you should be driving away are them. Yang Xia said meanly, I want to speak to your manager. Who will you drive away? The real customers who are here to shop for expensive items, or those who don't have money but are pretending to shop? Hearing her words, the salesgirl was frightened. The manager walked over and it seemed like this girl was a tough cookie. Her job might be on the line. The salesgirl thought that it was hard to be a service provider nowadays. Liu Chen crossed his arms and smiled, spectating. His vanity was satisfied because everyone was looking. Yang Hui had picked something that cost 1,000, but when he heard Yang Xia make fun of Chen Hao, he put the clothing down and pulled Chen Hao away. Come on, Chen Hao, let's go. We can go to another place. He had already chosen something for Su Xia, but if he purchased it, Yang Xia would definitely put Chen Hao in a difficult position. Even though she wouldn't make fun of Yang Hui, he still chose not to buy. After all, he was the one who invited Chen Hao. Go. Chen Hao smiled lightly. Why do we have to go? We're here to buy clothes too. Chen Hao glanced at Yang Xia and Liu Chen. Chen Hao felt something was amiss with Liu Chen. He had heard that Liu Chen was more generous than before, which meant that he was rich. Even though his family was rich, he never used to spend money that recklessly. Now Yang Xia's standards had already risen to clothes worth 10,000 and above. But every time he saw his ex-girlfriend, Yang Xia, Chen Hao had the urge to defend his pride. Because Yang Xia was the girl that he had loved dearly and was hurt deeply by. Then, he turned to look at the salesgirl. Bring out the most expensive clothes in the store. The salesgirl was startled, but it was the customer's wish after all. She went away hurriedly. Ha, Chen Hao, do you have any money left? You've spent all 200,000, can you even afford it? Yeah, don't embarrass yourself. Yang Xia and Liu Chen scoffed. Yang Xia thought, you're comparing yourself to me. Chen Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Can I afford it? He could afford to pay for all the clothes in this shop. Yang Xia, if only you hadn't broken up with me. I would have bought you everything you wanted. Then, the salesgirl came over with some luxurious clothes. When Yang Xia caught a glimpse of one of the price tags, she froze. It costs 80,000 per piece. Fuck. The salesperson took these out on Chen Hao's request, but she also had her own reasons. Judging from Chen Hao's attire, he would not be able to afford the clothes here. But there were lots of people in the store. Bringing out these high-end clothes could definitely be a good advertising opportunity. There were 5 pieces of clothing in total, all in different styles. The total of these clothes was a little more than 200,000. Yang Xia looked at the clothes in her hands, which were worth 15,000 apiece, and felt them lose their radiance. She looked at Liu Chen pleadingly. Liu Chen felt his face heat up. Out of these 5 pieces, the cheapest was around 70,000. It was too fucking expensive. I'll take one. Yang Hui, choose one as well, consider it a present. Chen Hao grinned. Yang Hui was unwilling at first. That clothing was too expensive and he didn't want Chen Hao to spend that much money. Yang Hui guessed that the money that Chen Hao won in the lottery was almost used up. But when Yang Hui saw the determined look that Chen Hao gave him, he knew that Chen Hao would not joke about these matters. Therefore, he went ahead. It didn't take Chen Hao and Yang Hui long to choose the 2 most expensive pieces. Can you even afford it? Yang Xia refused to back down. Then she turned to Liu Chen and said, "Young Master Liu, I want one too. I'm sure this poor loser can't afford it. We'll see how he embarrasses himself." "Xia, I don't have much money left for this week." When Liu Chen saw that the money that he had earned with difficulty was nearly spent, he felt anxious. So he tried to persuade Yang Xia hurriedly. The salesgirl didn't think that Chen Hao would actually buy it. However, his card was already in his hand and he was ready to pay. 2 pieces cost more than 100,000. They picked the most expensive ones. Damn, is he really buying them? I thought it was just a petty fight between an ex-boyfriend and boyfriend. Damn, can this boy really afford to buy 100,000 worth of clothes? Well, the boyfriend has already backed down. Let's see if the ex-boyfriend can really afford it. The crowd was looking at Liu Chen and Chen Hao with a lot of interest. Liu Chen lost again. But this time he was much calmer. He didn't leave. He wanted to stay and see how Chen Hao embarrassed himself. 100,000, he would do anything to have that kind of money. "Sir, have you really thought it through? Do you really want to buy it?" The salesgirl was holding the POS machine and couldn't help but to ask him once more. "Yes, please proceed," Chen Hao said. Then he swiped his card. Everyone watched with bated breath. The POS machine beeped. The salesgirl was surprised at first, but when the beeping sound rang out, she was disappointed immediately. "Well, sir, you don't have enough money in your card." Now the salesgirl knew that this boy was just pretending. He must have thought that I would not bring out the most expensive item. That was why he had the guts to tell me to get the most expensive one. He didn't even have any money. Yes, how could I be so silly judging by his clothes? He doesn't seem to be rich. Why did I waste so much time on him? Ha ha ha. Yang Xia guffawed. "Chen Hao, dream on. I broke up with you because I hate that you're poor, but I still liked your personality. But you have proven to me that you're an abominable hypocrite. It was a wise choice to break up with you." Liu Chen was smiling bitterly and shaking his head. This boy is really great. I thought he was really an upstart. Many girls were snickering and looking at Chen Hao like he was a fool. Even Yang Hu's face turned red. Chen Hao scratched his head. He then remembered that his bank card's minimum spending limit was 200,000. And his Centurion card had more than 1 million credits inside, but there was also a minimum spending limit of 300,000. He had forgotten that his bank card was messed around by his sister. Chen Hao really wanted to impress Yang Xia today and show her that he was not a pushover. But now, it was really awkward. Just then, a voice like silver bells rang out, "Of course he can afford it. How can young Master Chen not be able to afford the things in our shop?" Chapter 48. Introducing a new friend. At this moment, everyone in the store gasped. This mid-range gift shop's concept was kind of similar to the Ginza shopping mall. This boutique was just one of the shops in the mall. A young gorgeous girl was walking toward them. Upon her arrival, a lot of the employees bowed with respect. "My God! She's gorgeous! Her beauty is divine! She's as pretty as an angel! Is she the owner of this shop? Why are those people being so polite to her?" Most of the guys were infatuated by her ravishing beauty. When Chen Hao turned and saw her, he raised his brows. "Lin Yi." Chen Hao was slightly stunned. Chen Hao could never forget her. He had beaten her bottom as he was nearly disfigured by this violent woman at the welcoming party, especially her beautiful legs. They were imprinted in Chen Hao's mind. They were long and fair. She was simply stunning. Lin Yi walked toward him. She had already been here for a while. As soon as she arrived, she saw Chen Hao surrounded by the crowd, who were wagging their tongues. Lin Yi would never forget Chen Hao's face in her whole life. After all, this good-for-nothing guy was the one who humiliated her for the first time in her life. And her dad had kept on reminding her that she had to flatter young Master Chen. "Hi, young Master Chen. We meet again." Lin Yi bowed slightly. Everyone on the spot was stunned. What the fuck, did she call him young Master Chen? What's going on? This boastful bastard is acquainted with the goddess. Yang Xia blinked her eyes in surprise. She was jealous at the fact that this girl, who was 100 times better than herself, was close to Chen Hao. Not to mention that this girl was 100 times prettier. It didn't matter if a girl was pretty or ugly. If Chen Hao was favored by an ugly girl, Yang Xia would still feel jealous. "What did you just call him? Are you sure you got the right person? How could he be a young master? He's just a loser." Yang Xia spoke to Lin Yi while pointing at Chen Hao. Lu Chen flew into a jealous rage. "This girl is stunning as hell, but why is she being so respectful to Chen Hao? If she could treat me the same way, it would be wonderful." "Yes, Miss Lin, nice to meet you again. I'm actually here to buy some clothes, but they cost less than 200,000. It doesn't reach the minimum spending limit of my card." Chen Hao shrugged helplessly. What did he just say? The minimum spending limit of his card was 200,000. They would never have believed him if it wasn't for the presence of this beauty who was respected by all the employees. Yang Xia widened her eyes. "Nonsense! Chen Hao, you said that you've won 200,000 in total. How is it possible that you have another 200,000? Liar! Who told you that I've only won 200,000? Chen Hao forced a smile. Lin Yi had been smiling all this while, however, she felt bitter when she saw Chen Hao buying women clothing. Lin Yi's standards were indeed high. She had even higher expectations of a person's characteristics. However, one's flaws could be ignored if one was impressive to a certain extent. The others might not know, but that wasn't the case for Lin Yi. Chen Hao was the heir to the prestigious family who owned half of the world's wealth. Therefore, it was impossible to say that she didn't feel anything after knowing Chen Hao's status. "Young Master Chen, if you like these clothes so much, just take these clothes as my gift to you," Lin Yi took a soft breath and said nonchalantly. 100,000 was just a small amount to Chen Hao. All right then. It's not convenient for me to withdraw money today anyway. I will take these clothes first, and I'll pay you back soon. More and more people had gathered around. Chen Hao accepted her gesture without resistance. He didn't want to be stared at by so many pairs of eyes. Young Master Chen, let me take you downstairs. Upon saying that, Lin Yi gently clung onto Chen Hao's arm. Two of them went downstairs together while the crowd stared at them in astonishment. This? Yang Xia panicked. What did this woman call him just now? Young Master Chen Hao just said that he couldn't spend if the amount was less than 200,000. That would mean that he still has money. I'm certain of it. Chen Hao definitely has more than 200,000. The two pieces of clothing he took just now have already cost more than 100,000. All of a sudden, Yang Xia felt like Chen Hao was a stranger. Lu Chen was in an awkward position and he did not want to stay here any longer. He tugged Yang Xia and wanted to leave. Sir, these are the two pieces of clothing that you want. The total is 36,000. Do you want to pay by card, or cash? The salesgirl was observant and she approached Lu Chen immediately. Looking at the current situation, it seemed like he didn't have a choice but to buy them. To be frank, Lu Chen was willing to spend this much money today to impress Yang Xia, so that she would sleep with him later. But the atmosphere wasn't right. Even though he would be spending 36,000, he would still be humiliated. At the same time, he couldn't go back on his words in front of so many people. He gritted his teeth and paid 36,000 before he left with Yang Xia dejectedly. Downstairs at the gift shop, Yang Hui was aware of the situation and had left first. He was waiting at the school entrance for Chen Hao. Lin Yi was still clutching Chen Hao's arm when they had reached the roadside. Young Master Chen, if you don't mind me asking, are you buying clothes for your girlfriend? I wonder who the lucky beauty is. Lin Yi was feeling a bit jealous. Lin Yi had observed Chen Hao last time during the opening of Ming Huang restaurant. She knew that Chen Hao was different from the other heirs of a rich family. He was mature, modest and truthful. Once he had a girlfriend, he wouldn't change his heart easily like the other rich kids. She would be the lady of the Chen family once she got married to Chen Hao. This is a gift for my friend, not my girlfriend. Chen Hao smiled. Lin Yi had helped him out and saved him from embarrassment today. At the same time, Chen Hao curiously asked, "It looks like that store belongs to your family, am I right?" Lin Yi was delighted to hear that Chen Hao didn't have a girlfriend yet. She said with a smile, "Yes, these gift stores are strategically placed near all universities in Jiangnan province. This store is one of many. I was free today, so I came here to shop." Lin Yi didn't tell him that even though she went shopping, she actually did so with another intention in mind. "I wouldn't have come here if you weren't studying in Jinling College." Chen Hao thanked Lin Yi and wanted to leave. Too much attention was drawn when he stood beside a stunning beauty. "Hang on, young Master Chen." Lin Yi called out to Chen Hao. "There is a carnival party happening next week. Bai Xiafei and the others are attending the party. Are you free? If you're free, how about we go have fun as well?" Lin Yi bit her lips lightly and invited Chen Hao to the party. She knew that he was probably not going to accept her invitation as young Master Chen's status was too prestigious. However, Chen Hao nodded his head and said, "All right, I'm free next week. Let's go and have a look together." It wasn't only because Lin Yi helped him out today. More importantly, Chen Hao really wanted to transform. "I shouldn't continue to be submissive like a loser. The only way to make a change is to meet more people. All right, see you then. Lin Yi waved goodbye at Chen Hao excitedly. Chen Hao went back to his dormitory with Yang Hui. Yang Hui had already gotten a girlfriend, while Chen Hao had no idea how to ask Su Tongzhen out. After all, he barely had a chance to interact with Su Tongzhen. Would she think that he was insincere if he suddenly asked her out? Chen Hao's phone rang at this time. Chen Hao was a little surprised when he saw the phone number. It was a call from Su Tongzhen. Chen Hao, are you having class now? If not, can you come to the North Field to practice driving? I'm free now, Chen Hao said with a smile. Great. I'm at the North Field now. I'll wait for you here and I want to introduce a new friend to you. Chapter 49. Su Tongzhen is in trouble. Chen Hao hung up on the phone and did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he headed straight to the North Field. Of course, Chen Hao was still holding on to the new clothes he bought for Su Tongzhen in his arms. The packaging was very exquisite. Chen Hao was looking for an excuse to give the clothes to Su Tongzhen later. If he was upfront and said he fancied the person and gave the person a gift which would have worked perfectly for girls like Yang Xia or Zhang Qianjian. However, that would not work for Su Tongzhen. Instead, it might ultimately be self-defeating. Furthermore, Chen Hao was also curious as to what kind of friends Su Tongzhen wanted to introduce to him. Yet, when Chen Hao arrived outside the site, the scene he saw stunned him. Su Tongzhen was there. She was sitting on top of a stage outside the examination site with her back facing Chen Hao. The thing that stunned Chen Hao was the guy who was sitting right beside Su Tongzhen. Both of Su Tongzhen's arms were wrapped around the guy's arms intimately. Both of them were leaning on each other and joking around. Boom! Chen Hao felt like he was struck by light. The suffocating feeling struck him out of the blue. Both his heart and mind were shaken. Su Tongzhen has a boyfriend. Chen Hao's heart went cold. He had finally gathered up the courage to pursue a girl he liked, who was also kind-hearted. On his way here, Chen Hao even visualized the possible reactions of Su Tongzhen when she saw the gift, wondering if she would be surprised or would she realize his intention and gracefully turn him down. He also thought about the possible actions he could take if she really rejected him. At the end of the day, Chen Hao concluded that it was more than likely Su Tongzhen would accept the gift. Chen Hao had never expected to encounter this. Hi! Chen Hao, over here! While Chen Hao was zoning out, Su Tongzhen waved at Chen Hao. Chen Hao, why did you stay silent after you arrived? Were you daydreaming? Chen Hao walked over and saw that Su Tongzhen was still holding onto the guy's hand. She smiled at Chen Hao. And nothing. Chen Hao looked awkward. He looked at the guy next to Su Tongzhen. He looked about the same age as Chen Hao. He was dressed up well and looked handsome. He was also rather fair. Chen Hao felt inferior just by standing next to the guy. He realized that his outfit was really plain. It makes sense that Su Tongzhen, such a beautiful girl, had people pursuing her. Chen Hao, let me introduce you to my cousin brother, Su Qi. Su Qi, this is Chen Hao, whom I have been telling you about. Su Tongzhen held onto Su Qi's hand and walked down from the stage. Chen Hao was stunned yet again. Oh damn! So that was Su Tongzhen's cousin. Chen Hao felt a sense of relief. He went through an emotional roller coaster ride. Oh! So you are Chen Hao, the one that my cousin has been telling me about. Brother, you are quite lucky to have won the lottery. Su Qi casually smiled. Yet, he could not hide the look of contempt within his eyes. Any normal person would react this way too. He was planning to discuss certain matters with his cousin, but she wanted to introduce a friend to him. Suchi heard from Su Tongzin that Chen Hao was a decent person. He also heard about Chen Hao winning a lottery. In Suki's mind, he did not mind getting to know someone who was rather rich as well. However, he did not expect Chen Hao to be dressed up like this. Damn! Don't tell me this guy came out from the rural areas. He does not look rich at all. Suchi was extremely disappointed. Hello, I am Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded and stretched out his arm, preparing to shake hands with Suchi. All right, cousin. I have seen your friend and now I have to get back to school first. So we shall proceed with the present that we agreed on for Grandma's birthday next month. I will make a move first. Suchi ignored Chen Hao and placed both his hands into his pockets. He gave a short reply to Su Tongzin and left. His main purpose today was to discuss the present for their grandma's birthday next month. Suchi, you cheeky brat! Su Tongzin had always been close with her cousin ever since they were young. Seeing him treat Chen Hao so rudely made her slightly angry as well. Chen Hao, I am sorry. My cousin acts like this all the time. I will reprimand him. Su Tongzin apologized. Chen Hao awkwardly pulled back his outstretched hand and said, "It's okay." To be honest, although he was ignored by Suchi, Chen Hao only felt a little furious about it. The feeling was even negligible. Why was that so? That was due to the fact that Chen Hao had mistaken Suchi as Su Tongzin's boyfriend. He had felt depressed and lost all hope. But it turned out to be a misunderstanding. This emotional roller coaster had resulted in Chen Hao feeling a lot better now, and he was not going to get angry because of such trivial matters. Oh, Chen Hao! Su Tongzin's beautiful eyes turned and looked playfully at Chen Hao. She said, "I saw that you looked as if you were unwell just now. What happened?" Even though Su Tongzin was introducing Suchi, she was still able to notice the changes in Chen Hao's emotions. "I am fine. I just thought he was your boyfriend." Chen Hao bitterly smiled. "What? You mistook my cousin as my boyfriend, haha." Su Tongzin burst into laughter. "That's not possible. Actually, I have never been in a relationship before. It could be that I have too high of an expectation for my boyfriend." Su Tongzin sat down by the stage. This topic of conversation intrigued Chen Hao. "So what are the standards for your boyfriend?" Chen Hao probingly asked. "In order to become my boyfriend, there are a few requirements. Firstly, he must be charming. It does not matter if he is rich or poor, but he must be elegant. Secondly, he has to look decent and not too ugly. Thirdly, he must be kind-hearted and loyal to his other half. As for the fourth point, there's still more to it." Chen Hao was having a headache. He could only fulfill half out of the 3 criteria she had listed. In terms of looks, Chen Hao was rather confident with himself. As for charm and elegance, to be honest, Chen Hao also felt that he was quite a loser. He had already turned into a rich second-generation heir, yet he did not possess the confidence of other rich heirs. This was the glaring shortcoming of Chen Hao. "It looks like I cannot continue lying low anymore," Chen Hao thought. Chen Hao had planned to give the present to her, but after some thought, he decided to put off the idea. Su Tongzin sounded casual when she was listing her criteria. However, deep down in her heart, that truly was what she was looking for. Chen Hao knew that he had not fulfilled all of the criteria yet. Thus, it would be a challenging task to pursue her. Why not start off from being friends? What is the hurry? Therefore, for the next few days of driving practice, Chen Hao treated Su Tongzin as a friend. He no longer had the notion of making her his girlfriend. He treated her only as a friend. They built a strong rapport and Su Tongzin could talk to Chen Hao about anything. Chen Hao even suspected that Su Tongzin mentioned the criteria on purpose. Perhaps she wanted to hint at him that he should stop pursuing her and that it was better if they stayed friends. Was that considered turning him down gracefully? But today, something happened when the both of them attended the examination. They had originally planned to return to school together after the exam. Yet, after Chen Hao was done with the exam, he could not seem to locate Su Tongzin. Chen Hao gave her a call but her cell phone was turned off. There were 2 chances for the examination. Even if Su Tongzin retook the exam a second time, she should have been out after such a long while. At this moment, Chen Hao just so happened to recognize a boy from the same group as Su Tongzin. The boy walked out with his head low and looked defeated. As such, Chen Hao went over and questioned him. "Oh. You are referring to the beautiful girl. She did not attend the examination." Just as the examination was about to start, she received a phone call, then she left in a hurry. A beautiful girl like Su Tongzin was always going to be the center of attention no matter where they went. Chen Hao was not surprised that this guy also took notice of Su Tongzin. Chen Hao wondered what could have happened to Su Tongzin. She did not say a word and left in a hurry. Her cell phone was also turned off. Could something have happened to her? Chen Hao thought deeply and ultimately decided to give Zhang Weiwei a call. "Oh, Chen Hao. Why are you so concerned about Tong Xin? Did you really think you could pursue her after striking a lottery? Let me tell you, that is not going to happen. Don't even think about it. She is out of your league." It was obvious that Zhang Weiwei held a grudge against him. She still could not let go of the fact that he humiliated her in home-cooked kitchen restaurant. She bombarded Chen Hao as soon as the phone was picked up. "Do you know where Su Tongzin went? Tell me. I will repay you in the future. I will give you clothes from LV as a present." Chen Hao calmly replied. He dared not give Su Tongzin the clothes that Lin Yi gave him, so now was a good opportunity to give it to Zhang Weiwei instead. The most important matter to Chen Hao was Su Tongzin's sudden disappearance. He was really afraid that something had happened to her. It was not to pursue her but as a friend, Chen Hao could not sit idly and not be concerned. "Are you serious? Can you afford LV? The clothes over there cost more than 10,000. Zhang Weiwei was surprised. Yes. I will definitely give them to you in a while." "All right. Seeing that you finally know how to honor me, I will let you know." Sigh. "I also just found out about it. Something has happened to Tongzin's family. Her family business failed and it looks like they are about to be bankrupt. Her family needed her to go back." Chapter 50. Nasty stories about Chen Hao. We are heading over to Tong Xin's house to visit her. If you are willing to go, you can come along. Zhang Weiwei hung up the phone after that. Chen Hao had just started revealing his wealth, so Zhang Weiwei had no idea how much Chen Hao won from the lottery. As such, she was not as bossy as she was in the past. However, that would not change her from looking down on Chen Hao, even if he struck infinite lotteries, or even if he won 2 million from the lottery. He would still be an upstart. He could not be compared with actual descendants of wealthy families like Wang Yang. However, Chen Hao did not choose to head there together with Zhang Weiwei and the others, for Wang Yang said that his car had reached maximum occupancy. Zhang Weiwei merely gave Chen Hao the address. Chen Hao bought some fruits and took a cab over. As a matter of fact, he had known Su Tongzin for almost a week and they were pretty close. She was similar to Ma Zionan as they were the rare female friends of Chen Hao. Furthermore, Su Tongzin had a special place in Chen Hao's heart. Thus, Chen Hao would naturally help out when her family was in trouble. The cab stopped outside of Yungui community. Chen Hao knew that Su Tongzin's family was rather well-to-do. Her parents ran a company with decent profits. Many family members were also involved in various businesses across all sectors. He arrived at her house. Many people were already inside her house. Other than the elderly in their household, Su Tongzin's friends and classmates were also there. Chen Hao, you are here. Su Tongzin's eyes were red. She was sitting on the couch and talking to Zhang Weiwei. Su Tongzin's parents looked tired while hosting her classmates. After all, the company was in shambles and was about to close down due to a lack of cash flow. Thus, Su Tongzin was unhappy, especially more so for Su Tongzin's parents because they finally understood the vicissitudes of life. If you were poor but lived in the city, nobody would care about you. On the other hand, if you were rich but you lived in the mountains, your relatives would travel from far away to visit you. Their usual lively household was deserted now. Other than Tong Xin's classmates, who else would come by and visit now yet? Chen Hao did not know how to help, so he just placed the fruits down. Then, he went over to greet her parents. Why is this loser here? Just then, a scornful voice could be heard. It came from a young handsome boy who was holding the hand of a beautiful woman. They walked in together. He smirked at Chen Hao and looked at him in disdain. That sentence was obviously directed at Chen Hao. Chen Hao turned around and saw that it was Su Tongzin's cousin, Su Qi. Su Qi was far too arrogant. Su Qi family also ran a company, so they helped Su Tongzin's family by providing them with a large sum of funding. Yet, it was to no avail. It even dragged their family down. Therefore, Su Qi was unhappy about it. Today, he saw that his cousin's friends and classmates were all descendants of wealthy families. And he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If these people could cooperate and work together, not only would the financial crisis of Tongzin's family be solved, the money his family borrowed could also be recouped. He was already feeling unhappy and his mood worsened when he saw Chen Hao, whom he had met the other day. In his eyes, Chen Hao was a loser that was constantly showing off after merely striking a lottery. This loser doesn't even have much money, let alone connections, so why is he here? Su Qi, this is Tongzin's friend. How could you treat him like this? Su Tongzin's mother reprimanded. Auntie, do you know who Chen Hao is? He is a very famous person in Jinlin College. He used to be a very poor dude. Then, he was fortunate to strike a lottery and he started bragging about it. I have heard stories that he was dumped by his ex-girlfriend and he had to deliver condoms to her. This guy is a ridiculous person. Who knows what kind of weird motives he has by getting so close to Tongzin? Su Qi said with utter contempt. Most of the classmates of Su Tongzin look at Chen Hao as if he was a foolish person. Damn! I had no idea losers like him exist. Did he think that winning a lottery was an amazing feat? Exactly. He is just an upstart with no knowledge at most. Look at his outfit. He looks like a bumpkin. A few girls burst into laughter. Su Qi, shut up. Su Tongzin threw the pillow on her couch toward Su Qi angrily. Stop talking nonsense. So what if Chen Hao did strike the lottery? Are you jealous? Su Tongzin could not stand seeing Su Qi ridicule Chen Hao. The most disgusting thing was that he announced to everyone that Chen Hao delivered condoms to his ex-girlfriend. All these were slanderous allegations toward Chen Hao. Su Tongzin treated Chen Hao as a good friend. What cousin, you think I am spouting nonsense? Su Qi smiled. If you don't believe this, you can ask Wang Yang, the vice president of the student council of Chen Hao's faculty. Even Wei Wei knows about this incident. He really delivered condoms to his ex-girlfriend just to earn $10. Su Tongzhen frowned. Su Tongzhen's parents and her classmates looked at Chen Hao differently. He looks rather honest, but who would have known that he could actually do such things for money? Damn! Such a disgusting person! Many people muttered and discussed silently. Chen Hao took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yang, who was sitting there quietly. He knew that Wang Yang was the one who shared these stories to Su Qi. If there was a person Wang Yang hated the most in college, it had to be Chen Hao. Su Tongzhen gave an inquiring look at Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded. Yes, these things were done by me in the past. Chen Hao was broke back then. He earned his living expenses through running errands for people. Was that wrong? Chen Hao did not find these to be embarrassing. That night, he was tricked by Su Nan and did end up delivering condoms to Yang Xia. That was the truth. He did not plan on hiding it. Chen Hao, how could you? Su Tongzhen stared unbelievably at Chen Hao. Truth be told, Su Tongzhen had never experienced being poor before. She subconsciously thought that no matter how poor a person was, dignity would still be important. She had never expected Chen Hao to partake in such matters. Furthermore, Su Tongzhen had been defending Chen Hao before this. Now that Chen Hao had admitted it himself, Su Tongzhen was really shocked. At the same time, the expression on Su Tongzhen's parents changed. In addition, they remembered that Su Qi said that this guy wanted to court their daughter. What a mess that would become! Su Tongzhen's mother looked at Chen Hao with annoyance on her face. Knock knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and a young guy walked in. Chen Hao had looked indifferent all this while. Upon seeing who it was, he scoffed. Young Master Zhuang. Oh! Zhuang Qiang is here. Su Qi was surprised. Su Tongzhen's parents' eyes also brightened up upon seeing Zhuang Qiang. Their excitement was comparable to a fish laying eyes on water. Oh, is it him? Is he? Isn't he the guy that drugged his stepmother? Yes. This guy is rather dirty-minded. However, he is very rich. He is involved in the operations of Jinling Commercial Street. His family has the agency rights to Minghuang Restaurant. Haha, so what anyway? Who doesn't have filthy incidents in their life? I heard that young Master Zhuang has turned over a new leaf and repented on his past mistakes. Most of Su Tongzhen's female classmates looked at Zhuang Qiang. It was obvious that his glorious background overshadowed the filthy things he did. Most of the beautiful girls thought highly of him. Zhuang Qiang walked in with a bunch of things. He was no longer dispirited, unlike a few days ago. However, when he walked past certain someone, he quickly stopped and turned back around. He was shocked to see the person here. Chen Hao, why are you here? Zhuang Qiang's face turned pale. Chapter 51. Liu Chen was captured by the police. Zhuang Qiang, do you guys know each other? Oh my, look at the things you've brought. Come in and have a seat, have a seat. Wang Huimin was Su Tongzhen's mother. She was the vice chairman of the company. And she was also an expert in socializing. She was well aware of Zhuang Qiang's family's power. Although a few days ago, rumors were spreading about how corrupted Zhuang Qiang's character was and how he did those despicable things, who had never made a mistake when they were young. What was more, Zhuang Qiang's family even occupied some territory on Jinling Commercial Street. Their powers were expanding rapidly. If her company could obtain Zhuang family's financial help, then wouldn't that solve the company's crisis? When he heard Wang Huimin's words, Zhuang Qiang glanced coldly at Chen Hao and said, "Yes, of course I know this guy. He is a famous person in Tongzhen's college." When he recalled Chen Hao's presence in some of the embarrassing situations he was in, Zhuang Qiang hated him for no reason at all. After making that statement coldly, he sat on the couch. Naturally, Wang Yang had heard of Zhuang Qiang before. He smiled and nodded his head. On the other hand, Zhang Weiwei smiled courteously at Zhuang Qiang, hoping that she could catch his attention. After all, no matter how despicable he was still considered one of the famous rich second-generation heirs of Jinling. However, Zhuang Qiang's entire attention was focused on Su Tongzhen. After that incident last time, Zhuang Qiang had completely severed his connection with Zhao Yifan. However, his father's connection in the business world was very wide. It so happened that Su Tongzhen's father's company and his father's company had some business dealings in the past. He had tried in the past to ask Su Tongzhen out for a meal to advance their relationship, however, she immediately rejected him. Su Tongzhen was a cold beauty in his eye. She had always ignored him. However, everything was different now. The moment he heard that the Su family was in trouble, Zhuang Qiang started scheming. Even if he wasn't able to help them, he had to pretend to be the good person here. "Uncle and Auntie Su, my father heard about your company's situation and asked me to inquire about it. I will call up my father to run this through him, and let's see whether he would be able to help out. Besides, all of Tongzhen's friends here today are not ordinary people. If we can put our brains together to figure something out, then we might be able to overcome this crisis." Zhuang Qiang said with a smile. Yes, see how eloquent Zhuang Qiang's speech was. "I beg everyone here, if you have any connections, could you help us out with our situation?" Wang Huimin was beginning to like Zhuang Qiang more and more. She completely overlooked his past misdeeds. At this moment, she was thinking how great it would be if she had Zhuang Qiang as her son-in-law. When they heard this, Wang Yang and the rest of them naturally nodded their heads. Young Master Zhuang is right. Although we cannot measure up to him, we will try our best. After all, Tongzhen's family's company has the potential, it's just that they have some problems with their cash flow. You are right. My mother's best friend is the vice president of a bank, so maybe she could loan them some capital. At that moment, those with connections helped them out with the networking part while those with money helped them out with the financial part. Wang Huimin noted all these down and was quite happy in her heart. She knew that Tongzhen's friends did not come from a simple background, and all of them were quite capable. The only thing was, when Wang Huimin looked at Chen Hao, she saw that he was swiping away at his mobile phone, as if pretending to look for something. Wang Huimin was disgusted. Since when did Tongzhen associate herself with this kind of person? In addition to that, this guy was interested in her daughter. This was scarier than a horror movie. "Chen Hao, do you have lessons in college now? I am grateful for your good intentions and I wouldn't want to delay your lessons. Why don't you go back to your class?" Wang Huimin noticed that young Master Zhuang was hostile toward Chen Hao. Hence, she coldly ordered her guest to leave. This made Chen Hao, who had just found Li Zhenqiuo's number, surprised. However, thinking about it, he finally understood. They thought that his presence was redundant here and it was obvious that they were on Zhuang Qiang's side. Chen Hao felt some bitterness in his heart. He had done some bad things in the past, but Zhuang Qiang was even worse. However, because Zhuang Qiang was a famous second-generation heir and his family was very rich, all the despicable things he had done in the past were ignored by other people. However, if he was in the same position, they would have felt disgusted. Why, it was because in their eyes, Zhuangqiang had the money and potential while he had none of those. I'll be damned. He is swiping away on his mobile phone. Those who don't know him would think that he is looking up some of his connections. Su Qi, who was standing at the sides, smiled coldly. I know, right? Don't tell me that he is going to use the money he won from the lottery. I don't think it would be enough anyway. What kind of person is this? This is the first time I have met this kind of person. Listening to the ridicules coming one after another, Chen Hao really wanted to blurt out his identity there and then, and tell them everything. However, he quickly calmed down. Because firstly, if his identity were to come to light completely, naturally it would no longer be possible for him to go to school peacefully anymore, he would have to leave. At least his father would want him to. His father would not be comfortable with him going to school alone anymore. His life would be completely disrupted. Chen Hao did not want that kind of life. He just wanted to improve himself quietly, as long as he was not short on cash. Chen Hao sighed and said, yes, I think I still have some classes in college. In that case, I shall get going first then. Chen Hao stood up and walked out. Chen Hao. Su Tongzhen chased after him. She felt uncomfortable, especially when she recalled how she had looked down upon him when she heard of his past. She felt very regretful. Why didn't she think from Chen Hao's perspective? If it wasn't because of his poverty, who would want to live like that? Besides, how had Chen Hao treated her in the past few months? Even now, when he heard that she was in trouble, he even brought her some gifts and visited her. Su Tongzhen felt that she had wronged him. Chen Hao, I did not help you out back there when they were ridiculing you. Are you angry with me? Su Tongzhen bit her lips. I am not angry, but I want to know whether you think of me like they do. Do you think I am a person who has no bottom line when it comes to money? Chen Hao smiled and looked at Su Tongzhen. I did just now, but now I don't anymore. Chen Hao, we are still best friends. Su Tongzhen walked in front of him. Okay. Chen Hao did not say anything more. He gave her a nod and left. Outside the neighborhood, Chen Hao gave a long sigh. To be honest, he was a little bit sad just now that Su Tongzhen would think of him this way. However, Chen Hao's feelings were complicated and he could not really explain it now. He pulled out his phone and gave Li Zhenqiu a call. Young Master Chen, is there anything I can do for you? Zhenqiu, I want you to help me out with something. There is a company called Fei Yang Technology Company Ltd. I think that company is in some sort of financial trouble, and I wonder can I invest in it? Invest? Li Zhenqiu was initially stunned, then he felt happy. Of course you can invest. President Chen would certainly like you to do this. No problem, there is no problem at all. I will settle it for you this instant. Okay, but don't use my name. Just put it under the Jinling Commercial Group then, Zhenqiu, said Chen Hao. Okay, I will settle this for you within 1 hour. Li Zhenqiu said with joy. Young Master Chen had already made another big progress. After he hung up his phone, Chen Hao prepared to go back to college. He was going to sit for his driver's license test soon, so he had better practice. However, the moment he reached his college, Yang Hui gave him a call. Ha ha ha, Chen Hao, I have some good news, some very good news. Yang Hui laughed as he said. What's up? Chen Hao was shocked by his dorm leader's flustered attitude. It's Yang Xia. Yang Xia was embroiled in a fight with Liu Chen and the police are here now. They came to arrest him, and it's very lively down there. All of us plan to go down to the girls' dorm to take a look. Yang Xia is embroiled in a fight with Liu Chen and the police are here. Chen Hao's brain had turned into a mush. Even the police had to intervene. How bad was the fight? I am going to take a look. Chen Hao could not wrap his head around the situation. He hung up and proceeded to the girls' dormitory. Chapter 52. Jinling's young master Chen took action. Chen Hao, over here. When Chen Hao reached the girls' dormitory, there was indeed a huge crowd gathering there. The crowd was a mixture of guys and girls. The police were there. Even their tutor Meng Keru and Liu Chen's tutor were there as well. It was indeed very lively. Yang Hui waved at Chen Hao from the crowd. Chen Hao walked over. Only then he saw Yang Xia and Liu Chen's figures. It seemed like the both of them were entangled in a fight. There was a slap mark on Yang Xia's cheek and her hair was in a mess. She was crying while scolding Liu Chen. At this moment, Liu Chen was held down by the police and he was handcuffed. He was so scared that his face looked pale. One of the police was trying to get statements from both tutors to help them understand the situation better. What happened here? Chen Hao asked in shock. What do you mean what happened here? Damn it, Chen Hao, weren't you wondering how Liu Chen became so rich since that day? Guess what? Liu Chen was so bald that he borrowed 100,000 from an online loan company for 7 days. I guessed he was scammed by the people behind the scenes, because within 7 days, he had accumulated a 500,000 debt. I think Liu Chen secretly mortgaged off the shares of his father's company to other people. Anyway, it's a huge mess now. The police were called in by his father. Liu Chen can't run now. He wanted Yang Xia to pay him back. I think he had spent about 100,000 on Yang Xia but she didn't want to pay him back, so he hit her. Fuck, these unlicensed online loan companies are ruthless. In the past, I saw in the news that somebody had borrowed 10,000. However, after a week, it had ballooned up to 100,000. That's 10 times the original amount. I thought it was fake, but now I believe it. It's just too frightening. After listening to this, Chen Hao looked at the crying Yang Xia. Then, he looked at Liu Chen who was led to the police car. He was still cursing her. Let me tell you this, UBTCH, I spent 100,000 on you and I haven't even betted you yet. You better fucking watch out. If you do not pay back my money, I will ask my father to hire somebody to kill you. Get in. Before Liu Chen had time to finish his sentence, he had been stuffed into the car by the policeman. Why the FCK would you want me to return your money? Have I been your girlfriend for nothing? Yang Xia stomped her legs angrily. You're a liar, and you deserve it. Although Yang Xia was cursing at him, in her heart, she was really afraid. Liu Chen's family wasn't someone to be trifled with. At the very least, they were much more powerful than her family. Seeing Liu Chen being escorted away by the police, Yang Xia's heart was beating very fast. Suddenly, she turned her gaze and saw Chen Hao within the crowd. At this moment, Yang Xia's eyes turned red. She immediately rushed to Chen Hao's side and lifted her hands. She gave Chen Hao 2 slaps on his face. It was very loud. You bastard, how could you stand here and watch somebody hit me? You bastard, you should have dragged him away and hit him. Yang Xia was like a mad woman. She tore Chen Hao's clothes while shouting and shrieking. In her eyes, Chen Hao was the type of person who would do anything for her. Not now, but in the past, Chen Hao would carry her on his back to the infirmary even if she only had a slight flu. When she said she was hungry, even in the middle of the night, Chen Hao would run out the campus to buy something for her and send it all the way to her dorm. When she wanted to buy a mobile phone, even if Chen Hao were to work until he was half dead, he would buy it for her. Hence, when she was being hit, subconsciously, she thought that Chen Hao would definitely stand up for her. In the end, he only stood there and watched like a Dumbo. Yang Xia was so angry that she nearly went crazy. Yang Xia, I am not your boyfriend anymore. After enduring 2 slaps on his face, Chen Hao wanted to return the favor. But when he saw the slap marks left behind by Liu Chen on her face, Chen Hao could not bear to slap her. He could only push her away. Chen Hao had really loved her back then. Okay, fine, you are not my boyfriend anymore, but don't you want to get back together? Yang Xia cried out. She had calmed down a little. However, Chen Hao felt like a stranger to her. Could it be that this poor loser doesn't love me anymore? How could this be? Even if I were to be in bad shape, Chen Hao should still kneel down and beg me. No, I don't want to. Chen Hao shook his head and turned on his heels and left. Actually, Chen Hao still felt hurt. You bastard, if you do not get back together with me, how am I supposed to pay back the money? If it weren't for your competition with Liu Chen to see who was richer, then I wouldn't be in this situation at all. Yang Xia was hysterical. Chen Hao did not love her anymore. However, now she had a 100,000 debt to pay and she didn't want to offend Liu Chen's family. What should I do? What should I do now? 100,000. Even if she sold herself, she would not be able to earn that much money. Yang Xia crouched down on the floor and started crying bitterly. Chen Hao, on the other hand, his feelings were in turmoil as he walked back to his dorm. He wanted to catch a quick shut-eye, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fall asleep. Seeing the slap mark on Yang Xia's face, Chen Hao's heart really hurt. If Yang Xia had remained by his side, then she would have gotten whatever she wanted now. If she was bullied, Chen Hao would definitely stand up for her without a second thought. But ironically, she betrayed him. She lied to him, saying that she needed some time alone, but within those 3 days she had gotten together with Liu Chen. Although Chen Hao rarely brought up this incident, he would never forget it. He lay on the bed thinking about the times that Yang Xia was good to him, and also the times where Yang Xia ridiculed him. Half an hour passed, just like that. At this moment, Chen Hao's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Sue. A phone call came from Tongzin. Chen Hao, where are you now? Come to my house quickly, we have prepared a meal for all of you. Sue Tongzin sounded excited. I am back in my dorm, what's up? Chen Hao could roughly guess what had happened, but he pretended not to know and asked her that question. Hehe, our family's financial crisis is over. Besides, did you know that my family's company had obtained a 1 billion investment from Jinling Commercial Group? Come over here quickly and let us have a meal together. Su Tongzin was very happy. Chen Hao was happy too, but he was surprised as well. Zhen Qiu was a very efficient person. What Chen Hao did not expect was that he would invest 1 billion. Such a huge amount of money. Wow! If this was in the past, he would have gone to her house to join in the lively atmosphere if Su Tongzin wanted him to go. But now, Chen Hao's feelings were in turmoil after Yang Xia's incident. It's okay. You guys go ahead and eat. I am not going anymore. I am a bit tired now and I want to take a nap. Ah! What's wrong with you, Chen Hao? Why won't you come? Are you afraid that they would mock you? Don't worry, I am here, so they won't do that. It's not that, I am just really tired. It's alright then, wait for me at the college tonight. I will treat you to a meal, just the two of us. Come to think of it, I have always wanted to treat you to a meal, but haven't gotten around to do so. Okay. After he hung up the phone, Chen Hao wondered whether he should find an opportunity tonight to tell Su Tongzhen that he was the one who helped her. Should he tell her his real identity as well, but he was at a loss on how to start the conversation. Would it be too sudden? Ugh, Chen Hao felt his head was nearly exploding. At the same time, in Su Tongzhen's house. What, your poor friend is not coming? What kind of show is he putting on now? When Wang Huimin saw Su Tongzhen looking glum after she put down the phone, she couldn't help but say. She really did not understand why her daughter was so concerned about that kid. It would be better if he did not come. My dear cousin, it's better if you do not pay attention to this guy anymore. You should know by now that you and him belong to different worlds. Currently, with Jinling Commercial Group's investment, our Su family's business would definitely expand rapidly. You should put a stop to his dreams of being with you as soon as possible. That's right, why would you still keep in touch with that kind of person? The youngsters continued chattering away. By the way, Zhuangqiang, was it because of your father's connections that he was able to get Jinling Commercial Group to invest in us? You must know that this is Jinling's top group, so why would they suddenly invest in us? At this moment, Wang Huimin suddenly directed the topic of conversation to Jinling Commercial Group. This was the biggest question she had in her heart. Zhuangqiang only shook his head. I don't think it was my father. There are only two persons who could get the Jinling Commercial Group to invest. Even General Manager Li does not have a say in it. They are the two presidents of the group. The elder one is President Chen, who is currently not in the country. Hence, according to my guess, the one who initiated the investment this time around would be that extremely mysterious young Master Chen. Young Master Chen, why haven't I heard of him before? As soon as the remark came out, everyone became silent. Li Zhenqiu was one of the richest guys in Jinling. Now, there were two powerful patrons above him, and one of them happened to be young Master Chen. Didn't that mean Jinling Commercial Street was also under his name? How rich could he fucking be? Zhuangqiang wore a very respectful look as he said, young Master Chen is a very mysterious person, and his identity and his background are shrouded in mystery. In addition to that, the wealth that his family owns is way beyond our imagination. Since young Master Chen just came to Jinling, of course he would like to show off his abilities. Hence, Madam Wang, I suspect that your company had caught his attention. I think that's it. Wang Huimin was nodding her head in delight. The girls, including Zhang Weiwei, could not hold back their curiosity anymore. Young Master Zhuang, tell us quickly how mysterious is that young Master Chen? Does the entire Jinling Commercial Street belong to him? Oh my god! Zhuangqiang snorted, what Jinling Commercial Street? Haha! Let me tell you something I heard from my dad. That Jinling Commercial Street, that cash printing machine of Jinling, is nothing in the eyes of young Master Chen's family. What? Chapter 53. Her sister's phone call. The whole stretch of Commercial Street was worth close to nothing in young Master Chen's eyes. How powerful was the Chen family? Zhang Weiwei and the rest of the girls were infatuated. They fantasized about being young Master Chen's girlfriend. But young Master Zhuang, are you exaggerating about how powerful their family is? If they were a wealthy family, we should be able to find them on the internet. A few of the girls did not believe it. Zhuangqiang smiled. Those families that you typically see around are not the most powerful. Think about it, all the famous corporations on the internet as well as large corporations across all sectors have certain financial groups backing them. These families I am referring to are the hidden families that own the financial groups and back the large corporations. So how powerful do you think these families are? that makes sense. Only then did the group of girls believe what he said. Ring ring. At this moment, a phone rang. Wang Huimin took a look at the number and was shocked. It is a phone call from the Business Administration Government Office. Wang Huimin was worried and uneasy. Their company almost went bankrupt due to lack of funds. Yet, Jinling Commercial Group had just announced that they were going to finance and invest in their company. Would this call from the Business Administration Office turn out to be an inspection of the assets of their company? They knew that the money they owed to the bank was non-negotiable. If the cash flow problem was not resolved and they could not repay the bank in time, the bank would inform the Business Administration Office right away. Everyone was clear about this principle. As such, everyone kept quiet and silently waited. Thank you, Director Huang. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for your encouragement and support. All right, goodbye. Wang Huimin spoke into the phone in a slightly excited and agitated voice. Everyone was confused. Was that Director Huang? Su Tongzhen's father was astonished. Their company was a small-medium enterprise, and companies within such tiers were extremely afraid of the Business Administration Office. From the tone of Wang Huimin, he knew that it was good news and not bad news. Yes. Wang Huimin excitedly conveyed the blessings given by Director Huang. Looks like young Master Chen took action. Otherwise things wouldn't turn out this way. Young Master Chen is so capable. Su Qi and the rest were in awe. This incident piqued the curiosity of many people. So who was this mysterious young Master Chen? On the other hand, nobody bothered Chen Hao for the next few days. He also finished spending the remaining 1 million in the shopping cart that had a minimum monthly spending limit of 20 million, his sister gave him. He bought himself some branded clothing as well as other accessories such as watches. During that time, Yang Xia had called once and asked to borrow some money, but Chen Hao turned her down. It was not that Chen Hao was mean, but he wanted to give Yang Xia a lesson. Chasing after money alone was pointless. Sometimes it looked as if it was within your grasp, but in reality the opportunity had already slipped away. He really did not want Yang Xia to live on with her life that way. Eventually, she would lose herself. There was also no news from Yang Xia after she was rejected by Chen Hao. Chen Hao was focused on preparing for his driving examination. Hey brother, what are you up to? It was a Saturday and Chen Hao was lying on his bed reading a book. Yang Hui and the rest were out having fun. Just as he was bored, a call came from his sister, Chen Xiao. I am reading a book. Why? Chen Hao found it difficult to deal with his arrogant and bossy sister. He recalled that when he was young and when the family was poor, he would get beaten up by her just because he wanted to buy an ice cream. She would scold him for being immature. Now it was the complete opposite. After their test of being brought up in a poor way had ended, he would instead be reprimanded for not spending all his money. Chen Hao thought about this and found that life was like a roller coaster ride. To him, everything still felt like a dream. Oh yes. I checked your shopping cart and found that you finished spending your money. Haha, not bad. I heard from Zhenqiu that you are making great improvements. Now you know how to utilize the resources from our family and invest in a small company. I checked it out and you helped the company out because you are interested in the girl, right? Are you getting me a sister-in-law? Hehe. Chen Xiao laughed. Chen Hao had been in contact with Su Tongzhen these past few days. Their relationship had been rather ambiguous and Su Tongzhen would talk about almost anything with Chen Hao. Chen Hao was also willing to chat with her. Yet, the more they chatted, the more Chen Hao did not want to take their relationship a step further and court Su Tongzhen. He did not expect the news to spread to her sisters so soon. Nope. Chen Hao bitterly smiled. Haha, okay, I shall not tease you. When I saw that you've started to get yourself involved in investing, it made me think of something important. I am planning to invest and build a few more colleges and shopping complexes in Jinling City. Now that I think about it, why not let you try it out? I am delegating these matters to you, so do help me get it done. Chen Xiao casually said. But sister, I don't know how to invest. That's the whole point. I am letting you learn because you know nothing about it. Don't worry. Li Zhenqiu will arrange personnel that are experts in investment to help you out. They are all very capable and you can utilize this opportunity to learn how to manage your assets. This would prevent you from failing the most important test in the future. If you failed, even father would not be able to help. Most important test? What do you mean? Chen Hao finally realized that the things his sister said were rather weird. From the day his sister transferred him money and only allowed him to spend a minimum of 200,000 to ultimately spending 20 million, it looked as if there were intentions behind it. It did not look like his sister was just aimlessly throwing money around. By the looks of it now, he was right. Nothing much, there are some things you shouldn't know and you shouldn't be asking. Just do as I say. During this upcoming period of time, focus on investment. You can invest in any business sector you want as long as you think it is profitable. It can be financial, education or entertainment businesses. As for the name, you can use Jinling Commercial Group and the money will be funded through the group as well. Chen Xiao further reminded Chen Hao to step on it before hanging up. Chen Hao helplessly scratched his head. He really had no knowledge in these things. At this moment, his phone rang again. He took a look and saw that it was Li Zhenqiu who called at such a suitable timing. Young Master Chen, are you busy? If you are free, could you come over to the villa? Director Huang from the Business Administration Office and Director Li from the Education Ministry as well as a few other important people are here. They would like to meet with you. I am not busy. I will head over now. He rejected Li Zhenqiu's offer of sending a car over to pick him up. Instead, he just called for a cab and headed over. He wanted to get to know more people and interact with important people in order to upgrade himself. As he was in the cab, Chen Hao wished that he could receive his driving license immediately. He was looking forward to driving once he received his license. Very soon, he arrived at the hot spring villa. Chen Hao was familiar with the place and he walked straight into the reception lobby. Excuse me sir, could you hold on a moment please? Do you have an appointment? Chen Hao did not expect to be stopped by a receptionist. The receptionist took a look at him and he did not look like he could afford to spend in the villa. The voice of the receptionist sent a tremble down Chen Hao's spine. He spun around and took a look at her. Their gaze met with each other. The jaw of the receptionist also dropped to the floor. Chen Hao. Yang Xia. Why are you here? There was a moment of silence. Chapter 54. I am really an heir of a wealthy family. Chen Hao was surprised to see Yang Xia as a receptionist in the villa. No wonder she had disappeared off the grid for the past few days. It turns out that she had been here. Chen Hao was actually happy for Yang Xia. Yang Xia was still hostile toward Chen Hao after the incident. However, at the very least, she had found a job and did not give up on herself. She was working hard to earn money. Chen Hao was glad that things turned out this way as compared to other potential outcomes. Chen Hao, why are you here? Do you think you can visit such places? Get out! Yang Xia snapped. Yang Xia, do you know this person? There were 3 receptionists standing together with Yang Xia. They looked about the same age as Chen Hao and they walked over together. Their situation was similar to Yang Xia, whereby they were in their third year of college and required an internship experience. They obviously wanted to try and make a fortune at the villa. They heard that they would have opportunities to meet a lot of big shots in the villa. As such, when they saw Chen Hao, they were all confused. Chen Hao did not dress like the usual rich second-generation heirs. At first glance, they suspected Chen Hao was here to have a look around and widen his knowledge. However, the villa had a rule whereby outsiders could not enter no matter what. Of course I know this person. He is the ex-boyfriend I was talking about. Yang Xia glared and stared grudgingly at Chen Hao. What Yang Xia? Is he the douchebag that dumped you after striking a lottery and the douchebag that was bragging and showing off constantly? Damn! He looks so ugly and yet he is acting as though he's on top of the world after striking a lottery. There are so many more capable and richer second-generation heirs than him. For example, young Master Kong. He is so wealthy but I have never seen him gloat. What a bumpkin! How could this person be compared to young Master Kong Yang Xia? It is fortunate that you managed to see the true color of this douchebag early on and did not lose your virginity to him. Otherwise you would have regretted. The few beautiful girls freely sneered at Chen Hao. Despite not having a noble status, they had managed to connect with a few big shots due to working in this villa for a period of time. As such, they had high standards and felt they were superior. In their eyes, Chen Hao was a loser and they had no scruples about looking down on him. Chen Hao sighed helplessly. He was just about to ask about the absence of Zheng Yu, the previous receptionist. Could she have left? However, he could not get a word in as he was bombarded by the girls. Yang Xia was so quick to put the blame on me. Isn't she the one who cheated on me first? However, at this point of time, Chen Hao couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Xia over this matter. No matter what she said, they had already broken up anyway. Even though Chen Hao's feelings toward Yang Xia were still complicated, he had no intention of getting back together with her. Therefore, whatever she said did not matter. Chen Hao, let me tell you. Don't think that you are terrific just because you won the lottery. I made a mistake, a grave mistake. In my first year of college, I was just a naive girl. Thus, you unctuously treated me well and I was touched, so I agreed to be your girlfriend. After that, I thought that Liu Chen was better than you, so I got together with him. I thought he could make me happy, but I was wrong as well. I was living under a well and I was extremely short-sighted. Now that I am at the hot spring villa, it was like I've stepped into a whole new world. It does not matter to me even if you won $1 million from the lottery. Even if the amount you won was 5 million or 10 million, I still wouldn't care. In my eyes, you are merely a loser that got lucky. Therefore, stop thinking that you are amazing. In my eyes, you are just an underdog. Yang Xia was very agitated. A few days ago, she went to Chen Hao for help because she owed Liu Chen 100,000. Her condition was that she would get back together with Chen Hao and she was willing to give up her body to him. However, she was turned down by him. In addition to that, that loser, who was dumped by her, suddenly became rich. All of these made Yang Xia extremely indignant and furious. Now that she had the opportunity, she vented out all of her pent-up emotions. Chen Hao, you are nothing to me. There is nothing special about you. Loser, get out of here. If you don't leave, I will call the security guards to beat you up. The few girls scorned, do you think you belong in this place? Yang Xia, take a look. Young Master Kong is here. They were in the middle of taunting Chen Hao when they excitedly pointed at the entrance all of a sudden. There was a luxury car parked outside the entrance. A young and handsome guy wearing a blue suit got out of the car. He walked in valiantly with one hand in his pocket. Young Master Kong. A few of the receptionists hopped around and waved. Yang Xia, on the other hand, restrained herself and acted like a prude. Xia, I see that you are all busy. Young Master Kong walked over, smiling. Oh no, young Master Du Kong, we are not busy. We were just stopping a loser from sneaking in and preventing him from disturbing the meeting that your father is in. Yang Xia said while moving over to stand beside Du Kong. Du Kong put his arm around Yang Xia's waist. He also stared at Chen Hao. Where did you come from? Do you think you can come to these high-end places? Get out of here! Du Kong sternly scolded. Chen Hao was stunned. He was not frightened by Du Kong. Rather, he was shocked by Yang Xia's actions. It looked like Chen Hao had thought wrongly. He thought that Yang Xia would become less materialistic after the incident. He did not expect her materialistic mindset to be further intensified. It turned out that the reason she was at the villa was to meet rich guys in hopes of marrying into a wealthy family. To be honest, Chen Hao had no intention of revealing his identity even when ridiculed by Yang Xia and the rest. That way, Yang Xia would still have her dignity. However, things had taken a turn now and Chen Hao decided it was time to stop keeping a low profile. Yang Xia, there is a secret that I have kept from you for a long time. Today, I have decided to lay all my cards on the table. Chen Hao calmly smiled. Haha, lay out the cards on the table. Chen Hao, what are you trying to tell me? Are you going to tell me that you are a rich second-generation heir, that you are a covered descendant of a wealthy family? Chen Hao, if that is really the case, then I am going to regret my actions. Yang Xia rubbed her body against young Master Kong while mocking Chen Hao. That's right, I am actually a rich second-generation heir. I only found out about these 3 days after you dumped me. Turns out that I am from a wealthy family and I am rather rich. Haha. Haha. Yang Xia burst into laughter. Chen Hao, I am lost for words. I know you have a lot of pride and you are most afraid of people looking down on you. However, I did not expect you to be such a hypocritical person. You are a rich heir. If so, I am also an heiress from a wealthy family. This douchebag is really shameless. He looks like this and he still has the guts to say he is a rich heir. Isn't he just someone that won a little bit of money from a lottery? You all have no idea. It's possible that this douchebag has eyes on our beautiful Yang Xia. Furthermore, young Master Kong has taken a liking toward her, so he got envious. Thus, in order to make Yang Xia change her mind, he had to say that he was also a rich heir. Then, he can dump Yang Xia again as revenge. I have seen enough of such tricks from douchebags like him. I am really a rich second-generation heir. Yang Xia, I no longer want to lie to you. Not only am I rather rich, more than 70% of the entire commercial street is registered under my name. Chen Hao gave a bitter smile. I am just stating the truth, but why don't they believe me? Chapter 55. Restless Youth. Are you sick? The entire Jinling commercial street belongs to you. It would be more believable if you told us you could fly. Several girls looked at Chen Hao like he was a moron. On the other hand, Du Kong was so amused by Chen Hao's words that he was rocking back and forth while laughing. He held his belly as he laughed and agreed that those words were very suitable for Chen Hao. Did he know how big Jinling commercial street was? How could he say that it belonged to him? Chen Hao smiled bitterly. His phone happened to ring at this moment. It was a call from Li Zhenqiu. Young Master Chen, have you arrived yet? I am here, Zhenqiu. I am currently at the lobby of the villa, said Chen Hao casually. Ah. That's good, we will be there to receive you shortly. Director Huang and Director Song from the Education Bureau are eager to meet you when they heard that you were going to invest in some charitable projects and a lot of commercial projects. Okay then. Chen Hao did not expect the directors to arrive so soon. Chen Hao hung up the phone. Young Master Kong and the rest of them looked at Chen Hao in surprise. This scumbag is a very excellent actor. My goodness, he was even calling General Manager Li by his first name. If I did not know any better, I would think that General Manager Li and him were good friends. Some of the girls said in contempt. Chen Hao, I did not realize that you have become like this. To be honest, I am quite happy with the way you turned out. Look at what you've become after leaving me. Haha. Yang Xia derived a certain sense of pleasure from this. She loved to see other people ridiculing him and how he disgraced himself in front of others. To the point where the more embarrassed Chen Hao felt, the more excited she got. This way, it proved that her foresight was right and leaving Chen Hao was the right decision. After Chen Hao was dumped by her, he should be living a more depressing life. Just when Yang Xia was about to ask the guards to throw Chen Hao out while preparing her camera to take a video, the girl beside her suddenly exclaimed, Yang Xia, young Master Kong, look here quick. Why are there so many people walking at a quick pace toward us? The one leading them looks like General Manager Li. Yes, it's not just General Manager Li, Director Huang and Director Song are here too. They are few of the most respected and prestigious people in Jinling. Why would they be in a hurry to come to the lobby? What the FCK, isn't that my father at the back? Why is he with them? Du Kang's face paled in that instant. His family was in the international trade business. During the early days, they relied on Jinling Commercial Group's investment to build up their business. Now, they had become one of the wealthiest families in Jinling City, so of course they were highly respected. Although his father was very respectful toward Li Zhenqiu, it was not to the extent that he had to walk at this fast a pace. What was more, the person currently leading the way was the head of the commercial street, Li Zhenqiu. What's happening? Du Kang was shocked. When Yang Xia saw them running into the lobby, she was also stunned. Yang Xia and the other girls quickly retreated to a corner in confusion. Only Chen Hao stood in the ads by Pub Future. Middle of the lobby calmly. Chen Hao, are you deliberately trying to get into trouble? Get away from there quickly, General Manager Li is coming. In this situation, there is definitely some VVIP coming, get the FCK away from here. Yang Xia yelled anxiously. Chen Hao did not budge. Besides, he was unable to move even if he wanted to, as Li Zhenqiu had emerged at the lobby with a group of people. General Manager Li, nice to meet you. Yang Xia and the rest of the girls quickly bowed. Their faces looked dark. They were definitely in for a scolding and they were doomed. However, they were ignored by Li Zhenqiu and the rest of them. Li Zhenqiu immediately walked up to Chen Hao and smiled respectfully while saying, Young Master Chen, my apologies for making you wait. Let me introduce you to Young Master Chen. These three words instantly made the entire atmosphere freeze. Especially Yang Xia's face. General Manager Li. What did you call him, Young Master Chen? Yang Xia looked as if she was struck by a 10,000 V lightning. The infamous Li Zhenqiu was actually treating Chen Hao with such respect. Could it be that Chen Hao was telling the truth just now, that he really was a covered rich second-generation heir? Oh my god! The girls' mouths were so wide that they could almost swallow an egg. Especially Du Kang, who was gulping at the moment. That's right, he is the CEO behind Jinling Commercial Street, Young Master Chen, also known as Chen Hao. Why are you guys still here? Who allowed you to speak? Where's Zheng Yu? Li Zhenqiu thought the service staff was rude. He immediately yelled for Zheng Yu, who was standing behind him. After all, this batch of people were recruited by her. Zheng Yu and the rest of the experienced staff were busy working alongside Li Zhenqiu in the banquet just now. Hence, they had only just arrived. The moment she heard this, Zheng Yu put on a stern face and immediately gave Yang Xia a slap in the face. Go and stand at the back. Although it was an honor to be working in the villa, one must know the rules. Yang Xia was stunned by the slap. He was telling the truth. It was only when she felt the pain from the slap that she knew she wasn't dreaming. All of it was true. Chen Hao was a rich second-generation heir, a true descendant of a wealthy family. Not even young Master Kong or Liu Chen could hold a candle to him. He was the CEO of Jinling Commercial Street. In other words, he was the richest person in Jinling. One would dare say he was the richest person in the entire nation. Yang Xia's heart was hurting like crazy. Wouldn't that mean that if she were to break up with him 3 days later, she would have become a rich woman right now with Chen Hao's love for her? Absolutely. Young Master Chen, I will introduce you to them one by one when we get into the private room. Li Zhenqiu made an after-you gesture. Chen Hao nodded his head. Then, he glanced at the dumbfounded Yang Xia and the rest of the people. Chen Hao did not feel elated after exacting his brutal revenge on Yang Xia. In fact, Chen Hao did not feel much at all. He felt indifferent. Okay, let's go. Chen Hao retracted his gaze and prepared to go in. You better stop right there. At this moment, Yang Xia suddenly roared. Chen Hao jumped in fright out of habit. Then, he saw Yang Xia rushing over. However, it was not in his direction, it was in Zheng Yu's direction. Slap! Yang Xia lifted her hands and gave her a hard slap. You! Yang Xia, how dare you slap me? Security! Security! Zheng Yu was dumbfounded. This was the first time in her life that she was slapped. Yang Xia's face was flushed. Her face was full of indignation as she said, "Why wouldn't I dare to slap you?" In the blink of an eye, the security guards had heard Zheng Yu's words and rushed in. They were about to hold Yang Xia. Who dares to touch me? Do you know who I am? Yang Xia suddenly roared. Let me tell you this, I am Chen Hao's girlfriend, which means I'm young Master Chen's girlfriend. How dare you touch me? Yang Xia clenched her fist. She had been in a relationship with him for 2 years, and she only knew that he was one of the richest second-generation heirs after they broke up. Yang Xia was not satisfied. She did not get anything out of this relationship. She even got hit. How could she let it go just like that? What girlfriend? When the security guards heard this, they did not dare move a muscle. Li Zhenqiu also frowned. Everybody directed their gaze at Chen Hao. To be honest, he was shocked by Yang Xia's behavior. She was indeed mad. Chen Hao said indifferently, she was, but now she is not my girlfriend anymore. Now that he had revealed his identity to Yang Xia, Chen Hao was determined to completely sever all ties with her. After uttering those words, he turned and left. Li Zhenqiu understood his meaning. He waved his hands at the security guards, ordering them to drive her out. Chen Hao, you ungrateful bastard! Have you forgotten who accompanied you for the past 2 years when you were poor? You have always felt that I owed you because I broke up with you, although you have sacrificed a lot for me. However, have you ever thought about me? For the 2 years that we were together, I have never forced you to buy any expensive gifts for me. The things that you bought for me were all bought on your own volition. Furthermore, during those times, no girls were willing to pay attention to a poor loser like you. I was the only one who accompanied you for a walk around campus. We had our meals together and held each other's hands. The first time we went out together, you did not hold my hands because you felt inferior. At that time, it was I who took the initiative to hold your hands. How dare you treat me like this now? Yang Xia cried and screamed as she was dragged away by the security guards. Chen Hao had almost reached the intersection of the villa. When he heard Yang Xia's words, he couldn't help but stop walking. Why did Chen Hao always have a love-hate relationship with Yang Xia? Memories kept flashing through his mind, so no matter how badly Yang Xia treated him, he always wished the best for her. At that moment, Yang Xia's words struck a nerve with Chen Hao and he slowly turned his head. Chapter 56. Why can't we stop here? Chen Hao turned around and looked at Yang Xia indifferently. Yang Xia, I have never forgotten the things you said just now. It was precisely because you did not turn your back on me that I felt that there was still some hope in my life. Did you know I had promised myself so many times that I would give you my everything? Some time ago, when you broke up with me, to be honest, that pain that I felt still hasn't completely vanished, and I'm still feeling the pain now. I will always wish the very best for you. It has always been this way and will always be. I hope that you will live a good life. After the events that happened today, he could never get back together with Yang Xia. And these weren't half-hearted words, it really came from the bottom of his heart. After listening to his words, Yang Xia stopped being hysterical. She only looked flushed. He was right. Once, she had a guy who loved her so much that he was willing to sacrifice everything for her. However, she only wanted someone whom she could depend on. Even now, Yang Xia didn't dare say that she used to be completely in love with Chen Hao. Because at that time, she just wanted to find a guy who would love her mindlessly. However, after a while, she saw many girls with rich and handsome boyfriends, and some of whom were not as pretty as her. Hence, Yang Xia's heart started to waver. Before this, she had only heard of Liu Chen before, but she did not know him. However, when he parked his BMW right in front of her to ask her out, Yang Xia was really touched. Chen Hao was nothing compared to Liu Chen. When she was breaking up with Chen Hao, she also felt hurt. However, when she received an iPhone from Liu Chen, the pain soon vanished. Now, Chen Hao was a rich second-generation heir. Moreover, he was one of the richest. Yang Xia really regretted it. She had missed such an important person. In addition to that, Chen Hao's words just now were clear. There was no chance of them getting back together. She felt like somebody had stripped her naked and thrown her onto the streets. Such humiliation. Okay, I understand. Yang Xia stared at him with red-rimmed eyes and clenched her fist. She spoke clearly, one word at a time, however, you better remember this, Chen Hao. I will not let you look down on me forever. One of these days, I will make you eat my dust. I will make you pay for all the humiliation I have suffered today. Yang Xia dried her tears and glared at Chen Hao. After that, she ripped off her uniform and threw it viciously at Chen Hao's feet. Then, she left. Chen Hao stared after her retreating figure. He had mixed feelings about this, especially after seeing Yang Xia's determination just now. He only had one thing to say: I wish you all the best. This was a very unexpected incident. Zhang Yu, who had endured a slap in the face just now, did not dare say anything at this moment. Even if she was his ex-girlfriend, she had been young Master Chen's girlfriend at one point. She could only unwillingly swallow her anger. The group of people reached the private room. Director Huang from the Business Administration Office and Director Song from the Education Bureau met with Chen Hao today with a purpose in mind. They were here regarding some investment and fund issues. Not only that, they were also helping the children of some of their laborers with the preparations for the Hope Elementary School and many other things. They hoped to get some help from Jinling Commercial Group. These were originally under the directives of his sister, Chen Xiao. Currently, she had assigned these projects to him, and Chen Hao understood her purpose. She wanted him to gain their favor, so Chen Hao signed the contracts with pleasure. Of course, Huang Weiman and Song Chuzheng were very grateful. You should know that all the contracts that were signed by Chen Hao weren't easy projects. For example, Jinling wanted to build at least 20 Hope Elementary School. Of course, the meal went on smoothly. Chen Hao also got acquainted with several businessmen from Jinling. Young Master Chen, this is my name card. If you need anything in the future, just give me a call. Before he left, Huang Weiman shook Chen Hao's hands. He never expected young Master Chen, who was an absolute epitome of China's billionaire, to be such a humble person. He was very different from the person he imagined he was. Besides, Chen Hao had helped him big time. However, Chen Hao knew that he was still weak in the aspect of social relations, but there was no rush, he could take his time. Young Master Chen. After the guests had left, Chen Hao prepared to leave as well. Tomorrow was the driver license test. He had to go back and practice. At this moment, Zheng Yu walked over, her face blushing with embarrassment. After all, she had endured a slap to her face just now. She felt somewhat embarrassed standing in front of Chen Hao now. However, Chen Hao was actually the one who was embarrassed. This pretty senior had always been very alluring. Last time, he nearly surrendered himself over to her attractiveness. "What's up?" Chen Hao asked. "It's like this, young Master Chen. I have no more shifts in the evening, so I wonder if I could give you a ride home since my house and your campus is just along the way." Zheng Yu stood near to Chen Hao deliberately. After she found out that Chen Hao was such a humble and reserved person, other than a growing sense of respect in her heart, she was also bolder in her approach to Chen Hao. After all, if she were to have a good relationship with Chen Hao, or even have the opportunity to have sex with him, she was willing to do it, even if it meant becoming his venting tool. "All right." Chen Hao agreed without thinking. After all, Zheng Yu didn't dare show her temper even after receiving a slap from Yang Xia. In a way, this had something to do with him. Zheng Yu was delighted after she heard his words, and quickly went to get her car. However, Chen Hao did not expect Zheng Yu to be driving such a nice car, a Mercedes. It seemed like Zheng Yu was doing very well in the villa. They chatted intermittently in the car. At this moment, Zheng Yu's phone rang. However, when she took a look at the phone, she hung it up impatiently. Not long after that, her phone rang again. Zheng Yu immediately rejected the call. "You can answer it. Why are you scared that I would listen in?" Chen Hao smiled bitterly. Zheng Yu's face was flushed. "No way, I do not have any secrets in front of you, young Master Chen. Whatever you wish to hear or see, I will satisfy you." Her soft-spoken words in addition to her deliberate attempt to lift her legs to expose a pair of snow-white thighs made Chen Hao's blood boil. He really wanted to pinch her thigh, but he felt embarrassed to do so. At this moment, her phone rang again. This time, Zheng Yu did not hang up the phone. She immediately answered the call. "Su Chao, are you out of your effing mind? Why do you always have to call me? I have already said that we can never be together, and it's not because of your wealth. I already have somebody I like, so you should go find someone else as soon as possible. Since you are so rich, there shouldn't be any shortage of women." After uttering those words, Zheng Yu hung up her phone viciously. She deliberately raised her voice. Firstly, she wanted to let Chen Hao know that there were some rich second-generation heirs pursuing her, but she was not a gold digger. Secondly, she was hinting to Chen Hao that she was single now, and if he wanted it, he could do whatever he pleased with her. It was a pity that young Master Chen hadn't done anything to her yet. Did she have to take the initiative just when both of them were at a loss with one of them waiting, while the other one was too embarrassed to make the first move? The car had reached the entrance of Jinling College. This was a 700,000 Mercedes, so naturally it attracted many people's attention. "Okay, just drop me off here then." Chen Hao saw several students looking in their direction. If they were to drive inside, they would definitely attract a lot of attention, and that itself was quite an uncomfortable feeling. However, at this moment, Zheng Yu was silent. She was frowning and looking shyly at a group of guys and girls at the college entrance. She whispered, "Young Master Chen, could we just go in a bit further or reverse the car further? Just don't get down here." "Why?" Chapter 57. He is a boy toy. Chen Hao looked at Zheng Yu's expression. Something's wrong. Immediately, he followed the direction of Zheng Yu's gaze and looked at the group of girls and boys. He was surprised at what he saw. There were two guys and a girl. One of the guys looked more like a nobleman, and there was a Maserati parked in front of him. He looked like he was rich. He was talking to the girl and guy. To Chen Hao's surprise, he knew that guy and girl. It was Su Nan, from his class, and Zhao Yifan's roommate, Lin Jiao. Oh my god! They're together now. Chen Hao was in shock. It seemed like Zheng Yu knew them as well. Because at the moment, the nobleman had moved his eyes to their direction. He ran toward Zheng Yu's car with excitement. Damn it! Ah! Young Master Chen, I'm not cursing you. I'm cursing Su Chao. I didn't expect him to be here. He seems to be everywhere. Zheng Yu was annoyed. Everything was going so smoothly, but why did Su Chao have to be here? Chen Hao understood. He must be one of Zheng Yu's suitors. But Zheng Yu clearly is not fond of him. However, Chen Hao didn't know that Zheng Yu had some feelings for Su Chao before she got to know Chen Hao. Chen Hao was too embarrassed to get out of the car now, especially when he saw Su Nan and Lin Jiao walking toward them with a smile. Well, you can go down and talk to your friends. I'll wait for you in the car. Take me directly to the dorm entrance after you are done. Chen Hao scratched his head helplessly. Yes, young Master Chen. Zheng Yu answered and got out of the car. Su Chao, why are you here and why have you been calling me just now? Don't you have anything better to do? Zheng Yu stomped her feet in anger. Zheng Yu, I did not expect to meet you here. I came to send my younger brother and my friend back to school. I remember you mentioned that you wanted to visit here more often, so I thought I'd call you and ask you to go with me. Su Chao smiled and said, Zheng Yu, let me introduce you to my cousin, Su Nan. He is in his 3rd year of college. This is his girlfriend, Lin Jiao. She is also in her 3rd year of the broadcasting department. Haha, hi sis-in-law. You are so beautiful. Su Nan laughed. To be honest, his eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw Zheng Yu, who was sexy and beautiful. Who is your sister-in-law? I'm not Su Chao's girlfriend. Zheng Yu just wanted Su Chao to leave her alone. Her face was not welcoming at all. Su Nan was stunned. Actually, he had noticed that Zheng Yu was unusually cold when she was speaking to his cousin over the phone earlier. It looks like Su Chao has been wrong. He said that women needed to be coaxed, but with this attitude and expression, it will never work. Coax my ass. Su Chao's pride was hanging by a thread. He quickly smiled and said, "Come on, Zheng Yu, stop joking around. Let's go. Stop your car by the side and let's go for a stroll." Joking around, Su Chao, I've already made my words clear. It's impossible for us to be together. I have someone in my heart. With your wealth, I'm sure you have no problem finding other beautiful girls. Don't waste your time and energy on me," Zheng Yu said mercilessly. At this moment, some students who were about to head off to party were attracted by this scene. There were 2 luxury cars and a couple was quarreling. It was hard not to attract attention, especially now when Zheng Yu was talking so loudly. Su Chao could hardly save his pride. "Zheng Yu, who is in your heart? Don't tell me it's that sugar daddy who gave you this Mercedes-Benz. He's almost 60. Su Chao said viciously. "Shit, Su Chao, do you think you can pay a bit more attention to what you say?" Zheng Yu was gnashing her teeth with hate. Lin Jiao, who was on the side, held Su Nan's arm intimately. At that moment, she looked at Zheng Yu from head to toe. To be honest, Lin Jiao was very jealous when she saw Zheng Yu, a beautiful woman, getting out of a luxury car. Moreover, Zheng Yu didn't even acknowledge her presence at all. Lin Jiao was very unhappy. Now that she had somewhat understood the situation, she whispered to Su Nan and Su Chao, "It looks like Zheng Yu is very sociable. Oh well, it's normal for some big bosses to buy her a car. But when it comes to the one in her heart, maybe it's not one of those big bosses. Maybe she has a new boy toy." Slap! As soon as Lin Jiao finished her sentence, Zheng Yu already slapped her angrily. "You better watch your words. Who did you say have a boy toy? Why you, how dare you hit me?" Lin Jiao covered her face. She almost fainted from the slap. Zheng Yu wanted to slap her again. But Su Chao grabbed her wrist. "Zheng Yu, what Lin Jiao said, was it true? Do you have a boy toy?" Su Chao said nervously. "Su Chao, let me go. My love life is none of your business." Zheng Yu really regretted it now. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have gotten out of the car. Although Su Chao had seen her, it was no big deal. She could have just stepped on the accelerator and driven away. Now what I'm associated with big bosses and boy toys, the good impression that Elle left on young Master Chen is all ruined. But the more she acted this way, the more Su Chao believed that it was true. Damn it, he had spent so much money on this woman, yet she was actually keeping a boy toy. Chen Hao sat in the car and listened to their squabble. Actually, he was speechless. Zheng Yu loved money very much, and Chen Hao knew it from the beginning. Especially when she worked as a receptionist in Hot Spring Villa. She was even the leader now. To say that her social relations were not complicated was impossible. But now, Chen Hao only hoped for Zheng Yu to drive away quickly. Suddenly, he spotted a shadow beside him. The shadow stooped over. It was Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao was slapped just now and she wanted to see if her face was swollen. If it was swollen, Lin Jiao would definitely fight with Zheng Yu. So, she was looking at her reflection on the passenger seat's window. She also made a cute face to see if she looked cute even after the slap. "Yup, I'm still cute." Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. Then, her body froze. Because, through the glass, she could faintly see that there was someone sitting in the passenger seat. It was a man. It's so embarrassing. Lin Jiao didn't care. She looked at Zheng Yu with a sneer and said to Su Chao, "Su Chao, she does have a boy toy. The boy toy is sitting in her passenger seat now. He dares not show his face." Lin Jiao was as excited as if she had discovered a new universe. Compared to Su Nan, his cousin Su Chao's family was richer. They were also very powerful in this area. Today, Zheng Yu will get what she deserves. This crazy BTCH. Acting all high and mighty. What? After listening to this remark, Su Chao and Su Nan looked toward the passenger seat together. Due to the car's film, the two did not take a closer look at the car just now. They didn't notice anyone in the car at all. Looking closely now, there was indeed a person sitting in the car. They didn't know that Chen Hao was already cursing the hell out of them. The flame of the war has spread onto me. Chen Hao had a bad feeling. More and more people were gathering outside the car now. Chapter 58. He is insane. What's going on? Someone asked curiously as they saw a huge crowd gathering. Not sure. But it seems like this rich guy is courting this pretty girl. They started to quarrel when the guy found out that the girl has betrayed him and is keeping a boy toy. Yes, and the boy toy is now in the car. It feels so thrilling to witness a culprit being caught red-handed. Tisk tisk, how wonderful it would be if I was her boy toy. This girl is so beautiful. I have no objection even if she bleeds me dry. Someone howled like a wolf. A lot of guys looked either envious or jealous, while Chen Hao felt like hitting his head on the wall in the car. Su Nan, what happened? At this moment, two people walked to him from the crowd. A guy and a girl approached Su Nan. Wang Yang, Wai Wei, I'm helping my cousin out. Su Nan said. He quickly gave them a brief explanation. Everyone had a certain amount of vanity. When it came to an incident where a lot of people were watching, some people would take the opportunity to gain attention by coming forward to butt in on the incident. Damn! This really happened. Don't worry. Since we're in the same department, let's deal with it together. Ask the person to get out of the car and talk to us. Wang Yang showed a disdainful look. That's right. Ask the person in the car to show himself. Lin Jiao said impatiently. No way. Who do you think you are? Get out from here. Zheng Yu stared at them in anger and turned to leave. What happened now would spoil young Master Chen's reputation, and if that happened, she could never bear the responsibility. But the more she acted this way, the more Su Chao believed that it was true. He was burning with jealousy and he couldn't calm himself down. Zheng Yu, you can't leave. I want an explanation. While they were arguing, Su Nan and Wang Yang had already walked toward the car and wanted to open the passenger seat's door. But before they did, Chen Hao opened the door by himself and got out of the car as he saw that things had gone horribly wrong. It looked like there would be more misunderstandings if he continued to stay in the car. Chen Hao. What the hell? FCK. What? Su Nan, Lin Jiao, Wang Yang, and Zhang Weiwei's jaws dropped when they saw Chen Hao. It's you, Lin Jiao yelped surprisingly. To be honest, recently, Lin Jiao had found Chen Hao to be endearing. Too bad I'm ignored by this silly Chen Hao all the time. In fact, Chen Hao was part of the reason she went out with Su Nan. Since you don't like me, well, I'll date the boy in your class. I want to see if you feel jealous. After all, Lin Jiao thought that Chen Hao was probably the legendary and mysterious young Master Chen. Being prepared for his sake was definitely worth it. However, the difference between her imagination and the reality was simply too huge. Damn, I have been wondering how you became so rich. Now I know that it's because you've become a boy toy. You even showed off the money you've gotten in our class. Su Nan's face darkened. However, he felt oddly satisfied when he found out it was Chen Hao. Zheng Yu was only giving me a ride back to school. Don't overthink. Chen Hao smiled indifferently. Although he felt a little awkward, he didn't feel panic at all. Overthink my ass. Don't you dare deny that you're the boy toy of my cousin's girlfriend. The money that you spent is probably from my cousin too. Su Nan scolded him. What's going on, Su Nan? Do you know him? Su Chao glanced at Chen Hao with hostility. Ha, ha, not only do I know him, he is also one of our classmates. He is just a poor loser who became rich overnight. He told us that he had won the lottery, but I never thought that it's because he became someone's boy toy instead. Exactly. I heard that Chen Hao went to buy clothes in a high-end store near the entrance of our college the other day. A girl about our age went over to help him when he was out of money to pay for the clothes. Chen Hao gave me the clothes as a present later on. That young pretty girl is really rich and she's the owner of that shopping mall. Don't tell me that you're her boy toy as well. Zhang Weiwei asked. Actually, when Chen Hao gave her the clothes as a present a few days ago, she brought the clothes to the shop to check if Chen Hao was lying to her. She was stunned when she knew that the clothes cost around 70,000 to 80,000. However, some employees in the shop were probably blaming Chen Hao for giving away Lin Yiyi's gifts, so they told Zhang Weiwei about the incident in a huff. Only then did Zhang Weiwei know that Chen Hao was penniless. Indeed, she had always wondered how Chen Hao got all that money. Now she understood. Chen Hao was a boy toy and what the people said about him online was true. And he even had more than one woman sponsoring him. Last time it was a Ferrari, and this time it was a Mercedes. Now everything was clear. Humph! Chen Hao, your honest look deceived everyone. I never thought that you were this kind of person. How could Tong Xin treat this loser as her good friend? Wang Yang sneered a little. The crowd was in an uproar. Tisk tisk, you're a typical gigolo. This guy has delicate features but one wouldn't consider him handsome. How is he able to attract so many pretty girls? Humph! You never know, some women prefer this type of guy. The crowd was full of criticism. Su Chao was boiling and wanted to pick a fight. Slap! Zheng Yu had raised her hand and gave Su Chao a hard slap on his face. Don't poke your nose into my business. You fucking get out of here now. Zheng Yu was going mad. Su Chao was indeed annoying, but Zheng Yu didn't hate him that much. She couldn't imagine what would happen to him if he so much as even touched young Master Chen today. Zheng Yu, I can't believe that you slapped me because of this boy toy. Su Chao felt ashamed and left immediately with his fists clenched. He threw a warning glance at Chen Hao. He saw some people taking photos at the scene and didn't dare to stay any longer. Just then, Chen Hao's phone rang. He glanced and saw that it was a call from Lin Yiyi. What's going on today? Chen Hao smiled bitterly inside his heart. Hello. Young Master Chen, I just want to inform you that the carnival party will be held on Grand Sky Cruise. They've booked the venue, and your attendance is a must. Xiaofei and the others were glad to hear that you're joining us. Lin Yiyi said gently. Oh, Grand Sky Cruise, right? Young Master Chen, let me fetch you on that day. Fetch me? You don't have to. I have my car. I'll get my license by the end of this month. Send me the location, I'll drive there. Okay. Chen Hao ended the phone call. But he saw Su Nan, Lin Jiao, Zhang Weiwei, and Wang Yang looking at him in astonishment. Grand Sky Cruise. You're going to the carnival on Grand Sky Cruise at the end of this month? Wang Yang asked in surprise. You're driving there, Chen Hao, do you even have a car? Zhang Weiwei was surprised too. Grand Sky Cruise Carnival. This boy toy is not an idiot. I heard that young Master Su, the son of the richest man in Jinling, is going to the carnival too. This news has gone viral over the internet. It looks like this boy toy is good at acting too. Ha, ha, I guess he's just trying to put on an act. Look at his shameless behavior. The crowd laughed as if they were watching a madman put on a show. Hearing the taunts from the crowd, Chen Hao really wanted to fight back. It was very simple. He only had to walk to the park and drive his Lamborghini Reventon around the school. However, with his personality, this was not what Chen Hao would do. Hee, it's up to you all what you want to say. Chen Hao turned and left immediately after he thanked Zhang Yu. Motherfucker, don't think that you are so high and mighty. You are only a good-for-nothing boy toy. I'll make you pay for it. Su Nan said viciously, staring at Chen Hao's back. Chen Hao went straight to the driving school compound. Chen Hao. He heard Su Tongzhen's voice behind him. Chapter 59. Reappearance of childhood trauma. Chen Hao turned around and saw Su Tongzhen. Are you also here to practice driving? Chen Hao smiled. Yes. My driving test is tomorrow. Oh right, isn't your driving test tomorrow as well? Su Tongzhen did not manage to sit for her test previously, for she had left due to her family's crisis. Naturally, she had to retake her test. Chen Hao nodded. All right. Let's go together tomorrow. I hope that both of us pass the tests. No problem. Let's head over to the driving site. Chen Hao gradually loosened up over time in front of Su Tongzhen. He was no longer as nervous and as awkward as before. The experience from attending big social events and meeting big shots definitely helped. The experiences were able to greatly expand Chen Hao's knowledge and views. They practiced for the entire afternoon on the following day, both of them attended their tests respectively. Everything went smoothly for Chen Hao. He passed both his written and practical tests in one go. He would receive his driving license within the next 2 days. Chen Hao and Su Tongzhen agreed to meet at the entrance of the examination site. Then, they would head for lunch together. Chen Hao had to be tested on 2 subjects, thus, he needed more time compared to Su Tongzhen. As Chen Hao walked out of the examination site, he saw Su Tongzhen already waiting there for him. However, there was a young couple standing beside Su Tongzhen. They looked about the same age and they were talking to her. Chen Hao slowly walked over. The 3 of them were happily chatting and did not notice Chen Hao. Tongzhen, come to think of it, other than family gatherings, we barely meet each other. Did you come here alone? Although the girl was smiling, it was obvious she was putting on a front. There was a hint of mockery in her tone. Yes, Su Ying, we barely see each other, yet you still amaze me. Have you recently changed your boyfriend again? Is he the newest one? Su Tongzhen replied with an insolent tone as well. The 2 of them were like mortal enemies. Tension was always present between them and they got extremely jealous of each other whenever they met. They were constantly arguing and trying to score off each other. Upon hearing what Su Tongzhen said, the expression of the handsome guy who was next to Su Ying changed. Tongzhen, no matter what, I am still a few months older than you. According to seniority within the family, you should address me as your cousin sister. How can you be so disrespectful toward me? Su Ying got slightly mad. Both of them were born within the Sui family. Su Ying's father was the uncle of Su Tongzin. Plus Su Qi, the three of them were cousins. Although there were benefits of having cousins of the same age, there were conflicts as well. Ever since they were young, Su Ying and Su Tongzin had always been thrown into comparison because they were the same age. All these happened ever since they were kids. Su Tongzin excelled in almost everything and had always performed better than Su Ying, be it in academics or in her conduct. During family gatherings, the most common phrase said to Su Ying by the elderly would be, "You should learn from your younger cousin sister." Su Ying had lived with this trauma all through childhood. Therefore, Su Ying had always viewed Su Tongzin as a nemesis and she would treat everything as a competition. Although they have already grown up, the trauma persisted. As such, they still spoke to each other harshly. "Ha, ha, Tongzin, I know you have always been snobby and have always had high standards. But so what anyway, you still haven't gotten a single boyfriend. Do you know how it feels to be pampered by a guy?" Su Ying crossed her arms and smiled. "You had to take your driving test alone. Unlike you, I have someone like Jianese to always accompany me. He couldn't bear the thought of leaving me for a second." Jianese smiled happily and wrapped his arm around Su Ying's waist. "I'm helping my girl fend off her cousin sister. If Su Ying ends up happy, who knows if she might give me her body." Su Tongzin could not stand the insult. All these years, she had always been single. She had always been nonchalant to couples showing off their love in front of her. Yet, of all days, she bumped into Su Ying on the day of her driving test. Furthermore, Su Ying brought her boyfriend along to show off. Both of them were so used to competing that they could not control themselves from being jealous of each other whenever they met. Su Tongzin was furious. Yet, she was at a loss for words. "Tongzin." Chen Hao had been listening and watching from the side. Upon seeing Su Tongzin being bullied, he stepped out. "Ah! Chen Hao." Upon seeing Chen Hao, Su Tongzin was surprised. Why did Chen Hao appear at this moment? This is so embarrassing. "Oh Tongzin, who is this?" Su Ying scrutinized Chen Hao from head to toe. She smiled after realizing Chen Hao was dressed in typical clothing. Her own friends were all famous and rich, whereas Su Tongzin's friends were of this caliber. How did this guy address Su Tongzin? "Tongzin, was there something going on between them?" "This is my friend, Chen Hao." "Why?" Su Tongzin introduced Chen Hao to Su Ying. "Oh! Su Ying, I thought that was your brother-in-law," Li Jianese said while stretching out his arm to display the watch on his wrist. The watch was a golden Rolex and Li Jianese wanted to show that he was superior compared to Chen Hao. However, since they were only friends, the plan fell through. "Jianese, how is that possible? How could Tongzin have gotten a boyfriend? She is always so snobbish. Furthermore, take a look at this guy and his clothes, how could he be Tongzin's boyfriend?" Su Ying sneered. She targeted her insults at Su Tongzin and did not care about how Chen Hao felt. In her eyes, Chen Hao was nothing. "Ha." Instead of being angry after being ridiculed, Su Tongzin was happy. "Su Ying, you are wrong. Chen Hao is not only my classmate but also my boyfriend." Su Tongzin then walked over to Chen Hao and held onto his arm. The soft touch from her body made Chen Hao tremble. "I'm Tongzin's boyfriend." Chen Hao had always wished for that to happen. Yet, he did not expect it to happen this way. Chen Hao had mixed feelings. Su Ying and Li Jianese were stunned. "Haha, Su Tongzin, I know you are trying to make me mad. You want to get a boyfriend to contest with me, especially during Grandma's birthday celebration on the day after tomorrow. However, at least find someone of a higher status." Why would you get someone that looks like this? Oh right, I have yet to introduce Jianese to you. He is the young master of Li's corporation. Do you know what car Jianese owns? He drives a Ferrari. That alone is enough to show that you have lost to me. Su Ying's face turned red. I know Su Tongzhen would never surrender in front of me. So let's compete. I'm not afraid. Su Tongzhen was not to be outdone. She replied, haha, so what? My boyfriend Chen Hao is also a rich heir of a wealthy family. He is just humble, unlike a certain person's boyfriend who only knows how to show off. Su Tongzhen's arm wrapped tighter around Chen Hao. She went all out. Haha, what, this guy is a rich heir, a humble wealthy descendant? Su Tongzhen, I surrender. I really surrender to your thick skin. Su Ying burst out laughing. On the other hand, Chen Hao's mind was filled with questions. He was shocked at the extent of their childhood trauma. Even a goddess like Su Tongzhen could not rise above it. The only reason Chen Hao became her boyfriend was to compete with Su Ying. Yet, what surprised Chen Hao the most was the last sentence Su Tongzhen said. Tongzhen, you knew. Chen Hao had always been troubled by the problem of revealing his identity to his friends. After what Su Tongzhen said, Chen Hao's burden lessened. Su Tongzhen was stunned. Know what, that I am a descendant of a wealthy family? Chen Hao replied. Chapter 60. You are young Master Chen. What did you say? You are a wealthy descendant? Haha. Su Ying was elated. Su Tongzhen had always been arrogant and lukewarm toward others. Who would have thought that she would date such a weird person? He was an idiot. Li Jianese also sneered, Brother Chen Hao, may I ask where you are working now? What business does your family do? As he said that, he shook his wrist and took a look at his watch. He was afraid others would not be able to identify that he was wearing a Rolex watch. Chen Hao coldly replied, both of you are ineligible to know what businesses my family owns. Haha. Both of them burst into laughter. Su Tongzhen tugged at Chen Hao and hinted him to stop talking. She panicked and sprouted nonsense. She did not expect Chen Hao to continue lying and acting. Su Tongzhen knew that Chen Hao was very poor. He was always bullied in school but recently got lucky with a lottery strike. Despite winning the lottery, he was still miles apart from Li Jianese's status. She merely said that to piss Su Ying off. At the end of the day, Su Ying was not mad. Instead, she ridiculed Su Tongzhen. The four of them had their own trail of thoughts. Bang! Just then, a loud crashing sound of a vase being smashed on the floor could be heard. I don't care, I don't care. I want to receive my license and I want to start driving today. I don't care what method you use, but I want to receive my license today. Chen Hao turned around and looked. It was a girl who was roughly around 20 years old. She was being unreasonable with her boyfriend and making a scene. Both of them were dressed rather well. The girl probably failed her exam and thus she was furious. Xiaoming, don't worry. I will come up with something. Let me try to pull some strings in order to get your license as soon as possible. That's more like it. I don't understand why other girls can receive their license so soon while I can't. The car I was driving had some issues. That's why I couldn't reverse my car into the parking lot. Ah! I want to be able to drive your Lamborghini Gallardo as soon as possible and drive it to visit my alma mater. Xiaoming was anxious and furious. The guy tried his best to calm her down and appease her. Chen Hao wondered if he had seen these two people before. They looked very familiar to him, but he could not recall exactly where and when he saw them. Young Master Zhang, Miss Xiaoming Li Jianese was surprised and called out their names. Ah, Jianese, you know this big shot who drives a Lamborghini? Su Ying tidied up her hair and asked. Yes, I know him. Young Master Zhang was a senior in our Zhongnan College. His family is involved in the milk industry and they got rich a long time ago. Previously I saw his social media and he shared a photo of his new Lamborghini Gallardo. The car cost 3,800,000, god damn. Li Jianese proudly introduced. He was proud that he knew such a powerful young master. Wow! A Lamborghini that cost 3,80,000. That's so cool. Su Ying was excited. Li Jianese's Ferrari only costs 750,000. That was enough to make Su Ying feel that he was powerful. Li Jianese tidied up his attire. Then, he rushed over to greet young Master Zhang. Jianese, it's you. Young Master Zhang saw Li Jianese walking over. Xiaoming, who was making a scene, stopped causing a commotion. The few of them started chatting. Such a coincidence. Come to think of it, we have not seen each other for a few years ever since our graduation. Let me take a look at how you are doing. Oh, not bad. You are driving a Ferrari now. Young Master Zhang gave a bitter smile. It is nothing compared to you. You are driving a Lamborghini. Oh, young Master Zhang, where is your car? I would like to see it with my own eyes. Su Ying held onto Li Jianese's arm and playfully smiled at young Master Zhang. Superiority. Su Tongzin could ignore what others said, but she could not stand her nemesis, Su Ying, who had always acted so condescendingly. Su Ying's speech penetrated deep into her heart. None of your business. Not like we want to take a look anyway. Su Tongzin was filled with pent-up anger. She wanted to leave right away with Chen Hao. Let's take a look. Chen Hao grinned. On one hand, Chen Hao knew that Su Tongzin wanted to take a look at the sports car. He also did not want Su Tongzin to leave with pent-up anger. On the other hand, Chen Hao also wanted to take a look himself. He was curious about the differences between this Lamborghini sports car and his own Lamborghini sports car. Most importantly, Chen Hao felt that the two of them looked very familiar. All right. You all can go and have a look as well. However, young Master Zhang only knows Jianese. Therefore, he wouldn't invite you for a meal. Su Ying smirked. Chen Hao brought Su Tongzin over to the car. Once he saw the Lamborghini Gallardo, Chen Hao recalled everything. No wonder he felt that the both of them looked familiar. Aren't they the couple who helped the salesperson make fun of me when I was buying the car back then? The girl had heavy makeup on. Today, she only put on light makeup, probably due to the examination. As such, Chen Hao could not recognize her. Chen Hao clearly remembered Xiaoming sitting in his car and refusing to get out. Haha, such a small world. Damn. A sports car worth 3,800,000 is really different. It looks so grand and high-end. Young Master Zhang, are we going to be riding in your car to head for a meal? Su Ying was envious. Sure thing. Oh Jianese, are these two your friends? Only then did young Master Zhang realize the presence of Chen Hao and Su Tongzin. Of course he did not pay attention to Chen Hao, but naturally the elegance and beauty of Su Tongzin caught his eyes. He thought that Su Tongzin was beautiful. She was much prettier than Jiannan's girlfriend, Su Ying. Haha, she is my cousin. The loser next to her is her boyfriend. Su Ying mocked. She emphasized on the term boyfriend as a hint for young Master Zhang. Oh, I see. Young Master Zhang smiled and walked over to Su Tongzin. He wanted to shake her hand. Su Tongzin took a step back as she was annoyed with his lecherous gaze. Instead, Chen Hao walked up and grabbed his hand. He said, "Hello, young Master Zhang." "Damn!" Young Master Zhang frowned. He could not believe that he shook his hand with a poor loser. He glanced at Chen Hao disappointingly. "Hello." "Shit, why are you here?" He took a closer look at Chen Hao. Young Master Zhang froze on the spot. His body trembled uncontrollably as he could not believe what he saw. Although Chen Hao did not look ugly, he belonged to the category of people whereby they would go unnoticed in a crowd. In addition to that, Chen Hao always dressed casually and it was hard for him to be noticed. Thus it took a long while before young Master Zhang saw him, which naturally gave him a shock. Young Master Chen was the person who bought a Lamborghini that costs 18,000,000 without batting an eye. "Young Master Chen, I did not expect to see you here. It's really great to see you again." Young Master Zhang shook Chen Hao's hand excitedly. "Wait, what?" Su Ying was stunned. "Young Master Zhang, what did you address him as?" "Chen Hao, you have to go." "Young Master Chen, are you accompanying your girlfriend here for the driving test?" After that day, Zhang Cheng already knew that Chen Hao wasn't an ordinary person. Think about it, it was 18 million and he did not even bat an eyelid. He was indeed a rich guy. Besides, after that incident, Zhang Cheng did a little digging around. Although he didn't manage to obtain any information on this mysterious young Master Chen, he knew that the manager of the Lamborghini was a prestigious figure in Jinling. Even he had to be respectful to Chen Hao. Naturally, he could guess that Chen Hao wasn't an ordinary person. "Not really, both of us came here for the exam." Both of them did cross Chen Hao in the past, but when Chen Hao saw that he was so polite at the moment, he responded politely as well. Su Ying and Li Jianese were dumbfounded at this moment. This was young Master Zhang, but why was he treating this poor loser with such respect? How could both of them not be surprised when they saw this? In that case, young Master Chen, it just so happens that Jinling College is along the way. "Do you want me to give you a ride?" Zhang Cheng said with a smile. He should make friends with people like Chen Hao, because it would be of great benefit in the future. Since it was along the way, Chen Hao did not mind, nor did Su Tongzin. Just like that, both of them left under Su Ying and Li Jianese's surprised gaze. Could Chen Hao be a low-key rich second-generation heir, just like Su Tongzin said? Otherwise, why would young Master Zhang treat him this way? Su Ying's face looked very dark. She initially wanted to make use of this opportunity to win against her old rival, Su Tongzin. For once, she wanted Su Tongzin to lose, so that she could never lift up her head again in front of her. Even though showing off her boyfriend and his wealth was quite an unrefined move, as long as Su Tongzin did not have what she had, it was enough for her. Su Ying was stamping her foot angrily. "Humph, Su Ying, don't jump to conclusions first. I have friends in Jinling College. Give me some time. I will go to investigate Chen Hao's background and see where he came from," Li Jianese said viciously. After all, this time around, not only was Su Ying eating her own words, even Chen Hao had eggs on his face. On the other hand, after Zhang Cheng sent Chen Hao back, he was adamant about wanting Chen Hao's WeChat ID. This guy really did know how to curry favor. Since Chen Hao took a ride in his car, he felt that it was not right to refuse him. Forget it, making one more friend was better than one more enemy. After rejecting Zhang Cheng's request to treat him to a meal, Chen Hao and Su Tongzin walked side by side toward the campus. To be honest, Chen Hao had walked with Su Tongzin like this before. However, it wasn't as awkward as this current moment, because Su Tongzhen actually said he was her boyfriend just now. Chen Hao wasn't that cheap of a person to be happy about being somebody's fake boyfriend. It was strange, however, since Chen Hao had some affection for her and she allowed him to become her fake boyfriend momentarily. Both situations were contradictory. It was the kind of feeling that you couldn't be happy even if you wanted to, yet you didn't feel unhappy although you were being used. This was Chen Hao's feelings at the moment. Chen Hao, I am so sorry, just now. It was because of my desperation at that moment that without your consent, I blurted out that you were my boyfriend. Su Tongzhen was feeling quite embarrassed. It's not a problem at all. Isn't this for the better you preserved your dignity and I got to become a pretty lady's boyfriend for more than an hour. Chen Hao laughed bitterly. Su Tongzhen's eyes widened. Chen Hao, when did you learn to be such a smooth talker? I hate those kinds of guys the most. Does that mean you hate how I'm smooth talking to you now? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Hao was now getting bolder in his conversations. There was no longer a sense of restraint in his manner of speaking. Humph. I hate those kinds of guys the most, but I couldn't dislike a smooth talker like you even if I wanted to. Chen Hao felt elated when he heard those words. However, Chen Hao, I feel like you are hiding something from me. You can tell from one look that Zhang Chen doesn't have an ordinary net worth. But why did he show you such respect? Wait, it's more than respect. It felt like he was trying to curry favors with you. Su Tongzhen couldn't help it. She felt like Chen Hao was getting more and more unpredictable. Actually, this was the reason why Chen Hao ultimately added Zhang Cheng on his WeChat. Throughout the entire conversation, as long as he didn't mention it, Zhang Cheng did not bring up the fact that he had bought the Reventon. This made Chen Hao feel like Zhang Cheng was quite good at reading the situation. Chen Hao had learned something from this. At that moment, he could only smile and reply, I have already said just now in front of you that I am one of the top second-generation heirs. Because I did not want to give up on my current lifestyle and friends, I strive to keep a low profile like this. It's for this reason that Zhang Cheng has to show me some respect. Su Tongzhen laughed. Chen Hao, I noticed that you are getting more and more mischievous by the minute. Nothing true comes out of your mouth. But if you do not wish to tell me the truth, I won't force you. Okay, I need to go back to my dorm now. Young Master Chen, since you have passed your driving test, I hope you can buy a car quickly and bring me out for a ride. Su Tongzhen fluttered her eyelashes and pretended to worship him. Don't worry, I will. He knew that Su Tongzhen did not believe a word he said, but Chen Hao still nodded his head. To be honest, he really wished that his license would arrive soon so that he could take his car out for a spin. After saying goodbye to Su Tongzhen, Chen Hao went back to his dorm. Damn, Chen Hao, what's wrong with you? Why did you switch off your phone? We couldn't get in touch with you. The moment he got back, Yang Hui complained. At this moment, all of them were busy changing their clothes and grooming themselves as if they were planning to go out on a date. When I went out this morning, the battery of my phone was nearly dead, and during the exam, I had to switch off my phone. I switched on my phone again to add somebody's chat ID, but not long after that, my phone battery died. Chen Hao plugged in his phone and smiled helplessly. I say, Yang Hui and Li Rui, where are you guys going? If we weren't waiting for you, we would have left already. Make haste, Chen Hao, and change your clothes. We will be waiting for you downstairs. Li Rui spat some saliva into his hands and smoothed out his hair. What's happening? Why are you being so mysterious? Chen Hao's interest was piqued. Today is Su Xia's birthday party. She said that she wanted to introduce us to some girls, and this includes you. Come quickly. It's a chance for all of us to get rid of our single life. Li Rui's smile bloomed like a flower. He looked dazzling. Haha, congratulations then. But we will beat you to death if you don't go. Before Chen Hao could finish his sentence, his friends launched themselves upon him. I'll go, I'll go. I did not say I want tea. Chen Hao smiled bitterly. He had initially planned to rest for a while. At that moment, he had no choice but to follow Yang Hui and the rest of them to Su Xia's birthday party. Merlin Manor was the location chosen to host the birthday party. It had a ranch-style theme. It was a suitable place for a picnic, or a place to wine and dine while enjoying the scenery. It was indeed a good place for a meal. The place was a little simple, but there were many luxury cars parked at the foot of the mountain. It was obvious that a lot of VIPs and big shots loved to come to this kind of place. For one, it was quiet. Secondly, it had a good atmosphere. It had a rustic kind of feeling to it. Yang Hui, Chen Hao. Over here. The moment Chen Hao and the rest of the group got down from the car, Su Xia and the girls were already waiting for them at the entrance. They were waving their hands at them. Su Xia and most of her roommates came. There were a few other young and beautiful girls. They should be Su Xia's classmates who were close to her. All of them were looking in Chen Hao's direction. After all, before Su Xia celebrated her birthday, she had told them that all of Yang Hui's roommates were coming. And she specifically mentioned that they were all single. It so happened that Su Xia's friends were single too. Hence, their goals were obvious. They hoped to find that special someone whom they could entrust the rest of their life with. Chen Hao, you came. Zhao Yifan, who was beside Su Xia, straightened her hair and spoke softly to Chen Hao. Chapter 62. To be attacked by the crowd. When Zhao Yifan saw Chen Hao, she felt embarrassed. After all, she was the one who despised Chen Hao the most in the past. Now, the poor loser who she once despised might be a rich young master. His net worth and social connections would definitely be extraordinary. In short, Chen Hao might be a powerful figure. Zhao Yifan wanted to get close to him. Of course, today's Su Xia's birthday party, right? Chen Hao smiled. He wasn't a vengeful person, and he wouldn't want to hit a person with a smiling face. Su Xia and Yang Hui gave each other a meaningful look. It was clear that they wanted to play matchmaker. At that moment, they gathered everyone into a private room in the villa. When they were assigning the seats, it was obvious that Yang Hui and Su Xia both agreed to seat Zhao Yifan and Chen Hao together deliberately. As for Li Rui and the rest of the gang, each of them was placed next to a group of girls to enable them to socialize easily. Oh, by the way, where's Lin Jiao? Li Rui asked. He looked around and realized that Lin Jiao wasn't anywhere to be seen. Lin Jiao and her boyfriend went out to play. They were gone for the entire day. Sigh, she even told us not to wait for her. She will come in a while. She even said that she wanted to give us a surprise. Su Xia smiled. She intentionally told them that Lin Jiao had a boyfriend. This was because Yang Hui had already told Su Xia that Li Rui was interested in Lin Jiao earlier on. However, Lin Jiao was just too aggressive in her pursuit for power. In addition to that, she had a boyfriend already. Hence, it would serve as a barrier to Li Rui to pursue her. Oh! Li Rui answered dispiritedly. The situation became a bit awkward. Zhao Yifan smiled and said, after Lin Jiao got together with Su Nan, she has become more and more mysterious. Yesterday, she said she wanted to give all of us a big surprise, but she is still leaving us hanging. After uttering those words, she glanced at the silent Chen Hao and said, "By the way, Chen Hao, did you know that Lin Jiao got back together with your classmate Su Nan?" "Yet I do." Of course Chen Hao knew about this. It nearly led to a conflict that day. Su Nan could be considered his arch-nemesis. However, as there were too many people around that day, Chen Hao felt that it wasn't proper to go up against him. However, after thinking about it, he felt that he really should put Su Nan in his place. Or else he would be like an annoying housefly that kept buzzing around in front of his face. If only he could squash him to death just like that, wouldn't it be divine? Not long after that, the dishes were served. Zhao Yifan was exceptionally gentle today. She kept filling Chen Hao's bowl with dishes. She even picked out Chen Hao's favorite ones. To be honest, Chen Hao was moved by her gesture. He had been despised by others for such a long time that even if Zhao Yifan had looked down on him many times, he couldn't bring himself to hate her after seeing that she was so nice to him now. Everybody was looking at each other. It seemed that if there were a couple today, it must be Zhao Yifan and Chen Hao. Besides, Zhao Yifan was a stunning lady, and she was taking the initiative here. "Hi my dears, I am so sorry that we are late." Suddenly, the doors to the private room opened. Lin Jiao and Su Nan came in. Behind them, a young man who looked to be about 25 years old entered together with them. Lin Jiao cried out cutely. "Lin Jiao, we were waiting for you, why did you only appear now? Come take a seat too, Su Nan." "Who is this?" Su Xiao looked at the handsome young guy behind them. "Oh right, this is Su Nan's cousin, Su Chao. His family owns some business. Initially the three of us went out to play, but when he knew that we were rushing for time, he drove us all the way here," Lin Jiao said while smiling. "Hello everyone, I used to study in Zhongnan College. I just graduated 2 years ago, so we are almost the same age. Haha, since I have sent my brother and his girlfriend here, I will be going back now. You guys enjoy yourself. If you need me in the future, just holler." Su Chao smiled while waving the Maserati car keys in his hands. "Since you are Su Nan's cousin, don't leave, Su Chao. There's an extra seat here anyway," Su Xia said courteously. If she were to let him leave immediately, how could she account for Lin Jiao's dignity? After all, they were all living in the same dormitory, and there was enough room for one more. Wouldn't that be an inconvenience? "It's okay, just take a seat. We plan to announce a big surprise today anyway. If you weren't here, then it wouldn't be possible to do that." Lin Jiao smiled. Her gaze suddenly turned cold as she glanced at Chen Hao, who was sitting in the private room. Her face was full of haughtiness. "Lin Jiao, what's the big surprise? You have kept us hanging for too long, so spill the beans now." "Yes, what's this about?" All of her roommates were getting impatient. Chen Hao saw Lin Jiao's gaze and suddenly understood somehow. Fuck. The so-called big surprise, could it be about me? Of course, I will tell everyone now. Lin Jiao smiled delightedly as Su Nan gave Chen Hao a cold sweeping gaze. "You better stand up." Slap. Lin Jiao immediately smacked Chen Hao's head. His head went numb as he thought, this woman is really asking for it. Chen Hao stood up and glared at Lin Jiao. Fuck. How could she smack my head without warning me? You good-for-nothing boy toy, poor loser, jerk. What are you looking at? Lin Jiao crossed her arms. She could do whatever she pleased now. Chen Hao, did you think you were so high and mighty you embarrassed us in front of you in the past? Didn't you? And here I thought that you were a powerful person. I used all kinds of methods to flatter you, yet you were cold and distant. Did you look down upon me? Haha. Because of this, Lin Jiao had been feeling depressed for quite some time. Until a while ago, she intentionally hooked up with Chen Hao's arch-nemesis in order to make him angry, and that was why she went to Su Nan. Just the day before yesterday, she found out that Chen Hao wasn't a rich second-generation heir, but a boy toy, a male prostitute. Su Nan even consulted Wang Yang and Zhang Weiwei, who saw through his facade. They discovered that Chen Hao wasn't only the boy toy of the famous girl in Hot Spring Villa, Zheng Yu, he was even the boy toy of a young lady. There were just too many handsome guys now pretending to be high and mighty just because they were rich. It wasn't strange that many wealthy women would prefer Chen Hao's clean and honest appearance. However, if Chen Hao acted as a pretentious prick because of this, then he only had himself to blame. Lin Jiao, what do you think you are doing? Before Su Xia could get a word in, Zhao Yifan stood up, looking puzzled. Oh my god, Yifan! Why are you standing up for him? The reason I smacked Chen Hao was for you and not for anyone else. You were the person Chen Hao deceived the most. Lin Jiao was stamping her feet anxiously. What are you talking about? Chen Hao is not the person who we think he is. He is not young Master Chen, but a boy toy who is provided for by other women. These women not only gave him money and bought him presents, but they also drove him around. Besides that, some of the women are celebrities in Hot Spring Villa. Otherwise, how else could he have possibly brought us all up there? Lin Jiao blurted out everything that she witnessed with her own eyes and her speculations about it. After hearing the story, everybody was stunned and looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. I can guarantee that Zheng Yu, whom I had been pursuing, has a very wide circle of connections in Jinling. She knows many powerful businessmen around here. I am not afraid of your ridicules, but the reason why I was so anxious in pursuing Zheng Yu was because I wanted her resources, as it would be a big help in my career. However, I did not expect Zheng Yu to provide for Chen Hao. Besides, I heard from Wang Yang, the vice president of the student council, and a student from Su Nan's major, that other than Zheng Yu, there was another young woman from a large commercial chain who bought some gifts for Chen Hao. At this moment, Su Chao stood up and said while sneering. What? How could this be? Zhao Yifan could not believe her ears. The rest of the girls were stunned and did not know what to do. After all, they thought that Chen Hao was the mysterious young Master Chen. To be honest, they knew that they weren't a match for Zhao Yifan, but they still fought amongst themselves secretly. Because of this, it became quite an awkward situation. They ended up with nothing at all despite all the attempts that they had tried. I can attest to the clothes buying incident. At this moment, another girl stood up. Chapter 63. Something happened. The person who stood up was Su Xia. Her feelings were complicated at the moment. She knew that Yang Hui was Chen Hao's best friend. However, she did not expect Chen Hao to be able to hide his secret so deeply or even to deceive them for such a long time. Therefore, she felt the need to tell them something she knew. And Yang Hui was the one who gave her that information. A woman bought Chen Hao some clothes and it cost her more than 100,000. The clothes that I am wearing today was also a gift to Chen Hao by that woman. Chen Hao eventually gave this to Yang Hui. Su Xia, what are you saying? Yang Hui was anxious. To be honest, Yang Hui did joke about this once to Su Xia a long time ago. He said that his best friend Chen Hao was really popular with women. Whatever he wanted, they would buy it for him. Haha. Could it be that Chen Hao was kept as a boy toy by women? If it was true, I would like to be a boy toy as well. I dare you to. If any girls were to treat you that well, I would castrate you first. Su Xia was so angry that she scolded him at that time. Nobody took it seriously as it was a joke. However, if you put everything together now and coupled it with what Lin Jiao witnessed with her own eyes, Su Xia really believed it. Chen Hao was a boy toy. Yang Hui was afraid that Chen Hao would become the target of ridicule by the crowd again, hence he quickly stopped Su Xia from spouting nonsense. Humph, Yifan, I am not lying to you. A few 100,000 and he was squandering it away like it was nothing. Don't get me started on Chen Hao's shopping cart and the likes. I even think that the 360,000 bag was given to him by another woman. What's more, do you know why he's flaunting his money? Because he wanted to approach you, Zhao Yifan. He wanted you to pursue him and finally give yourself up willingly to him. Lin Jiao said coldly. If it weren't for that day, where she personally witnessed Zhang Yu protecting and treating him so nicely, Lin Jiao wouldn't have believed that Chen Hao was a boy toy. However, she believed it now. Chen Hao was such a cunning person. What? Zhao Yifan was so startled by those words that her face went pale. All the girls looked at each other. I'll be damned. I can't believe Chen Hao has been keeping in touch with so many women behind us. I really can't believe this. I thought that he was an honest and reserved person. You're right. But if you think about it, we were really dumb. If Chen Hao was a rich second-generation heir, then would he still act like this? He would have been able to get any girl he wanted. Yes, you're right. If he was a boy toy, then everything makes perfect sense. I think this is how Chen Hao became somebody's boy toy. He made them believe that he was an innocent and pitiful person when actually he is such a scumbag. Jerk! The girls' gazes changed immediately. Haha! Chen Hao was smiling bitterly in his heart. He was surprised. And there were two reasons behind it. Firstly, he never expected that Lin Jiao and Zhao Yifan were paying such close attention to him. In addition to that, Lin Jiao was also putting in a lot of effort to investigate him. It seemed that they were reluctant to accept the fact that the person that they had looked down upon could suddenly become rich overnight. Secondly, Chen Hao was really surprised by Lin Jiao's reasoning ability. Lin Jiao could actually put together a few simple incidents into a believable story. Chen Hao also wanted to explain himself. Zhang Yu was only a staff member of Hot Spring Villa, whereas Lin Yi was his subordinate's daughter. As for the person who gave him that VIP card to buy the bag, that would be his sister. However, he could not explain this to them. Lin Jiao definitely would not believe him. In addition to ridiculing him, his sister would be at the receiving end as well. If someone were to insult his sister, Chen Hao would definitely not tolerate it. However, it was his best friend, Yang Hui's girlfriend's birthday party. He wasn't in any position to say or do anything. Hence, Chen Hao was really at a loss. After giving it much thought, he thought that it would be better to forget about it for now. When he got his driving license tomorrow, there shouldn't be a problem then. Because he had decided to tell them everything. You can think whatever you want of me. I know I've done nothing wrong. Chen Hao answered indifferently. In the eyes of the people, his words meant that he had silently agreed to their statement. Bang! Zhao Yifan was so angry that she kicked the stool behind her. Yes, she had undoubtedly become the biggest joke of the day again. She did have a good impression of Chen Hao because he was a really nice person. She felt that he was an honest person and that he had an extraordinary background. It seemed that she could give this relationship a try. Because of this, Zhao Yifan did not mind taking the initiative. She wanted to attract his attention again. But in the end, it was. Oh my god, she did not want to speak about it again. Su Xia, I am going to the washroom. She recovered from her shock and made an excuse to leave. Lin Jiao followed behind as she was worried about her. After all, she was somewhat responsible for Zhao Yifan's reaction. Nobody spoke in the private room. The silence hung in the air for more than 10 minutes. In the end, it was Yang Hui who broke the silence. No matter what everybody thinks, I know in my heart that Chen Hao is not that kind of person. What he said to Su Xia before was merely a joke between a couple. He never expected that Su Xia would take it seriously and blurt it all out. Yes, I believe him too. Li Rui also nodded his head in the direction of Chen Hao. Come, let us toast to this occasion. Yang Hui suggested. In the end, other than Chen Hao's roommates, none of them raised their glasses. Chen Hao felt embarrassed. He made Zhao Yifan leave in anger and now this. He had ruined a good birthday party. Speaking of it, all of these issues were caused by him. If he were to stay on any longer, he was afraid that it would cause Yang Hui and Su Xia more inconvenience. If he knew that earlier, he would not have come. Chen Hao prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the doors of the private room suddenly flew open. It was Lin Jiao and she seemed to be in a panic. She was even covering her face. Su Nan, I was beaten up by somebody. They are dragging Yifan away now, saying that they want her to accompany them for a drink. What? Su Nan was stunned. His girlfriend was beaten up. This was an utter humiliation. He quickly cast his gaze toward Su Chao. Su Chao said coldly, "Let us see who dares to act so brazenly in this place. Doesn't he want to live anymore?" Both of them stood up in that instant. They had one hand in their pockets as they walked out. Yang Hui and Chen Hao hurried out as soon as they heard that something had happened. After they heard Lin Jiao's explanation, only then did Chen Hao know what happened. Lin Jiao had followed Zhao Yifan into the washroom. After that, when they were washing their hands, they happened to bump into several young guys who entered the women's washroom. They saw that Lin Jiao and Yifan were the beauties amongst the beauties. Especially Lin Jiao, who was looking very sexy in that outfit. A guy who obviously had too much to drink wanted her WeChat ID, and even started to act inappropriately. Zhao Yifan was so pissed that she slapped that guy. Lin Jiao even smacked that guy in the head. Immediately after that, he returned the favor. That guy was acting rashly without thinking back then. They called a few people over and stopped Zhao Yifan from leaving, wanting Zhao Yifan to accompany them for a drink. Lin Jiao yelled with all her might and came running back here. By the time Chen Hao and the rest caught up to them, both parties were having a face-off. There were 4 people in total who wanted Zhao Yifan to drink with them. All of them looked young, and they looked about the same age. Su Chao was on the phone, presumably calling for backup. Lin Jiao was scolding away while pointing at the 4 guys. Zhao Yifan was not beaten, but the events that transpired today made her feel extremely depressed. An eye for an eye. Now that you guys have beaten my cousin's girlfriend, don't think that you can get away with it. After Su Chao finished his calls, he shouted out arrogantly. He was familiar with this territory and he was quite close with the boss of this villa. The clothings of the 4 guys weren't too shabby, they were quite unconvinced at this moment and wanted to see what Su Chao would do to them. Screech! Not long after that, several vans could be seen stopping at the entrance. From the van, a dozen muscular guys with buzz cuts got out. The villa was instantly filled with people. Chapter 64. Chen Hao felt distressed. Su Chao did have some influence. Approximately 20 people came, and the 4 students were shocked. They were rendered speechless. Slap! Lin Jiao went up to them and gave all 4 of them a slap in the face respectively. They were very angry, but they didn't dare to speak. What are you looking at? How dare you hit me? I will let you know that you have crossed the wrong woman today. How dare you hit me? If you hit me today, you just sit back and wait. The leader of the gang, who happened to be the guy who was teasing Lin Jiao and Zhao Yifan just now, covered his face and spoke in an aggrieved manner. He was scared out of his wits, but he still felt angry. He rarely failed to pick up a girl. Unexpectedly, he was slapped first by this beautiful girl and then beaten up by the other sexy girl. This was a once-in-a-lifetime humiliation. FCK, how dare he talk back? Beat him up. Su Chao was really enjoying himself at the moment. One wave of his hand and all the men gathered around the 4 guys. They were beaten to a pulp. Su Nan was amongst them. He even kicked them a few times. The 4 of them covered their heads and cowered in fear. Finally, they managed to escape after the boss forcefully yanked them apart from each other. If they continued any further, somebody would have died. Wow, Su Chao is so powerful. I can't believe it. I have always thought that Su Chao was a mature and steady person. I did not expect to see this side of him. He is so impressive and handsome. All the girls instantly became his fans. Those who did well in society would greatly increase the sense of security of these female students. That was their current perception. Su Chao, thank you for today. In reality, Zhao Yifan was really delighted. The depressing feeling she had just now was gone in an instant. To be honest, she had always loved a mature and steady man. But now, she felt that an arrogant and despotic person was way better. She felt most secure with this kind of person around. And what about Chen Hao? Why did she think of him again at this moment? He looked like a useless person. It's nothing, Yi Fan. You can add me on WeChat, and we can always keep in touch if you need anything. Su Chao smiled and looked at Zhao Yifan. Ever since he saw her, he had thought that she was pretty beyond comparison. Looking at her now, he felt that she had become way more beautiful. In reality, as long as a straight guy laid his eyes on a beautiful girl like Yi Fan, he would definitely become attracted to her. Okay, since it's settled, let us go back and continue our party. Su Chao chuckled heartily. Are we still staying here? Su Chao, wouldn't it be better to leave? She's right. What if they come back to exact their revenge? Some of the girls asked worriedly. Humph, who do you think Su Chao is? So what if they come back for their revenge? Lin Jiao said with pride while applying some makeup on her face. Her makeup was smeared just now when she cried after being beaten. She is right, why should we be afraid when Su Chao is here? Let us go back to celebrate Su Xia's birthday. Only then did the girls relax. Su Xia, I will get going now. Happy birthday! Chen Hao saw no point in staying there anymore. Okay, thank you, Chen Hao. I will call you a cab to send you back then. Su Xia sighed because she did not have any more strength to deal with this. Because of Yang Hui, Su Xia was close to all the people in Yang Hui's dorm, including Chen Hao. However, after today's incident, if Chen Hao were to stay on, he would be put in a difficult position. To be honest, just now Su Xia was angry that Chen Hao actually lied to them about being a boy toy. That was the reason why she spilled the beans on Chen Hao just now. But now after her anger had dissipated, she pitied him. Perhaps his long-standing poverty had forced him to make this mad decision. It's okay, I will catch a cab myself. Chen Hao smiled bitterly while nodding his head. Get out then. Get out of my sight quickly. I feel disgusted just by looking at you. Lin Jiao cursed unreservedly. At this moment, Zhao Yifan did not utter a single word. She turned around and walked back to the private room. Since that disgusting person had left, naturally there was no reason for her to leave anymore. Chen Hao was walking alone in the campus grounds while thinking about the recent incidents. Humility was part of Chen Hao's nature. Even if he was rich, he couldn't act arrogantly or bossily like Bai Xiafei and the rest of them. Moreover, Chen Hao definitely could not squander money away like that. However, humility has its downsides. Chen Hao had endured so many ridicules and grievances up until now. Should he act more flamboyantly next time? Chen Hao smiled bitterly in his heart. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared in the class's chat group. It was a post from their tutor Meng Keru. My dear students, Yang Xia has dropped out of college due to personal reasons. What, Yang Xia has dropped out? I'll be damned. When did this happen? I think it's because of Liu Chen. Think about it. That incident with Liu Chen left a big impact on her. If she continued to stay in college, she would definitely think it's humiliating. Hence, her best option was to drop out. You're right. Yang Xia was a prideful person. First she was with the poor loser. Message deleted. Yes, Yang Xia was indeed a prideful person. First, she got into a relationship with Chen Hao, then it was Liu Chen. In the end, Liu Chen could not even compare to Chen Hao. When Liu Chen ran out of money, he took out a loan and pretended to be rich. At least Chen Hao won the lottery. Yes, that's true. If I were Yang Xia, I would be too embarrassed to study here anymore as well. Sigh. The class's chat group exploded with messages. All of them were caught up in a heated discussion. It seemed that this result was within everyone's expectation. On the other hand, Chen Hao was stunned. He felt a pang of pain in his heart when he saw the news that Yang Xia had dropped out of college. After all, both of them had spent 3 years together here. Those beautiful moments were still etched in his memories. To the point where Chen Hao started blaming himself. He knew very well why Yang Xia dropped out of college. If he had not provoked Yang Xia the other day at the villa, she might have continued on with her studies. After all, she was this close to graduation. If he did not utter those heartless words that day, Yang Xia wouldn't have felt so discouraged. Thinking of the desperate gaze Yang Xia gave him that day, Chen Hao felt stabbing pain in his heart. Were his insults too much for her to bear? Chen Hao started blaming himself and regretting his actions. He subconsciously walked around and came to the campus lakeside. This was the location of their first date. Chen Hao was poor at that time, hence he couldn't afford to go on a date in a cafe. He still remembered he was late that day and Yang Xia was already waiting for him for at least 10 minutes. However, she did not blame him. They held each other's hands and took a walk around the lake. They continued walking one round after the other. More often than not, they weren't chatting with each other. They remained silent instead. None of them spoke, but they kept looking at each other intermittently. It was different from what was portrayed on television. However, Chen Hao felt the taste of love. Chen Hao remembered vividly that they had promised to wait till the day of their graduation to get married. Then, they would come to this lakeside to take their wedding picture. How wonderful it was at that time! However, after some subsequent experiences, Yang Xia had changed and so did Chen Hao. Chen Hao did not know whether to feel sorry for Yang Xia of the past or the current Yang Xia. In short, he felt awful. Finally, Chen Hao decided to call Yang Xia to advise her. However, the number he had dialed wasn't in use anymore. Apparently, the phone number had been cancelled by Yang Xia. He couldn't even get a hold of her through her QQ and WeChat. She's really gone. Chen Hao sat down by the lakeside. He looked lost. At this moment, he got a phone call from a QQ number. Chen Hao immediately picked up his phone and took a look. It was a phone call from Yang Xia's roommate, Han Siyu. "Where are you?" Han Siyu's tone was cold. However, Chen Hao thought she had always sounded like that. "I am at the lakeside," said Chen Hao. "Okay, wait for me there." Before Yang Xia left, she asked me to give you a message. She wanted me to say this in front of you. Chapter 65. The Live Streaming Assistant. Han Siyu soon came to the lakeside. She was wearing a short skirt. With her shoulder-length hair and bright fair skin, she really looked like a beautiful internet celebrity. However, unlike some internet celebrities, Han Siyu was a natural-born beauty. Of course Chen Hao had seen her barefaced before. She was definitely the cream of the crop. Han Siyu had sat in front of Chen Hao at the beginning of the freshman year. Speaking of this, it was quite embarrassing. Chen Hao used to secretly have a crush on Han Siyu. It was a pity that compared with other girls, Han Siyu's standards couldn't be higher. Liu Chen was considered rich and wealthy, and Wang Yang also pursued Han Siyu before, but they were both ignored. Chen Hao was obviously out of the question. "Haha, it feels quite carefree sitting by the lake alone. Yang Xia asked me to send you a message," Han Siyu said coldly, crossing her arms. "What did she say?" Chen Hao asked. "She said that she would come back sooner or later, and that she would embarrass you, Chen Hao. Just wait and see." Chen Hao lowered his head. This time, Yang Xia was really upset. "I bet she hates me to the core. Maybe it's better this way. Yang Xia will probably not do any more bad things in the future. In other words, she would be okay, and that's good enough." "Oh." Chen Hao answered. "Oh. It seems that you chased Yang Xia away. How did you embarrass her?" Han Siyu scanned Chen Hao from head and toe. Even if Chen Hao had won the lottery, he was still not up to Han Siyu's standard. "Nothing." Chen Hao felt like a mess. Besides, it wasn't wise to talk about everything that had happened that day, let alone to Han Siyu. This person would definitely make this affair into a joke and broadcast it live. She always did this kind of thing. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Anyway, I have already brought Yang Xia's message to you." With a snort, Han Siyu turned and left. Although she and Yang Xia were roommates, they were not close after all. Because Yang Xia was also very beautiful, thus they were fiercely competitive. But now that Yang Xia was gone, Han Siyu was actually relieved. Han Siyu had kept her promise to Yang Xia. Chen Hao continued to stay by the lake. He felt very tired. He put his hands behind his head and laid down. The silence around Chen Hao calmed him. Suddenly, there were footsteps. Somebody was blocking the light. He could see a shadow in front of him. It was standing a meter away. Chen Hao raised his head slightly. He was stunned. "Haha, Chen Hao, since you are free, I need you to do something for me." The person who came back was obviously Han Siyu. Chen Hao was stunned because he was lying down whereas Han Siyu was standing. She was wearing a mini skirt. Chen Hao saw everything that should not be seen. black. My God, Chen Hao's face was as red as an apple. He quickly got up. What did you say? Haha, what a loser. You've won some money from the lottery but you don't behave like someone rich. It's like you haven't seen a girl before. Well, did nothing happen between you and Yang Xia after going out for 3 years? Look at how naive you are. I know the answer even if you didn't tell me. Han Xiu said scornfully. She knew why Chen Hao blushed, but Han Xiu was very open-minded. She didn't care about these things. She just looked down upon Chen Hao. I want you to do me a favor. Some female broadcasters of our guild will come to the campus later. We are having live streaming outdoors together, and I need someone to help me record the live broadcast. You do it. Han Xiu said, then passed her iPhone to Chen Hao. There were all kinds of equipment on the mobile phone. There were additional cameras, audio receivers, and other necessary equipment for outdoor live broadcasts. Chen Hao had a hard time deciding whether to go or not. After all, Han Xiu had helped his ex-girlfriend, and now she had given the equipment to him. He would be a bit sorry if he turned her down. God knew how a live broadcast was related to helping his ex-girlfriend. Anyhow, Chen Hao didn't refuse her. He followed Han Xiu. As for Han Xiu's attitude of looking down on himself, he would just ignore it. Chen Hao didn't have any feelings toward Han Xiu now. What was the point of getting involved with her anyway? On the way, Han Xiu was walking in front and Chen Hao was walking at the back. Han Xiu, when did you sign into the guild? Chen Hao started chatting with her, mainly because he was bold enough to talk to girls now. Some time ago. Didn't you watch my live stream? Xiu asked coldly. Which one? You didn't watch. I meant that live stream when a rich guy with the ID ordinary guy sent me 20,000 worth of gifts. The income I got on that day was more than 10,000 after deducting the commission. My chat room was also promoted on the homepage, so the guild asked me to sign a contract. It is a rather strong guild. Oh. So that's the case. Congratulations. Chen Hao didn't understand anything about live streaming. But he understood that the reason she had signed with the guild had something to do with him being generous in her live stream that night. Chen Hao just recalled that he had topped up 100,000 in the live streaming app that night just to fight with Liu Chen and Su Nan. In the end, 2 of them backed down after he had sent 20,000 worth of gifts. It was such a waste to top up 100,000. There was a park not far away from the school. Their outdoor live streaming venue was here. This was the place where couples and lovers liked to come to hang out. See you, we are here. There were 3 or 4 youthful broadcasting beauties dressed like online celebrities who waved at Han Xiu. Naturally, they all brought assistants. There was one that came in a SUV. Chen Hao was very familiar with the park. Why was it so familiar? Because Chen Hao's Lamborghini was parked here. What a coincidence that the SUV was parked near to his Lamborghini. However, the parking spaces on both sides of the car were all empty. Obviously, no one was willing to park next to the Lamborghini. There were many people gathered here. He didn't expect that many girls would still come to take photos of the Lamborghini after so many days. You're so early. Han Xiu's serious tone was replaced with a cheerful one. At the same time, she gave an unusual glance at the Lamborghini. The glory of this luxury car had brought a great impact to every girl and boy. Unfortunately, after so many days, no one knew whose car it was. Many girls were really anxious. Yes, Xiu, we came early. Oh right, who owns this sports car? The broadcasters also came over and asked in surprise. I don't know. To be honest, up till now, nobody knows who this car belongs to. Why are you all interested to know the car owner? I heard that the owner of the car is a young master that comes from a rich family. Siyu laughed and said, "Wow! I really want to know such a rich guy if I have the chance. If I can get to know him, I don't need to do any live streaming anymore. I can just go sightseeing in the car every day. Humph, Nympho, if I can be the girlfriend of this heir, I will establish a live streaming guild myself. I would generously send lots of gifts and I don't have to beg the rich heirs for presents anymore. Just look at all of you." Han Siyu smiled bitterly. Although it was just a joke, Han Siyu had also imagined herself as the girlfriend of this rich guy. Haha, stop dreaming. By the way, Siyu, we will need an assistant for the broadcast later. Why didn't you bring one? A beautiful broadcaster asked curiously. Of course I did. Come here, Chen Hao. Han Siyu pointed at Chen Hao, who was holding a tripod stand at the side. Chapter 66. Here comes the trouble. Siyu, he's the assistant you found. Three of the female broadcasters were a little confused. Although Chen Hao had delicate features, the way he dressed up made him look really frumpy. Compared to him, the assistants they found could be considered as pretty boys who dressed up brightly and smartly. One of them was also a suitor of one of the broadcasters. He drove his SUV here to attract her attention. The contrast was too obvious. After all, it was an outdoor live streaming. People would judge them based on their appearance. Now that there was an old-fashioned nerd following them, he would definitely downgrade their status. Yes, I couldn't find an assistant in time, so I had no choice but to grab one of our classmates to help out. Han Siyu felt her face burning in embarrassment. It was so humiliating. Haha, he can just help us carry our stuff at the side. I have no problem at all carrying 2 phones to shoot the live streaming. At this time, one of the guys looked at Chen Hao and shook his head with a wry smile. Contempt could be sensed in his words. I think Huang Yan is right. It's better for him to help us carry our stuff. One of the pretty broadcasters said. I agree. Chen Hao, pass the phone to Huang Yan. You just have to carry our stuff and follow us from a distance. Han Siyu said in a hurry. Chen Hao was irritated and thought, fuck, I'm here to help you. I'm not paid to be your runner. But after giving it some thought, he didn't feel good to back out since he was already here. Sigh, whatever. I don't care if you look at me with disdain. Carrying the stuff should be quite a simple job for me. Hello my dear followers. Good evening. Good evening to all my babies. I'm your sweetheart. I miss you guys so much. The live streaming had begun. The pretty broadcasters made their introductory remarks. Huang Yan, quick, point the camera to this luxury car. The girl named Wang Xiaota who had blonde hair called out excitedly. Han Siyu had also moved to the side of the Lamborghini. They were smiling and having fun. Chen Hao was watching at the side. He was bored and took out his phone to enter Han Siyu's live streaming room. Unexpectedly, the popularity of her live streaming chat room was quite high. The comments were surfacing rapidly in the chat room. My god, what model is this? It's a Lamborghini Reventon with the most luxurious car specifications. It cost more than 18 million. That's right. The interior design of this car is absolutely world-class. Can we have a look at the interior? Damn, full view of the car please. Let us have a full view of it. Whose car is this? Probably a rich heir. What a cool sports car. Vroom vroom vroom. The comments kept coming. The 4 live streaming chat rooms were lively. At this moment, no one was looking at the pretty broadcasters anymore. Their attention was all on the car. Han Siyu and the other girls were trying their best to ask for presents while meeting their fans' requests. They let them have a look at the car from every angle. The presents they received were overwhelming. There was a rich guy in Han Siyu's chat room who sent her a present worth 6,000. It pushed the popularity of the chat room to the peak. Thank you, Mr. Zhangju. I love you, hugs and kisses. The live streaming continued on. Soon, 1 hour had passed. 4 of the girls stopped moving around. They just continued their live streaming beside the Lamborghini. All of them had attracted quite a number of audiences to their chat rooms. Oh, you guys are not caring at all. Your baby is going to take a break now. More fans entered their chat rooms and requested to look at the car. Raising their voices to interact with the audience in the chat room made Han Siyu and the others exhausted. My darling, let me have a sip of water before I continue the live streaming for you. Xiaodi, do you have water? We didn't bring any. Cough, go and buy some. My throat is dry. Yes, I'm thirsty too. I feel like having some watermelon. The girls said playfully. Alright then, Chen Hao, go buy some water and a watermelon. Hurry up. Han Siyu ordered, pointing at Chen Hao. Chen Hao was frustrated. They are really taking my help for granted. Sigh, but to be honest, I'm thirsty and feel like eating watermelon too after all this hauling. Chen Hao had no choice but to go buy them. He bought a dozen bottles of mineral water, a big watermelon and a knife to cut the watermelon. Chen Hao was worn out by the time he got back as he was lugging the equipment with him. Han Siyu and the others were still shooting their live stream. They were streaming the full view of the car from afar. Chen Hao, cut the watermelon quickly. My God! Why did you buy a whole watermelon, you idiot? Why didn't you ask the seller to cut them into pieces before you brought them back? I'm speechless. Wang Xiaoda said rudely, obviously not showing him any respect. FCK, if it weren't for you making haste of eating the watermelon, I would have just waited for the seller to cut it. Bitches! Chen Hao cursed silently. Looks like I have to cut the watermelon myself. Where should I cut it? It couldn't be on the floor, right? Oh right. I can cut it on the bonnet, which can serve as a table. Anyway, the paint of this Reventon would not be chipped off easily. Chen Hao walked toward the car. Bang! He tossed the mineral water bottles on the Lamborghini's bonnet. After that, he put the watermelon in place and gave it a sharp cut. Han Siyu and the other broadcasters were completely stunned when they saw the scene. Their live streamings were stopped halfway. Many pretty girls who came to take photos with the car also gaped in surprise. Fuck! 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 Everyone was cursing silently. This dude was cutting a watermelon on the Lamborghini's bonnet. Chen Hao, are you fucking insane? Oh my God! Take them away now! Han Siyu's face turned pale in terror. She quickly ordered him. I'm pretty sure that Chen Hao is an idiot. If the cut leaves a big scratch on the Lamborghini, I wouldn't be able to afford to pay for the damages even if I do live streams for my whole life. You moron! You did it purposely to put us in trouble, didn't you? Wang Xiaodi, Huang Yan, and the others were stunned. The fans in the live streaming chat room were also making a fuss about it. They were talking about how much they would have to pay for the damage, probably 1 or 2 million. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take them off the bonnet now. Clean it up. You won't be able to bear the consequence if someone found out. Han Siyu really regretted asking Chen Hao for help. I could have just hired an assistant if I couldn't find anyone. Why did I even bring him here? Why? Oh, it's okay. I can't do anything if it really leaves a scratch. Chen Hao smiled wryly. Even though there was a scratch, it was left by no one else but himself. There was nothing to be worried about. What do you mean by you can't do anything if it really leaves a scratch? Get all the things down now. Han Siyu stomped her foot in rage. Chen Hao had no choice but to follow her words and take the watermelon and the mineral water bottle down. He was thinking that they could enjoy the watermelon by having it on the bonnet. This way, they didn't have to squat. How comfortable it would be. It seems like I was too considerate. Han Siyu came forward and pushed Chen Hao aside. She used her wet tissue to wipe the bonnet carefully. After making sure that there weren't any scratches, only then did she feel relieved. Siyu, is this loser your classmate? It's better to ask him to leave. That was a close call just now. Huang Yan said scornfully. The SUV beside them belonged to Huang Yan. His family was quite rich. He disliked Chen Hao as soon as he saw him. Now this idiot had almost scratched the luxury car, it almost made him break out in cold sweat. He was annoyed by him. That's right. Chen Hao, you can go back now. I really regret asking you to become my assistant. Han Siyu said rudely. Oh, then I'll take this mineral water bottle with me. Chen Hao left after taking a mineral water bottle with him. It would have been very simple to make them lose their dignities. He had thought about taking out his car key and unlocking the car in front of them. However, it was like putting up a show if he did this in front of the audiences in same city live streaming app. Moreover, he didn't really want to buy such an expensive car initially, it was all because of his sister. Thus, Chen Hao left happily. He didn't want to have too much interaction with Han Siyu anyway. He didn't go to any other places. He went back to his dormitory straight away and emptied the whole bottle of water. Then, he lay on the bed and took a rest. After a few moments, Yang Hui and the others came back. You're back so soon. How was the birthday party with Su Xia today? Did you have fun? Chen Hao asked with a smile. Chen Hao, you're here. Let us go to Su Xia's dormitory together now. After they came back, Yang Hui, Li Rui and the rest were busy looking for their wallets, checking their money and making phone calls. They looked anxious. What happened? Damn, don't mention it. Zhao Yifan is in trouble. Chapter 67. Chen Hao, how dare you show up? What could have happened to Zhao Yifan? Chen Hao was shocked, but since Yang Hui asked him to accompany him to Su Xia's dorm together, it would be inappropriate to reject. Chen Hao was also keen to check up on Zhao Yifan. Even though he was slightly touched by this girl previously, she gave him a cold shoulder after he was vilified by Lin Jiao. Nevertheless, they were friends for a short time. This was actually just an excuse he made up. Although he pretended that he was indifferent to Zhao Yifan, as a normal male, he could not really cast a beautiful girl aside. In Zhao Yifan's dorm, Chen Hao, Yang Hui, and the other four entered the dorm after they signed their names at the entrance. When they came in, they saw Zhao Yifan crying desperately on her bed. At the same time, Lin Jiao was also crying her eyes out. Lin Jiao's face was ashen and she seemed like she was terrified. Yifan and Lin Jiao, we came to see you. Yang Hui said. On the way there, Chen Hao was told about the ins and outs of the story. The four people who were beaten at the villa turned out to be someone prestigious. One of them was even from a tycoon's family in Jinling City. The family business of that young man was almost as large as Jinling Commercial Group. Who was he? He was Su Wei, and his father was Su Haishan. His father ran a business of real estate, and was one of the tycoons in Jinling. That day was a coincidence. Su Wei had always been humble and kept a low profile, although he was from a rich family. He went to the villa to have a drink with a few friends. They were drunk when they saw Lin Jiao and Zhao Yifan, who were extraordinarily stunning, and so they could not restrain themselves from taking liberties with the girls. It was out of their expectations that they would be beaten up violently twice until they were bleeding profusely. When they returned home, Su Wei reported this incident. The entire family was shaken up. Even though they did not take revenge on the people involved, Su Nan, Su Chao, Lin Jiao and Zhao Yifan's families had been warned through different ways. Su Chao's family had a company, but they found out that the supplies of goods had been cut off today. The same tribulation happened to Zhao Yifan, whose family had a company as well. Lin Jiao and Su Nan's parents had also been warned and threatened. Su Wei's family was sending a message: no one was allowed to offend them, otherwise they would face severe punishments. In short, Zhao Yifan and the rest were terrified because Su Wei had claimed that he would destroy their family fortunes within a month. What should I do? What should I do? My father contacted all his connections, but it was useless. Zhao Yifan was bawling unceasingly, let alone Lin Jiao, whose parents were laid off immediately. Yifan, even Su Nan and Su Chao couldn't help. Yang Hui looked at them helplessly. He could only talk to them, hoping to offer some comfort. Sigh, what can they do? I heard that Su Chao and Su Nan went to Su Wei's company to beg for forgiveness. They even kneeled, but they were hustled out by the guards. This problem is very serious. I even heard that Su Nan slapped himself several times in front of them, but his effort was in vain, a girl in the same dorm added anxiously. Upon listening to them, Zhao Yifan wailed even louder. Including Lin Jiao, their pride from before had vanished completely. Why don't we report to the police? Li Rui scratched his head. Who had not heard of the Su family in Jinling College? They were one of the most powerful families around here. No one could challenge them. Zhao Yifan shook her head. It's useless. Besides, we were the one who beat them, and they didn't hit us back. If we go to the police, we will be at fault instead. Everyone realized that she was right. Don't give up, there must be some way to tackle this problem. Chen Hao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly interrupted them. He did not have any ideas, but he had to try for the sake of Yang Hui and Su Xia. After all, it was during Su Xia's birthday party when the incident happened. Chen Hao planned to seek Li Zhenguo's help. Perhaps he could offer some useful suggestions. Why are you here, you asshole? Who gave you the courage to come here? How dare you show up? Li Jiao exploded in anger when she heard Chen Hao. She taunted and cursed him. Who was the root cause of this entire trouble? It was because of you, a pretty-faced poor loser. If it weren't for you, Yifan wouldn't have felt embarrassed and fled to the restroom. If Yifan hadn't gone to the restroom, I wouldn't have followed her to the restroom either. If we hadn't wandered around, we wouldn't have met with Su Wei, who was from a powerful family. You are the culprit, Chen Hao. How dare you show up? Lin Jiao jumped down from the bed and raised her hand at Chen Hao. She couldn't conceal her hatred against this scum. Slap. Unexpectedly, the sound did not sound like a slap on Chen Hao's face. Her hand was seized by Chen Hao in mid-air. Lin Jiao, enough. Chen Hao pushed her to the floor. Chen Hao's temper had always been good, but that did not mean he did not have one. He had been humiliated by this girl several times, and she even gave him a few slaps. Yang Xia was his ex-girlfriend and it was reasonable that he just could not be ruthless and hit her back. But who was Lin Jiao to him? Chen Hao could not hold his anger in any more. What? How dare you hit me? Lin Jiao lost her mind. She sat on the floor and bawled with her swollen eyes. All right. All right. Su Xia quickly comforted Lin Jiao. Zhao Yifan glanced at Chen Hao and sneered. Chen Hao, I knew you came to humiliate us. Zhao Yifan felt that her detestation of Chen Hao had roused, but she did not act like Lin Jiao. Yifan and Lin Jiao, Chen Hao did not come to humiliate both of you. He came to check on you after he heard that you were in trouble. Yang Hui spoke up for Chen Hao as he could not stand Chen Hao being misunderstood anymore. There is no reason for him to come other than to humiliate us. He must hate us because I found out that he was a gigolo. I know him too well. To be honest, I even wanted to pursue him in the past. Lin Jiao jumped in anger and ranted. She had indeed tried to figure out Chen Hao's past in detail in order to pursue him. Lin Jiao wanted to hit Chen Hao again. At this moment, Zhao Yifan's phone rang. Dad, how is it? What did the important person whom you seeked for say? Zhao Yifan asked anxiously. Lin Jiao settled down and listened to their conversation attentively. At this stage, Zhao Yifan's family connection was their only hope. Don't be upset, Dad. He must be really busy and didn't he have time for us? Don't overthink. All right, I'm still in my dorm, and my friends came to visit me. I'm not hungry. No, I haven't eaten. I've lost my appetite. What? All right, I'll ask them. Zhao Yifan hung up her phone. She said disappointedly, my dad went to a restaurant to seek for a person's help hoping that he would speak for us, but that person declined because he was too busy. Now my dad is asking me to go to that restaurant to have a meal since he ordered a table of dishes and he was not allowed to cancel the order. Let us go there together. All of you have been accompanying me for the whole afternoon. She then looked at Yang Hui and the rest. Yang Hui, all of you should come along. Sigh, continuously worrying one to help. At the worst, I'll beg for Su Wei's forgiveness tomorrow. You mean? Su Xia understood what Zhao Yifan meant. She wanted to stop her, but she could not offer any help either. What else could they do? The girls went downstairs. Zhao Yifan was desperate at the moment. All she wanted to do now was to be at her father's side. Lin Jiao and the others were willing to accompany her as well. They felt more secure to have an adult beside them. After all, an adult would have more experiences and resources than the youngsters like them. Yang Hui could not turn down the invitation and went along with them. Chen Hao did not back away as usual this time. He followed them silently. Since he met with this problem today, he had no excuse to ignore it. Chapter 68. What kind of person is this? Zhao Yifan's family ran a technology company. Their annual profit was estimated at 6 to 7 million. It was moderately high. The venue of the restaurant was in a deluxe hotel. When Chen Hao and the rest arrived, varieties of fancy dishes were already served on the table. Unfortunately, the actual guest did not turn up. Yifan, you came. Zhao Gang forced a smile while standing up to welcome them. His daughter had gotten into such tremendous trouble, and even his company was implicated. Just as Su Wei claimed, his company might probably go bankrupt within a month. A few decades of his painstaking effort would be destroyed in a flash, but he could only try to cheer up. Hi, uncle and aunt. They greeted Yifan's parents. Yifan, I wanted to ask you about your classmate. Didn't you mention that there's this one classmate of yours who is from a prestigious background and has great connections? Is he here today? Zhao Gang recalled that his daughter had told him about her classmate who had connections with Hot Spring Villa a few days ago. Hence, Zhao Gang raised this question. If that classmate could lend a helping hand, this trouble might be tackled easily. He came. But Dad, it isn't what we thought. What I told you about his connections last time was not accurate. Zhao Yifan said indifferently. She did not even express clearly if she allowed Chen Hao to come along with them today. Yifan, why did you show consideration for his feelings, uncle? We had mistaken Chen Hao as someone prestigious who had extensive connections previously, but later, we found out it was a lie. He's just a gigolo who is bought off by several women, and that's why he can enter the villa freely. He appeared as someone powerful, but he is just a coward. His lovers will never help us because of him. Lin Jiao stood up and cursed, but she regretted it right away. Something isn't right. Wait, I've completely forgotten about Chen Hao. If I am not mistaken, he made Li Fiheng give in to them previously. That means Chen Hao has extensive connections. If he can seek help from his lover, maybe they can get out of this trouble. Sigh. Lin Jiao just realized Chen Hao could be useful. Chen Hao was not the rich heir from a prestigious family she had imagined. She had high expectations of him, but he had let her down. Because of this, Lin Jiao had been juggling several intense moods and had completely ignored this fact. I see. Zhao Gang and his wife were disappointed when they heard this news. This was their first encounter with Chen Hao, and they could not believe that a refined boy would have such a filthy life. How did their beautiful daughter come to be friends with this kind of person? Abhorrence creeped up on Zhao Gang and his wife's faces. Chen Hao sat quietly without uttering a word. He turned the turntable and devoured the food. The dishes were delicious, and Chen Hao was starving. Looking at this scene, Zhao Gang and his wife were even more disgusted. If you are hungry, why don't you order a bowl of white rice to complement the vegetables? Zhao Yifan's mother was a tall and stunning woman. She looked like she was in her 20s even though she was almost 40. Her complexion was glowingly fair. At this moment, she crossed her arms and sneered. She was mocking Chen Hao when she said white rice, which was actually plain rice. Absolutely. Why don't you just eat plain rice? Are you nuts? Don't you know what the current situation is? How can you just focus on eating? Why did he even follow us here? He's just a useless guy who only knows how to get free meals. Although he is bought off, he can't conceal the poorness in his soul. He will just try to get everything for free. I don't understand what were the women thinking when they chose him to be a gigolo. Lin Jiao and the other girls taunted him. Chen Hao smiled bitterly in his heart. Go ahead and taunt me as you wish. Sooner or later, there will come a time when you will cry in regret. Clank. The door suddenly opened. A young man dressed in western suit and leather shoes opened the door and walked in. He was around 27 and was dressed tidily. When he came in, Zhao Gang and his wife stood up respectfully. Xiao Yan, what did Director Zhao say about this situation? This young man was the secretary of Director Zhao. He was also the son of Zhao Gang's wife's cousin brother. They were distant relatives. Zhao Yifan was also his distant cousin. Zhao Gang asked for his help to utilize his connection with Director Zhao, hoping that they could prevent his company from bankruptcy. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Uncle, I'm sorry I couldn't help. Director Zhao is also in this restaurant. I thought he would accept your invitation, but unfortunately, Director Zhao has to meet with another important guest. His schedule is packed. I informed you earlier that it would be useless to wait for him here. I know that Director Zhao will not show up, but Xiao Yan, is it possible for us to meet him upstairs? At least I can propose a toast to express our respect and regards. Zhao Gang pulled out a miserable face. He knew that it was impolite, but he was desperate. If he failed to seek help from Director Zhao, he might as well wait for his doom's day, since he offended a tycoon of Jinling. Thus, Zhao Gang was putting up a last-ditch struggle. Yes, Xiao Yan. Please help us if you can, we would be extremely grateful. Under such circumstances, even Zhao Yifan had to put down her pride and beg for Xiao Yan's help. Xiao Yan could only sigh. Aunt, uncle, I understand how you feel, but I really can't make it work. Perhaps I'll arrange for another meeting if Director Zhao has the time. Although Xiao Yan suggested another way, they knew there would not be another chance if they failed to meet Director Zhao today. Zhao Gang figured out that Director Zhao was just using his packed schedule as an excuse to decline their request. After all, the trouble they had gotten into was too serious. No one would be willing to oppose the Su family. Their last hope went up in smoke. All of them were depressed. The vast horizon is my love, flowers are blooming on the green hill, what rhythm could make it rock, what song could cheer us up? Suddenly, Chen Hao's ringtone, coolest folk custom, rang. Damn! When was the ringtone set? Why was it set to this song, this classic song of square dancing through the room into an awkward silence? Zhao Gang even twitched his mouth. Zhao Yifan, Lin Jiao, and the rest could not resist glaring at Chen Hao in disgust. What kind of person is this? What a loser! Lin Jiao shouted curtly. Chen Hao answered the call. It was from an unidentified number. Hello. May I speak to young Master Chen, please? A voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end. Chen Hao recognized Huang Weiman's voice instantly. Huang Weiman was a member of the Business Management Association. Yes, I'm speaking. Please pardon my presumptuousness for calling you. Young Master Chen, today we are meeting with the management from each sector. We are planning to discuss the few entertainment venues which you invested in and the location of the new office. It might be too much for me to ask, but if you are free, we would be most grateful and honored to have you here for the discussion. Huang Weiman spoke politely. Oh, sure. Chen Hao had finished eating and he wanted to go over for the discussion. That's great. Young Master Chen, we are in Phoenix Hotel. Where are you now? I shall ask the driver to pick you up. Phoenix Hotel. I am here at the Phoenix Hotel. Chapter 69. I will be waiting. What a coincidence, young Master Chen. Since you are having a meal in Phoenix Hotel, I'll come over to you to propose a toast. Cough. When it came to proposing toast, Chen Hao was the one who was supposed to propose a toast to Huang Weiman, since Huang Weiman was older. However, since General Director Huang mentioned it first, Chen Hao would just go with it. It was impolite to reject General Director Huang's suggestion. Hence, Chen Hao told Huang Weiman his room number. At worst, he would just repay by investing more into his business. Chen Hao ended the call. Zhao Gang and the rest were still staring at Chen Hao contemptuously. I don't believe someone like him would have any friends in Phoenix Hotel. I don't think so too. He is still pretending. The girls gave a cold scoff. Chen Hao's impression in their eyes was destroyed. Indeed, you were really rich in the past regardless of where that money came from, whether you were a humble dandy or you won a lottery. It would be beneficial to mingle with you. But now, you are just a pretty-faced gigolo who is bought off by someone. They pamper you with money when you are favored, but once they abandon you, you would be left with nothing. Who will you be then? Hence, everyone stood on the same side. At this moment, the door opened. A large group of people of about 30 middle-aged men and elderly who were all dressed in suit and tie appeared at the door with wine glasses in their hands. Zhao Gang was dumbfounded by this scene. Even Zhao Yifan and the rest were nervous. What was happening? Director Zhao. General Director Huang. President Ma and President Li, why are you here? Zhao Gang stuttered. These 20 people before them were all outstanding personages in Jinling. Even the General Director of the Business Management Association Huang Weiman was here. Director Zhao, who was regarded as an important person in Zhao Gang's eyes, was standing at the end of the group, holding his wine glass and smiling. They came to exchange a toast with me. Zhao Gang felt that he was dreaming. Please, have a seat. Zhao Gang and his wife shouted in excitement. Sir, thank you for your courtesy, but we'll be leaving after a toast. Huang Weiman slightly bowed to Zhao Gang as a gesture of respect. This respect was not toward Zhao Gang, but Chen Hao. Young Master Chen, we came to propose a toast to you. Huang Weiman raised his wine glass and led the group toward Chen Hao in everyone's astonishment. He then finished off the wine in one gulp. Young Master Chen, we propose a toast to you as well. Behind Huang Weiman were the president of the present project development and the members of the Business Management Association. They raised their glasses and swigged the wine. Chen Hao was stunned. He thought Huang Weiman would come alone, and he even wanted to request for Huang Weiman's aid for Zhao Yifan's trouble. However, Chen Hao was astounded that they came in a large group. Despite his surprise, he kept his manners. He drank the wine to show his respect in return. This scene left Zhao Gang in extreme shock. Zhao Yifan was also at a loss for reaction. Lin Jiao's mouth could even fit an egg. They had never thought of Chen Hao as anyone other than a gigolo. But the reality was that, the General Director of Jinling's Business Management Association, the renowned Huang Weiman, had come to propose a toast to Chen Hao. They even addressed him respectfully as Young Master Chen. What did it mean? Chen Hao was not as simple as a pretty-faced gigolo. After all, Huang Weiman was the big boss of Jinling. Young Master Chen, after you finish your feast, kindly honor us with your presence at the upper floor for the issues I mentioned in the call. Huang Weiman shook hands with Chen Hao cordially. Just a mere wave of this young master would result in the rise of several enterprises in Jinling. Jinling's economy could skyrocket with just a few signatures from Chen Hao. And this ultimate descendant of a supreme family did not show even the least bit of haughtiness. He was amiable and polite to everyone he met. How rare and precious! Without any delay, Huang Weiman led the group out of the room. The room was left in deathly silence. Everyone was bereft of speech and could only stare at Chen Hao. Zhao Gang and his wife thought that Director Zhao was already a bigwig who had the quality to act snobbishly, but it seemed like the actual person who was standing at the top of the hierarchy was the young man in front of them. Chen Hao, what did they call you? Young Master Chen. Lin Jiao barely managed to swallow her saliva. Zhao Yifan was also sweating nervously while staring at Chen Hao. It's just an address, Chen Hao said calmly with a smile. It was not his intention to show off, but this entire incident was out of his control, leaving him shocked and awkward as well. Could it be that Chen Hao is the young Master Chen of Jinling Commercial Group? Young Master Chen, the young Master Chen of the entire Jinling Commercial Street. It would only make sense for Huang Weiman to treat him with reverence if he is that young Master Chen. Impossible. How is this possible? How is Chen Hao this wealthy? Everyone was guessing, but Lin Jiao could not overcome her disbelief. If that was the case, she would end her life. Thank you for the meal, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao. Since this whole trouble began at the birthday party of my friend's girlfriend, I'll handle this issue. Now please allow me to excuse myself, I need to pay a visit to the room upstairs. If Chen Hao stayed any longer, he would be awkwardly stared at by the others. Thus, he took the opportunity to leave this room. Chen Hao did not make any statement regarding his identity. After he left the room, he made a call to Li Zhenqiu. He hoped that Li Zhenqiu would be the peacemaker and let this issue slide. Of course, Li Zhenqiu agreed to his request. Yifan, are you sure that he is just a gigolo? Zhao Gang was drowned in regret. If he had known this earlier, he would not have spurted all the taunts. None of them were aware that Zhao Gang almost peed himself in excitement when Huang Weiman gave a slight bow at Zhao Gang. Impossible. There must be some explanation behind it. How could Chen Hao be the young master Chen of Jinling Commercial Street, and could he solve the problem with Su family with just a word? Zhao Yifan mumbled in perplexity. This fact was too significant for them to accept. Suddenly, Zhao Gang's phone rang. He was delighted when he saw the number of the caller. Yes, it's me. Hello, all right. What did you say? That's great. Thank you so much, I'm truly grateful. After that, Zhao Gang hung up the call gleefully. Everyone looked at him. Zhao Gang said, Yifan, we met a savior. It's true, Chen Hao, I mean young master Chen, he's our savior. A senior from the business association called, and he said that a distinguished person stepped in to take this problem under control. Now, this problem was completely solved. Zhao Yifan slumped backward on the chair with a thud after she heard her father. Everything happened because of Chen Hao. He really had the power to solve this. But what was going on? Who was Chen Hao exactly? Doubt lingered in everyone's heart. Chen Hao had just arrived at the other room. He called Li Zhenqiu just now to help Su Xia, Zhao Yifan, and Li Jiao, but he was unwilling to care about Su Chao and Su Nan. They were strangers to him. Chen Hao threw this problem to the back of his mind. After he entered the room, he enjoyed himself and drank with Huang Weiman and the rest. Regarding the important matters, Huang Weiman requested Chen Hao to attend the grand opening of the entertainment projects. It was not a big deal for Chen Hao, so he agreed without hesitation. When he returned to the college, it was almost 11 p.m. He lay on the bed, but he was having a hard time falling asleep. Ding! The alerts of WeChat went off continuously. Chen Hao, are you asleep? Let us meet at the West Cafeteria of our college tomorrow morning. I have something important to tell you. You don't need to reply to me. He picked up the phone and read the messages. They were from Su Tongzin. Chapter 70. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend? The next morning was a Saturday. Yang Hui and the rest slept soundly until they were naturally awakened by their biological clock. Chen Hao did not disturb them. He went to the West Cafeteria alone. Su Tongzin was already waiting for him there. She bought 2 sets of breakfast. It was fried rice with ham. I bought you breakfast, dig in. Su Tongzin smiled while she spoke. Chen Hao did not reject. He asked while eating, Tongzin, why did you want to meet me? Su Tongzin was dressed gorgeously today. Her fair legs were exposed. They were alluring and pleasant to sight. Chen Hao could not help but glance at them. Today is my grandma's birthday. I need to go home and celebrate it with her. Su Tongzin blinked her eyes. Well, you know my relationship with Su Ying. Please don't judge my small-mindedness. Actually, I don't like to compete with others, especially those pointless competitions. But you might not know, my relationship with Silying is quite uncommon. We were being compared ever since we were born. We were compared for almost everything, including our names, studies, attire, and number of compliments. I don't know if the rivalry we have is innate, but all I know is I don't want to lose to her. Do you understand? Su Tongzin pouted her lips. Chen Hao was confused. Not really. He couldn't understand. Maybe because they were raised in different backgrounds. The only ideology that Chen Hao knew was the loser of the competition would be cast off and the unfavored goods would be thrown away. And Chen Hao was too poor to compete with others even if he wished to. He could not even afford new clothes for the new year in the past. What did he have to compete thus? Chen Hao disliked flaunting prosperity and competing for wealth. He thought that these acts were repugnant. It might also be because of his psychology of abhorring wealthiness. Chen Hao could not understand the world of the affluent society, although he was one of them now. I'll tell you frankly. Chen Hao, you know that she has a boyfriend, and I heard from Su Qi that Silying will be bringing her lowly boyfriend to the celebration of my grandma's birthday. Her boyfriend even prepared a special gift. I can foresee that Silying will receive plenty of compliments. Thus, I plan to bring a boyfriend too. Are you planning to make me your boyfriend? Chen Hao figured out her motives. Yes, I need you to keep pretending to be my boyfriend and a rich person. Later, I'll go back to my dorm to get prepared and then I'll set off to buy you some clothes. Chen Hao, the kindest Chen Hao, you can't just leave me hanging. You have to help me. Su Tongzin persuaded gently. To be honest, this girl was truly beautiful. Chen Hao could not resist whenever her gorgeous eyes blinked or her rosy lips moved. But Chen Hao felt strange. Sigh, I actually wanted to be her real boyfriend. I don't have to pretend. I am really a rich person. Chen Hao thought while smiling bitterly. After he agreed, Su Tongzin dragged Chen Hao to buy some clothes. Chen Hao was handsome after a makeover. Just when both of them were ready to set off to her grandma's birthday feast, Su Tongzin's phone rang. What did you say? All right, I'll go there now. Su Tongzin sighed after she hung up her phone. Chen Hao, I need to go somewhere else first. Su Qi and I ordered a gift for my grandma, but something has gone wrong. I am so worried now. Let us meet at the entrance of Jade Dragon Villa at 11 a.m. I'll give you a call. No problem. Chen Hao nodded. Su Tongzin got into a taxi and left hastily. Chen Hao smiled bitterly. It's only 9 a.m. now, what should I do right? The driving license. The driving license must have been couriered by now. He called to inquire about the driving license and it had arrived by courier as expected. Yes. Chen Hao almost jumped in excitement. His biggest dream was to drive a car and to own a car. It didn't matter if it wasn't a luxurious car. Now, his dream was finally coming true. To add on to his undeniable ecstasy, he got to drive that Lamborghini race car. Chen Hao went to the parking spot of his car after he retrieved his driving license. Vroom! A brand new black Passat grazed past Chen Hao. It then made a swift turn and drove around the park. At the side of the park, there were numerous boys and girls walking around. This Passat had attracted the attention of many girls. It's a Passat. The newest model of this year. It looks amazing. It probably costs more than 200,000. This Passat looks like it was furnished with full specification. I think it costs almost 300,000. Damn. 300,000. Looks like there is another wealthy person here. The group of girls were yakking at the car. This park had gained its popularity due to the Lamborghini. Strangely, it had become a norm lately where students who owned a car would drive their car to the park to attract the attention of the pretty girls, especially new cars. Obviously, the owner of this Passat followed the norm and drove his car here. Look, isn't this Chen Hao? What a coincidence. The car stopped beside Chen Hao abruptly. The window wound down and a young handsome boy stuck his head out. Chen Hao recognized him. He was Li Jian. He went to the same driving school as Chen Hao. He was also one of the bullies who taunted Chen Hao together with Li Nian from his department. At first, Li Jian liked the Su Tongzhen, who was divinely beautiful, but he gave up immediately after he heard that Wang Yang, or known as Young Master Yang, was chasing after Su Tongzhen. He took the last part of the driving test with Chen Hao, and after he passed the test, he bought a car instantly. It was clear that he had come here to show off. Chen Hao was not fond of him. He just nodded to Li Jian. This is my new car. It cost 350,000. Chen Hao, you received your driving license today, right? Why don't you get a car to drive? You'll forget how to drive if you don't practice it for a long time. Li Jian smiled smugly. He was loud. Many of the girls peeped toward them curiously. They heard Li Jian's taunts. There were a few reasons why Li Jian treated Chen Hao, who was a stranger to him, in such a mean way. Firstly, he looked down on Chen Hao, who was poor. He enjoyed the sense of satisfaction when he ridiculed Chen Hao. Secondly, he was furious that Su Tongzhen only talked to Chen Hao when he tried to chat with her during the training for driving. He was overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment when mocking Chen Hao. Young Master Li, where are you going? We want to cruise around the area, do you mind giving us a lift? Finally, a few girls approached shyly. Sure. Li Jian laughed complacently. He then looked at Chen Hao and said, Chen Hao, why don't you drive my car and take these girls for a spin? Chen Hao shook his head. No thanks. Young Master Li, don't be so mean. Who would be willing to be driven by him? That's right. Look at his poor appearance, I can't even bear to look at him. I would be extremely embarrassed to sit in the car with him. Even if young Master Li lends him his car, does he have the guts to drive it? He wouldn't be able to pay for any of the car damages even if he sells himself. 3 of the girls made fun of Chen Hao. They then got into Li Jian's car. The girls were daring in today's world. They dreamed of having a wealthy boyfriend, or being supported by a wealthy person during their college lives. It would be great to study in a college without spending any money and even getting to buy fancy clothes. Chen Hao was speechless listening to their insults. He ignored them and took out his Lamborghini car key while walking toward his car.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget.